The Age of the Mecha, Fists That Shatter Stars. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 Human. Not bad. This time the characteristics are so gentle. Compared with the magnetic explosion characteristics, it is more comfortable. Violence is the joy of collision, and gentleness is the tight comfort. As his mind turned, he stretched out his left index finger and stood opposite to his right index finger. Then, the arc bounced slightly, and quickly bounced to the left index finger like a rubber band. Then, the arc split into two and circulated back and forth. This time, it turned from direct current to alternating current transmitted across the air. In the air, the crackling sound gradually became subtle, and then quiet and silent. This characteristic can be called microelectricity. If it is used to stimulate the body's ki and blood, and the burst of muscles, it will be deeper, gentler, and more harmless. Moreover, if used properly, it may be strengthened into nerve reactions. Liu nodded with satisfaction. The improvement of the reaction speed of the evolver generally depends on three dimensions. One is the cognitive speed, the second is the transmission speed of neural signals, and the third is the speed of physical movement. Among them, Liu's prediction ability is full, which is the embodiment of fast cognitive speed. He has excellent skills and can exert force better. On the basis of the same physique, his shooting speed will be better than that of his opponent. When the same person stands in front of him, he can quickly predict the opponent's next few moves with his rich experience and perfect skills. Therefore, even if he faces someone stronger than him, as long as the speed does not exceed the limit of his observation, he can predict from head to toe, and then quickly attack and beat him. This is a victory of superposition of cognitive speed and action speed. The transmission speed of nerve signals is limited by the thickness of nerves and the transmission speed of internal electrical signals. This depends on the degree of evolution and cannot be improved by skills for the time being. Generally speaking, only before and after each major stage will there be a major qualitative change. But now, with the gentle and easy to control characteristics of microelectricity, the transmission speed of this divine signal may not be limited to the current speed. As long as the transmission speed of electrical signals in nerves can be enhanced and improved by microelectricity characteristics, the reaction speed will naturally become faster. However, I need to find a few mice to experiment on how to strengthen my neural signal transmission speed. In addition to training, he would think about and experiment with the various small skills of these small divine characteristics from time to time, or absorb the relevant memories activated in dreams. As long as it is confirmed to be feasible, it can be quickly put into actual combat. The reason why he can now be on par with those upper-level mecha masters as a beginner mid-level evolver is naturally due to the various experiences and skills accumulated over time, in addition to the high foundation brought by the second limit breaking. That afternoon, the three ships held another impromptu meeting. This was an exploration mobilization meeting. The attendees were basically the various on-site staff officers, exploration team captains, mobile team captains, etc. At this moment, Lin Guotao, who was previously in charge of the General Logistics Office, began to speak. I will not say much nonsense. According to the latest news from the headquarters, the special Mecha team will arrive here in about 2 standard days. Before that, we still need to give the first 5 levels another thorough sweep. For the next few levels, we don't require a clean sweep. But for the densely populated areas of levels 2 and 3, I hope that everyone can work together and have the best soldiers from each team go out again to sweep from the periphery one by one, and collect and transplant those giant trees and vines one by one, dig deep into the ground for those dormant and hidden divine creatures, find them out thoroughly, and capture them cleanly. Don't look at how tall those giant trees are, but with the size of each of our 3 starships, it will be no problem to take over the key plants on the first 3 floors. These are all resources. If you don't take them away, someone else will take them away next time. If we take them away, you will benefit in the future. Your relatives and friends. Your future generations. After the mobilization speech, many people who were close to lying down did get a boost of enthusiasm, and rekindled their fighting passion. After all, after more than 10 days of continuous work, everyone would be tired. However, some people in the audience also raised doubts. Zhou Chengling raised his hand and asked, "So, how do we solve the regional ban on speaking?" Lin Guotao said, "It's very simple. Push forward. Start from the outside and push forward those dense trees. As long as the oppressive environment can be broken, the ban on speaking will be lifted. Of course, during the push forward, we must strictly abide by the 3 basic principles. First, no talking is allowed throughout the process. Commands are given by mecha gestures. Second, every time we push forward a small circle on the outside, other teams must be rotated up. Avoid continuous environmental impact. Third, regardless of whether the push forward has any results, every 20 minutes, we must suspend activities and rest for at least 10 minutes. This strategy has basically been effective in the past when developing areas with bans on speaking. The only trouble is that the project is large and the efficiency is low, but it doesn't matter, because these giant trees themselves are special resources, and it would be better if they were collected. Guan Shanyu said, I also have a question. If the giant trees themselves are the things that maintain the balance of the ruins, if they are taken away rashly now, will there be any major changes? This question made Lin Guotao think for a while. She thought for a moment and said, this is indeed a problem that needs to be considered, but since the map of the 6th level has been verified and confirmed, it means that the scale of the ruins has indeed exceeded everyone's imagination and is a well-deserved discovery of the century. In this case, the changes in the first 3 levels will probably not affect anything, but it is a matter of great importance, so we really can't be careless. Let's start with the 2nd level, slow down the pace, and advance slowly. Then let a few geological experts who came with the ship monitor the changes in real time. Let's see how far we can go in the remaining 1 or 2 days. Guan Shanyu nodded and said, I have no objection to this. Finally, after arrangements, the 2nd level's push team will be led by the exploration teams of the 1st and 2nd levels and another mobile team from the Sun Chaser. The 3 teams will select strong men and reform a 15-man team as the main push team. The exploration teams of the 3rd and 4th levels will also select strong men as a rotation team, also a 15-man team. In addition, the on-site staff officers of the first 4 levels will be assigned to the 2 teams to assist the captains and exercise their own mobility, discover problems, and deal with them at any time. As for the 1st level, the densely populated areas were only guarding mechas, which had already been pushed flat before, and were not included in this discussion. Although it was only the task of the 2 teams, the others also needed to be on standby at any time to prevent accidents. Everyone in Li Yi's group gathered together at this moment, waiting for news. Because they needed to turn on the Divine Mecha at any time to enter the rotation and support team in time. Therefore, everyone only used the Divine Core to radiate the body, drank nutritional supplements, and did not exercise, so as not to consume too much and enter the ruins without being able to exert their combat power. Based on this, everyone could only chat? Xingyu said, speaking of which, I have recently communicated with people from the other 2 ships, and I have heard some hot gossip. Sun Zuxi's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, you kid, share it quickly. Xingyu said with a smile, I heard that the exploration team of the 2nd level found a suspected wreckage of a virtual reality mother machine under a giant tree during the previous sweep. Virtual mother machine? Sun Zuxi was slightly stunned. Isn't this an invention of our human beings? How could it appear in this ruins? Could it be that our last exploration of the virtual ruins used this mother machine? Xingyu shook his head and said, no, this mother machine seems to be one of the first 3 test machines manufactured. Many people frowned immediately. As we all know, virtual reality is a brand new invention that is completely independent of ancient divine technology and is purely invented by humans. It was invented more than 120 years ago, and its prototype is a combination of quantum computers and brain simulators. Yao Shuan pondered and said, weren't the first 3 test machines stolen from the Earth Museum 50 years ago? Bingo. Xingyu snapped his fingers and said, yes, that's the point. So, the discovery of the wreckage of the 3rd test machine here is outrageous. Li Yi asked curiously, I'm curious about which part of the test machine this wreckage belongs to. In order to track down Wu Huanling, he also learned a little about the relevant knowledge of the virtual mother machine, which was at the entry level. Although it was very superficial, it was basically a system. Xingyu pondered and said, I heard that the wreckage seemed to be called a brain projector. I don't know what its specific function is and whether it can still be used. It is said that the reason why it was judged to belong to the original mother machine is that the serial number engraved on the projector corresponds exactly to the 3rd test machine. Li Yi said, brain projector? This thing can convert the visual information collected in the human brain into electrical signals. I didn't expect it to be this, Tan Horn asked curiously. Is there anything special about this thing? Li Yu shook his head and said, it's not special. This thing is generally located in a relatively internal position in the conventional structure of the virtual mother machine, Sun Juxiu said thoughtfully. In other words, these virtual test machines may be scattered around here. It is also possible that they were dismantled and only this was brought here, but the possibility should be lower, Li Yu said. But since this thing is here, it means that this relic is not our first discovery. Someone else discovered this place, but for some reason, they did not explore it in depth. Everyone talked for a few words, and due to the lack of relevant information, they gradually changed the topic. Zuo Ying asked, by the way, Brother Yi, have you found anything about the body of the guard man? Have the experts found anything? Li Yu shook his head and said, not yet, but according to the feedback from them, the body of the guard man is most likely not the guard man, but a human who died a little over 100 years ago. Of course, this time has excluded the interference of material changes here, and is calculated according to the real timeline. If we use the material change rate of the 5th level, this time must be extended to more than 100,000 years ago. When this was said, everyone was shocked. Zuo Ying was not surprised at all. The last time she personally examined the body, she had judged that the similarity with humans was too high. It's just that without DNA testing, she couldn't be sure. Xiaodong asked hurriedly, in other words, the guard man is still alive? The body is actually just a scapegoat? What about the records in the second hand? Li Yu has also been slowly translating the 12 pages of translucent high-information compressed paper these days, but because the experimental content and professional terms are relatively complicated and there is a lack of corresponding reference materials, the translation progress is not fast and there is no harvest yet. However, he did review the contents of the second note after his skills were advanced to the mastery level, and the basic meaning was basically the same. Li Yu said, the translated content of the second-hand notes is fine. I guess that the guard man should have successfully escaped the trap set by the ruins in the end, and that human, as Xiaodong said, may be just a scapegoat, or he may have been killed by other test subjects left by the guard man. After all, in the second-hand notes, it only mentioned that the guard man was in a bad mental state from beginning to end, but never mentioned chest pain. Xiaodong laughed and said, since Li Yu said so, it means that my guess is very correct. Zhang Zuoyun thought about it and asked, is it possible that the guard man is actually a human? As for him always saying that he is an immortal species, maybe it is just a kind of fantasy literature? It is actually a creation of his boredom. Pharmacist Wan shook her head and said, it is unlikely. Many of the situations recorded by the guard man are vaguely consistent with some historical changes of our human beings. Moreover, the complex guard text has its own system and is also recorded on satin. It cannot be a fantasy, but whether the guard man is a human being, or the ancestor of mankind, this possibility does exist, but it may be completely unrelated. It's hard to say whether the human beings are related by chance. Li Yu said, there are too many possibilities. We can only wait for the Biological Research Center to see if there are any different discoveries for us. But if it is really a human, it is unlikely that it has not been discovered after more than 10 days, so the corpse line can only be broken there, unless this DNA can match the gene bank of all mankind and find the corresponding human genetic history record. It is of some reference significance, Tan Horan exclaimed, it's really complicated. It seems that there are quite a few secrets hidden in the Xianxu ruins. I hope they can push through this wave without any accidents. I don't know if Tan Horn is a jinx. 10 minutes later, an accident happened. Boom. 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 The extremely violent earthquake seemed to collapse the world. Amid the rumbling sound, countless ornaments in cabin 18 began to fly everywhere. The shock was so great that it actually shook many divine mechas that stayed on the side warehouse. Because they were all in a state of being ready to start at any time and had no locking anchors, after this wave of super strong earthquakes, all the divine mechas on standby fell down with a bang. Boom. 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 The loud noises of divine mechas falling to the ground continued to be heard in cabin 18. The mecha masters felt bad and hurried into the cockpit to start the divine mechas. After a while, the earthquake finally ended. During the subsequent inventory, it was found that there were actually logistics personnel passing by who were directly crushed by the divine mechas, leaving no residue. The scene was in chaos. News came that the earthquake was indeed related to the push mission. When the two teams pushed to one of the towering trees in the middle, The second level began to shake, and large pieces of special alloys on the dome continued to fall, hitting one divine mecha after another. Fortunately, the divine mechas inside were hard enough, and the pilots were all mid-level evolvers with strong strength. Therefore, although the push team was a little embarrassed, it was still intact as a whole. On the contrary, the logistics team members more than 100 kilometers away were even more unlucky. Several of them were killed by their own divine mechas. Many were seriously injured. If the mechas were locked with anchors normally, it would be fine. No matter how the earthquake happened, it would not cause any problem. But the earthquake happened at a time when all the mecha divisions were on standby, which eventually led to such a ridiculous result. Lin Guotao, who pushed for this matter, also had an extremely ugly face. She kept issuing orders, appeasing the logistics team while adjusting the deployment of the standby mecha divisions. All mecha divisions, quickly restore order. After the restoration is completed, except for the team responsible for the alert, all other mecha divisions will exit the mechas and lock the mechas in the side warehouse to prevent a second earthquake. Pushing team, transport the giant trees that have been collected back, and stand by for the time being. So far, the push plan can only be aborted. If there is no way to solve the problem of violent earthquakes when pushing giant trees, it is naturally not appropriate to continue pushing. And Li also got more personal time and continued to enter the state of hard training. In a blink of an eye, on the third day after this incident, a long rectangular starship, nearly half the size of Cabin 18, landed nearby. Apparently, the people sent by the headquarters had finally arrived. Chapter 127, Achievements. When the team arrived, the three ships had their own thoughts. On the first day of their arrival, they sent their own team to explore the ruins. They didn't let the three ships lead the way. On the three ships, the development of the ruins was completely stopped. All the combat power and resources have been counted, and it's time to make a big report. On this day, the three ships summoned all the mecha divisions, mechanics, logistics personnel, standing auxiliary personnel, etc. who participated in the exploration, and started the report meeting. As the on-site staff officer and mobile team leader, Liu Seat was in the third row, with Guan Shanyu, Hu Ying and others beside him. The second row was the commanders, exploration team captains and others. The first row was the main person in charge of the three ships, Chen Kai-ongzi, Zhang Pengting, and Lin Guotao, with seats facing all members. At this moment, except for the personnel on duty in key areas of Cabin 18, the people from the other two ships also entered the huge conference room temporarily transformed from the mecha fighting platform. The matter could have been solved by online meetings, but the three people in charge still pushed for this on-site report method. There is no other reason. The sense of recognition and ceremony given in this way is the strongest. As an interstellar combat group, they also pay more attention to these things. At this time, there were still a few minutes before the official start, and several people began to chat. Liu asked curiously, is the earthquake that day really because of pushing a giant tree that should not be pushed? Guan Shanyu said, it must be because of the giant tree. I felt that the tree was different at the time, but I was in the rotation group, so I didn't say much. Zhou Changling shook his head and said, I also think there's a problem, but I didn't expect the movement to be so big, and it also implicated several young men in the logistics group. This merit report meeting is not interesting at all. Guan Shanyu slapped his thigh and sneered, Lin Guotao, that old woman, is just troublesome. If she hadn't asked us to do a flat push, there wouldn't be so many troubles. It's a pity that I didn't fight for a few words at a time and let Lin Guotao withdraw this decision. Zhou Changling also sighed, Lin Guotao of your Sun Chaser is not good. She can decide small things, but she can't do big things. This has been the case several times before. At that time, Lin Guotao wanted to push the densely populated area, and Zhou and Guan raised the most questions. Now that something went wrong, they could not help but regret why they did not object a few more times, but were persuaded so quickly. Although this mistake could be big or small, it was different from the death in a normal battle. This was a death in the rear, and the death was an unrelated person, not an evolver. Therefore, although they did not say much, they were actually a little suffocated in their hearts. On the other hand, the two veterans were discussing the ability of the person in charge, and the other people would naturally not force themselves to join in the topic. What they can say does not mean that the other relatively young people can say it. Long Qizhen changed the subject at the right time and said, Senior Zhou, Who do you think will be the first in military merit in this report? Guan Shanyu said with a smile. Do you need to ask? This person is sitting next to you. You can ask him in advance if he has prepared his speech. Long Qizhan immediately smiled and asked, except for Li Yi, is there no other exploration team that has gained more military merit? Of course there are, Guan Shanyu said, but think about it, the fourth level is the area that the advanced team focused on. Although the remaining things that can be explored are good, the total profit is definitely not high. The greatest achievement in the third level was the Divine Light Bomb, which was first obtained by Li Yi's team and Liang Zixin's team. Secondly, there are not many divine creatures in the third level, and Liang Zixin's team has many people. The overall strength is relatively average. If the overall strength is spread out, the per capita profit is less. In the second level, they took the lead and swept some giant creatures that were not on the main route in advance, and also captured the strongest elephant-headed creature. Moreover, other positions also took down the divine cores in the semi-mecha state, and the benefits were not low. As for the first level, the mobile group and Zhang Tuangaiao's group divided the world, and there were many guarding mechas, which were easy to capture, and it was easy to brush the absolute value of military merit. The only strong enemy depends on whether anyone from the Sun Chasers mobile group and Zhang Tuangaiao's group can monopolize most of the benefits. If they can, then Li Yi's first place is not so certain. Long Qizhan nodded repeatedly after hearing this. It makes sense, it makes a lot of sense. Didn't he know these situations? No, he knew them, but he didn't want Guan Shanyu to continue scolding Lin Huai and cause trouble, so he deliberately changed the subject. While they were chatting, suddenly, Chen Kaiongzi, Lin Huai, Zhang Pengting and others came over, followed by a man and a woman wearing the uniforms of the headquarters badge, and walked into the venue. In an instant, the venue suddenly became quiet. It turned out to be the headquarters people. The appearance, temperament, and manners of the two were extraordinary. They were not only handsome and beautiful in the conventional sense, but also had a tyrannical aura that was completely different from that of normal humans. They are powerful men of the heavenly rank, Zhou Changling whispered. It can only be said that they are worthy of being the generalship. They are two powerful men of the heavenly rank when they are sent out casually. Li Yu looked at the two men. The man was 1.9 meters tall, with a slender figure, and obvious and strong muscles under his uniform. This man had sword-like eyebrows and deep eyes, a high nose bridge, and a cold expression. The whole person was like an iceberg that could not be melted. The coldness released from his body could be clearly felt even by Li Yi and others who were 7 or 8 meters away. The woman was 1.8 meters tall, a little taller than Chen Kaiongzi. Her overall figure was slender and graceful, with curves and protrusions. On her face, she had a strange smile that was completely opposite to the man's kind, charming, gentle, and passionate expressions. She kept nodding in response to the attention of everyone. Of course, the reason why she could make so many expressions was naturally because her face was delicate enough, and it was one of the perfect face shapes recognized by the deep human genes. A little expression can convey a lot of meaning. Zhou Changling condensed his voice into a line and quickly said in the ears of several people, "Look, the reason why the heavenly rank is so different from the upper evolutionists is because the divine genes condensed into divine nuclei, and the bodies show more different changes brought to them by different divine characteristics. For example, the male heavenly rank powerhouse is obviously an ice god sequence, or a type with freezing characteristics like Li Yi. His body has become divine, so you can feel the icy breath. Therefore, heavenly rank powerhouses can also be said to be divine creatures among humans. They have reproductive isolation from ordinary humans, and their genes have been greatly optimized compared to ordinary humans. So, keep a low profile and don't cause trouble. Guan Shanyu, don't mention it. This is the first time I've seen other heavenly rank powerhouses except the captain and the captain-in-chief. To be honest, this momentum is stronger than the captain-in-chief, who Yidden also rarely spoke. It's also stronger than our captain-in-chief, Li Yiki said. I also met our captain-in-chief once, and I also felt that he seemed slightly inferior to the two people in front of me. Zhou Changling smiled and said, it's normal. Generally, the captains of each fleet are promoted more often. If their potential can continue to move up to the heavenly position, they will not stay in the main ships, but continue to study in the main ship or on Earth. Guan Shanyu nodded and said, yes, although our power and combat power are not low, we are just one of the big screws in the entire deep space fleet system, Li Yu thought of the captains of each ship and Chen Kai-ong's previous statement that becoming a captain is easier to become the strongest. So he asked, I heard that the strength of the captains of each ship can be comparable to that of the heavenly position. In other words, this position is not bad, right? Zhou Changling said, it's really not bad. At least it can be used to complete the life of the universe, which is a very attractive point. However, many people are competing for the position of captain, and the captains of each ship are also aiming at it. Generally, there is no competitiveness and it is really hard to grab it. Moreover, even if you grab it, you may not be able to withstand the huge load and maintain the rhythm of evolution. As they were talking, they saw that the other party began to sit down, so they quickly stopped talking. Many people in the meeting hall were warned by some well-informed people that they were powerful people of the heavenly rank. Therefore, everyone wisely chose to keep a low profile and stop talking. After the 5 people sat down, Zhang Pengting immediately said, let us first welcome the 2 chief inspectors of the main ship, Commander Mo Chenlong and Commander Tan Yiren, to come and inspect the performance report meeting of our 3 ships. Applause welcome. Immediately, everyone in the audience clapped their hands. After a while, the applause became less and less, and Tan Yiren spoke in a gentle tone, this time is a coincidence. Come and see the style of work of the grassroots main ship. There is no business and work guidance and suggestions. You can start normally and don't have to worry about us. Hearing this, Li Yu couldn't help but look at Guan Shanliu. It happened that he also looked over. It can be seen that Guan Shanliu obviously has some ideas about some of the words. Zhang Pengting nodded, and without any nonsense, he spoke directly, in that case, let's get started. For this report meeting, based on comprehensive combat performance, combat video records, and confiscated items, etc., after unified calculation, the rewards and merits of each person have been confirmed. At the same time, the merits of those who have already received the spoils will be converted and distributed. Therefore, the merit list I will announce later will deduct the share that has already been received. Among them, the top 10 in terms of cumulative merits can be awarded an additional free opportunity to use the C-level upgrade pool. And 1,000 merits, the top 3 in terms of cumulative merits, can be awarded 2 additional free opportunities to use the C-level upgrade pool. And 2,000, 3,000, and 4,000 merits. Now we will announce the top 10 warriors in terms of military exploits. 10th in terms of military exploits, Teng Zhili, 9,818. 9th, Lin Guotao, total 11,210. 8th, Liang Zhishan, total 11,302. 7th, Zhang Pengting, total 11,733. 6th, Guan Shanliu, total 12,925. 5th, Zhang Tuanggao, total 13,832. 4th, Chen Kai-ongzi, total 14,010. 3rd, Zhou Changling, total 15,831. 2nd, Hu Yidan, total 15,942. 1st, Li Yu, total 38,938. Everyone was a little surprised that the accumulated military exploits of the 2 leaders, Chen Kai-ongzi and Zhang Pengting, did not reach the top 3. But if you think about their performance in battle carefully, these 2 people are more responsible for taking care of and rescuing teammates in each team. In actual combat, they obviously have a lot of strength, but they don't use their energy in fighting, which is reasonable. As the leaders, they don't need too many military exploits rewards. This experience of leading a team alone will be very important for promotion assessment in the future. In addition, Li Yu took first place, and his military exploits exceeded the second place by so much that many people were surprised. But when Zhang Pengting announced the details of his military exploits and projected them onto the light screen, everyone was speechless. Just for dismantling a divine light bomb, even if there was a profit share of the military exploits, he himself also received 10,000 military exploits. In addition, the capture of the macrophage mucus and the elephant-headed creature also received 0.7 W and 0.4 W military exploits. 2 complete and controllable C-level transformable divine mechas, the discovery and deciphering of the Gord civilization, and the strategy for the hidden passage of the 6th level. Although there is no reward, they are indeed worth a lot. In addition to various miscellaneous and various B-level divine cores, combined, although there are not many types of explorations involved, they are indeed big contributors to military exploits. If it weren't for his teammates also receiving profits, he would have received all the divine cores and the 100-meter broadsword in advance, as well as 40% of the spoils of war deducted by the fleet itself, and the comprehensive military exploits would be even higher. Of course, other teams also have high total returns, but most of them are relatively average, and few are as good as Li Yi in catching opportunities. Zhang Tuangyao, who is expected to have the most military merits in the first level, also consumed a lot of military merits in order to exchange for divine weapons. Therefore, the total number of military merits has also decreased. Originally, he was expected to compete for the top 3. By the way, the details after the top 10 on the military merit list were also announced. Among them, everyone in Li Yi's team participated in every major military merit-earning event because the overall schedule was tightly arranged this time. Therefore, the overall ranking is not low. Among them, Yao Shiwen, Sun Duxiu, and Tan Horan, with 0.78 W military merits, 0.67 W military merits, and 0.61 W military merits, respectively ranked 16th, 19th, and 20th on the military merit list. Zhang Zuqiang, Zhang Zuiyan, Ke Xiaodong, and Zhuo Ying ranked 24th, 33rd, 38th, and 43rd on the battle merit list with 0.57 W, 0.52 W, 0.38 W, and 0.32 W respectively. The total number of divine mecha masters participating in this event is more than 80, and there are also ordinary 20-meter level mecha masters, mechanics, logistics personnel, etc., who also benefit from it. After all, without the participation and assistance of these non-evolved people, many of their activities cannot be carried out. Just transporting and sorting the spoils will waste a lot of time. Therefore, the number of people who have reported their merits on the entire battle merit list exceeds 200. After announcing the details, Zhang Pengting smiled and said, "After reading the details, if you have any questions, you can ask questions now. The question time is 15 minutes. After the questioning is over, let us welcome Li Yi, who is the first on the battle merit list, to come and share his experience in cultivation, fighting, and exploration." Dear partners, remember to learn from the excellent experience. Li Yi didn't expect that he would really have to go up and say something. Guan Shanai joked, "It's time to show your face. We have many beautiful female mecha operators on our Kofu Sun Chaser. With your handsomeness, you will definitely charm a lot of people. Don't be dazzled by the choices." Long Qizhan also joked, "If I were 3 times as handsome as you, Li Yi, I would have been surrounded by girls by now." Li Yi, haha. After the question and answer session, Li Yi walked onto the stage. Zhang Pengting cheered, "Let's welcome the 3 ships' first talent and strongest strategy king, Li Yi," with the warmest applause. Clap, clap, and warm applause immediately broke out from the audience. Off stage, Yao Shiwen watched Li Yi walk up intently, and gradually lost her focus. Not only Yao Shiwen, but also the female mecha operators and mechanics on the other 2 ships all had their eyes shining with surprise. No one could have imagined that the famous Li Yi would be so handsome. He was slender, and every line and every contour seemed to have been perfectly tempered, as vivid as the work of nature. Every step he took was natural, calm and natural, and very beautiful. Looking at his eyes, they were really bright and shining like stars. Looking at his facial features, he was handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and thin lips. Looking at his skin color, it was white and slightly bright, and matched with the blood and masculinity of his whole body. It just complemented each other. "Wow, handsome," many female mecha masters exclaimed. Li Yi couldn't help but feel a little strange. His appearance was indeed acceptable, but it was not enough to amaze so many determined female mecha masters. Most of the time, it was the transformation when he advanced to the middle position, the foundation of perfect level combat, which made his appearance and figure improve again. And the halo of the first-in-combat exploits made the audience below the stage have enough filters. After all, human perception of the beauty of the opposite sex often comes from imagination. The halo of being the first in military exploits is exactly what female soldiers recognize the most. If it was just an ordinary handsome man walking on stage, it would definitely not be like this. With such an audience's support, Li Yi's speech was much easier. No matter what he said, someone would cheer him on, and the scene was very heated. Even the various witty remarks in Li Yi's rich memory had no room to play. In the first row, Tan Yaoren smiled and said to Chen Kai-ongzi and the other 2, "The combat hero you are supporting is quite popular. How is his strength?" Chen Kai-ongzi glanced at Tan Yiren, and always felt that Tan Yiren's words and deeds gave her a feeling of looking down on the three ships. We won't use the tactic of praising. Whoever has this strength will naturally break out of the team. Tan Yiren, I'm sorry, I used the wrong words. Since he can break out of your team and win so many military exploits, it's really not right to use the word praising. Zhang Pengting immediately joined in to smooth things over. I'm very optimistic about this kid Li Yi. He is young and has rich combat experience. His fighting style is more sophisticated than most senior mecha masters. His moves are decisive. I admire this guy very much. By the way, I wonder how many people Chief Tan and Chief Mo brought here this time? What is your current assessment of the Xianxu ruins? Mo Chenlong said lightly. You have done a good job and reported in a timely manner. But I'm afraid I can't tell you too much about the future situation of the Xianxu ruins, because this may also be beyond a level I can control. Zhang Pengting was surprised. Chief Mo is a powerful Xianwei, but he can't take charge. Mo Chenlong nodded and said, that's right, the heavenly rank is only the first step to becoming an inhuman. Even though you may be under great pressure, your actual combat power is just so-so. If you don't control a divine mecha, you are still a very weak life form in the universe. Therefore, don't think that we heavenly rank strongmen are omnipotent. By the way, don't think that with our current strength configuration, we can get through the forbidden areas of the 6th and 7th levels of the ruins. Not only Zhang Pengting, but even Chen Kai-ongzi was surprised. Can't a heavenly rank control a divine mecha? Mo Chenlong said lightly. That's right, the danger level of the forbidden area is far beyond your imagination. If there is sufficient intelligence, there is a chance to get through it. If the intelligence is insufficient, then at best, the manpower we brought this time can only get through the dense area of the 5th level. Lin Guotao frowned and said, in other words, you judge that the dense area of the ruins is very dangerous? What about the 2nd and 3rd levels? Mo Chenlong looked indifferent, but he answered every question and said, if we take action, we should be able to push it smoothly, but your logistics department must be away from 300 kilometers, otherwise, it will be affected by the shock. In short, your mission has been completed. You can go back and report. Chen Kai-ongzi asked, do you need our manpower? Your manpower? Mo Chenlong pondered for a moment, then said, okay, by the way, take your soldiers to see the new strategy and combat skills promoted by our headquarters, and improve your people's rank. Zhang Pengting asked curiously, has the headquarters developed any new mecha skills? Mo Chenlong shook his head and then said, it's not a mecha skill, but a divine fighting skill, which can greatly utilize divinity to improve the overall combat effectiveness. P.S. Arabic numerals will not be counted in the calculation of the number of words, no extra points are required, and the number of water words is not counted, haha. By the way, I'm asking for votes at the end of the month. Chapter 128 Hatching. Mo Chenlong's statement made Chen Kai-ongzi think about something. Zhang Pengting asked, is it something like the divine breathing method? Mo Chenlong said, it's similar, but not. You will see the details later. As for now, you can select 10 good players and be on standby at any time. When we confirm that we will start attacking the densely populated area, you can bring people here. Okay, no problem. As they talked, they decided on this matter. Tan Yiren, on the other hand, did not speak when talking about this matter, and showed a mysterious smile throughout the whole process. As for how to get the most benefit from actual combat, get the best state of divinity stimulation, and get in-depth divinity radiation, my experience is to absolutely let go of all distracting thoughts during combat. The fewer distracting thoughts, the stronger the combat power, and the strongest stimulation for the generation of divinity genes afterwards. How to distinguish distracting thoughts? In fact, it is not that complicated, because many things in combat are valid information. The key is to quickly filter out all the information obtained in combat. Rather than forcibly distinguishing which are distracting thoughts and which are positive thoughts, what I mean by fewer distracting thoughts is to have a global understanding of the battle and a firm mindset, so that you will not hesitate in your choices and will not doubt your judgment. In combat, it is not advisable to think too much or too little. If you think too little, you are easily deceived and use your big moves in vain. If you think too much, you are easily hesitant and waste time. Therefore, what you need to do in the early stage is to train your combat thinking and battlefield perception. The deeper your understanding of the battle in front of you, the clearer you are about what you can do, and the more you understand the enemy's situation, then even if the enemy is strong, you can quickly enter this state of nothingness. What? I said that nothingness is not really thinking about nothing. On the field, not only some female mecha masters, but also many strong players are constantly asking questions to understand what the state of absolute nothingness is like. Li Yi is also happy to share. This is a term he created himself. If he can successfully reproduce 1 or 2 points in other people, he can prove the correctness of his theory. As a pioneer, he can naturally observe the evolution of more people and give feedback to himself to adjust and optimize this state. Of course, the most important thing is that this state cannot be achieved by talking. You have to practice and fight persistently to gain some understanding. And he also has absolute confidence, not afraid that he will be surpassed by later generations if his experience is shared. After all, experience is experience, and it is people who execute it. Finally, after more than half an hour, Li Yi's sharing session finally ended under the reluctant eyes of a group of mecha masters. Many people were still reluctant to leave, and kept shouting Master Li, which made Li Yi speechless. And in the main seat, Mo Chenlong nodded slightly after listening to Li Yi's sharing. Your young man is indeed good, and he already has the aura of a great man. And he is also taking the complex route. It seems that he is very ambitious and wants to aim for the heavenly position. As soon as this evaluation came out, Chen Kai-ongzi smiled and said, not bad, Chief Mo, do you want to give this young man any more advice? Mo Chenlong said lightly, it's not a matter of guidance. There is a sequence in learning, and there is a priority in skills. Judging from his appearance, his pure fighting skills are probably not inferior to mine. As for the divine character fighting skills, I can learn a few tricks from him if I have the chance. Chen Kai-ongzi, Lin Guotao, and Zhang Pengting looked at each other inadvertently and confirmed their eyes. The seemingly indifferent Mo Chenlong's attitude was obviously better, while the seemingly enthusiastic Tan Yan was obviously neither cold nor hot, which was really strange. The three of them were also old friends for many years, and they understood each other's meaning with a glance. At that moment, Zhang Pengting coughed lightly and redirected the topic again, intending to test the true thoughts of the two chiefs. After the performance review meeting, Li Yi was surrounded by many people, asking for his personal communication number. Li Yi accepted all the calls and added them all. Anyway, whether the communication would be answered or not was another matter. Off the field, Kei Xiaodong drooled and said, wow, I'm so envious. I didn't expect there were so many beautiful mecha masters on the Sun Chaser. Sun Duxiu patted Kei Xiaodong on the shoulder and said with a smile, when you become a senior mecha master, there will be many beautiful girls who will add you. Don't worry, you are not ugly, you are just not handsome, Kei Xiaodong said speechlessly. Get lost. How good can you be? It's not that you are not handsome, but you have a bad mouth, so you don't have any luck with women. Understand? Sun Duxiu said with a smile. It doesn't matter. I just want to become stronger. While talking and laughing, Li Yi had already walked over and said with a smile, I'm going to go back and practice more. What about you? That's what I meant. After relaxing a little, it was time to train. The next day, Mo Chenlong sent a message that he was about to attack the densely populated area. Immediately, Chen Kai-ongzi and the other two selected their own troops and generals, and after some wrangling, they recommended 10 mecha masters. The Yaochi ship was Li Yi, Liang Zishan, Teng Jili, and Yao Shuwen. The Kufu ship was Hu Yidan, Zhang Tuangyao, and Bei Jiaozi. The Ziri ship was He Kizheng, Lin Xiaohu, and Long Qizhen. The reason for the recommendation was that they were in the top 20 in terms of military exploits and were relatively young. As for those who were older, they were excluded. The reason was also very simple. According to the situation revealed in Mo Chenlong's words, this time they would also let their young people see the fighting style of the main ship and learn the new divine skills they developed, or the divine fighting skills. Therefore, the older ones have matured their skills after all, and it is difficult to change the skill system, so they simply arranged the opportunity for the young people. Bei Jiaozi, who was recommended to the Kufu ship this time, is the captain of another mobile team. His overall performance this time is not bad. He has earned a lot of points and ranked 12th, so he can naturally get this opportunity. Yao Shiwan was lucky. After excluding the top 20 seniors, she happened to be ranked the highest among the remaining young people, so she also got to know the tale of this time. At this moment, 10 divine mechas were dispatched from the side warehouse and entered the second level of the ruins. According to Mo Chenlong's previous statement, they had already explored the general situation of the dense area of the second level this time. The gathering point was just in front of the towering tree that failed to push the last time. At the same time, as the 10 divine mechas left the side warehouse, the General Logistics Department of Cabin 18, as well as the accompanying starships of the Sun Chaser and Khufu, also started to start on the spot. Boom! On the vast ice surface, 3 towering behemoths like mountains sprayed high-speed propulsion airflow on the spot, bringing with them a huge roar and slowly rising into the air. Because the dense area had to be pushed, in order to avoid being disturbed by the earthquake, they had to stay away from 300 kilometers. On the other side, the 10 mechas, led by Li Yi, who had the first combat exploit, soon arrived in front of the giant tree in the center of the dense area. At this moment, part of the towering trees at the outermost edge of the densely populated area had been pushed flat. Running all the way, from a distance, one could see the towering tree in the center, which was unique, with an extremely exaggerated and sturdy trunk, occupying a small field of vision in front. But as one gradually approached, one found that the towering tree was just like the other trees, and it was ordinary. This was indeed very inconsistent. Normally, one should not be able to perceive the giants in the distance, and only feel the hugeness when close. But here it was the opposite. The closer one got, the more one felt that the central towering tree was just like that. At the same time, everyone also saw that beside the towering tree, there were already 4 B-class mechas of about 90 meters and 2 A-class divine mechas of about 150 meters, waiting here for a long time. Since the 2 A-class mechas were only half the size of the towering tree, it was not very shocking when one looked at it from a distance. But when everyone approached, they began to be distracted by the amazing momentum of the 2 A-class mechas. With a shocked mood, they carefully looked ahead. The feeling given by these 2 mechas is in line with common sense. Among them, the one on the left is 162 meters high. It has a human body shape, a sturdy body, and a pure black body. It has a dragon face decorated with steel. There are 2 convex horns on its head. Its skin is scale-like and covered with a layer of hard armor. Just standing there, it has a kind of icy and domineering taste. Looking at this overflowing divine aura, there is no doubt that it is the A-class Ice God sequence, the Ice Dragon Mecha controlled by Mo Chenlong. The other A-class divine mecha is 155 meters high, pure green, with a red vertical line between the eyebrows, which goes all the way to the top of the forehead, and then like a branching plum tree, a faint pink line is drawn. Compared with other divine mechas, its body has slightly narrower shoulders and thinner proportions. Its limbs do not fully show the proportions of human body. It looks a bit like a standing fox or a canine creature. This one is Tan Yiren's A-class Phantom God sequence, the Dragon Fox Mecha. Before entering here, Chen Kai-Ongzi and others had already explained the basic information to Li Yi and the other 10 people, so they would not make a mistake. At this moment, seeing Li Yi and the others arrive, Mo Chenlong nodded slightly, directly established a public frequency, and sent a message: "You are all C-class soldiers. I don't ask much of you. Just follow the orders and don't disobey them. By the way, I will take the time to explain the mysteries of the new skills to you. It depends on you how much you can comprehend." While speaking, Mo Chenlong began to issue instructions, allowing the 4 B-class divine mechas of about 90 meters to start moving. By the way, the standard of B-class is 85 meters, up to 144 meters, and all of them are considered B-class mechas. From 145 meters to 284 meters, they are all A-class mechas. The 4 B-class mechas seem to be well equipped, with swords in hand, thrusters on their backs, and landscape boards at their feet. Other divine equipment was also mounted on the arms and wrists. They were fully armed and very scary. They were the 4 common sequences of wind, fire, thunder and ice. At this moment, they seemed to have formed a special formation, moving in a zigzag pattern and taking turns to chop the central giant tree. Mo Chenlong continued to explain in a light tone: "According to our investigation, there is no doubt that this central giant tree is the core control authority of the entire second level. Normally, about 10% of the ruins will hide the control authority and common items inside. The so-called hiding trees in the forest and hiding corpses in the morgue means this. Therefore, your previous destructive behavior will cause the entire ruins to resist with an earthquake, but now, we have cut off the control line of the central giant tree in advance. Although there will still be resistance when chopping now, it will not cause such a big turmoil." As he spoke, the mechas could see that the ground in front of them was shaking continuously, causing the 4 B-class mechas to tilt, But they did not fall down. The dome did not fall down alloy like before, greatly disturbing everyone. Li Yu was confused, thought about it, and asked directly, "Commander Mo, may I ask how you confirmed the ownership of the authority?" Mo Chenlong, "Of course, I used the authority of the ruins that you transferred before. The specific operation involves confidential information. You don't have enough authority, so I won't talk about it for now." Although Li Yu was curious, since the other party said so, he couldn't continue to talk about this topic, so he could only let this question go for the time being. Not long after, the 4B class divine mechas took turns to chop and chop, and the central sky-high tree collapsed. On this side, Long Qizhan also asked, "Commander Mo, why don't we collect and transplant this giant tree? Isn't such a huge size also a great resource? We have encountered some similar central trees before, and none of them could be transplanted. Moreover, after being dug up, they will suddenly move, and the branches will turn into tentacles to attack the transportation personnel. Therefore, we can only cut them down and clean up the remains. Of course, if we are lucky, the remains will not be remains, but something else." Mo Chenlong answered every question. Although his tone was cold, he appeared to be very patient. In addition, there is another feature of a central tree like this. You can also remember it, that is, after being cut down, there will be a half-hour recovery period. And the area will be transformed into a dense forest-restricted area. There will also be a ban on speech here. From now on, no one of you can speak except me. Just mobilize your strongest combat power and clear the surrounding environment. Don't take other actions. If you have the energy, observe the actions of these 4B class mechas, persist for half an hour, and the forest-restricted area will automatically disappear." As he spoke, with the collapse of the central towering tree, the next situation was indeed as Mo Chenlong said, and the surrounding environment began to change dramatically. Boom! Boom! The loud sound like the earth tearing apart continued to sound. Countless extremely hard 10-meter thick tree trunks broke out of the ground, with hard spikes like spikes, and stabbed at the various divine mechas on the ground. Li Yu was well prepared. He controlled the Pluto Mecha to take down the 100-meter armor-piercing broadsword, stimulated his divinity, twisted his body with a spinning skill, put the long sword close to the ground, and turned 360 degrees on the spot. Chi-chi-chi. After a series of clean and crisp sounds, the sharp and hard tree trunks that were stabbed out were immediately cut in half. When they fell to the ground, you can see that the cross-section of each tree trunk was as smooth as a mirror, and there was no burr at all. It can be seen how clever the force was used and how sharp the blade was. The other several divine mechas also followed the instructions and showed their magical powers, or kept punching and kicking, or spraying divine energy cannons, or stimulating divine skills, or using divine weapons. A series of them showed their good combat qualities. Among them, those who had spare energy, such as Li Yi, also began to concentrate on the actions of the 4B level divine mechas. Just ahead, on the base of the towering tree, black spores like millstones were constantly ejected, just like flowers scattered by a goddess, and in an instant, they were scattered all over the surrounding area of nearly 5 kilometers. They took root on the ground and instantly turned into a tall giant tree, rising up, constantly causing trouble for the mechas. Not only that, within 100 meters of the base, the spores that fell to the ground attached to the broken upper half of the giant tree, and soon densely covered a pile of it, as if parasitizing it. In the blink of an eye, the entire trunk of the giant tree disappeared. What replaced the trunk in front of everyone was a 150-meter-high divine mecha. This divine mecha was mixed with brown and green, with a thick body and 8 limbs. There were countless small branches on the top of the forehead, covering most of its face. Seeing this, everyone was stunned, and they all wondered, why didn't they stop it as soon as possible? At this moment, the two heavenly strongmen did not make a move throughout the whole process, but just floated in the air on the spot, slightly away from the battlefield. Therefore, the focus of the whole audience was on the 4 divine mechas. They all wanted to see what this so-called new skill was all about. When Mo Chenlong saw the divine mechas appear, he finally started to speak, saying lightly, "Not bad, the quality of this central tree is quite high, and it can actually hatch an A-level divine mecha. Next, you all watch carefully and see how great the new skill is, and learn it well." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 New Technology. The next moment, the battle between the 4B class and A class mechas began. They were different from the programmed guard mechas that Li Yi and his team used to attack the hidden passage in the 6th level. Obviously, the A-class giant tree mecha was much smarter and more difficult to deal with. At this moment, the giant tree mecha waved its thick arms like a bridge across the river, and the slender and tough vines at the tip of its hands twitched like whips, whistling continuously. Snap! 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 Amid the violent sonic boom, the vines quickly hit one of the Fengshen sequence mechas and easily whipped it away. But strangely, after the Fengshen sequence mecha flew out, it did not feel out of control. Instead, it was extremely natural, like a light bird, spinning in the air, and then accelerated towards the giant tree mecha, drawing its sword and slashing it. This scene was very inconsistent. The huge mecha of more than 80 meters, with its huge tonnage, had a completely different sense of paper when it moved. Seeing this scene, Li Yi and the others immediately had different expressions. At this moment, Mo Chenlong, who was floating in the low sky, also said at the right time, "This move is called kite step, which is like a kite moving with the wind. It is one of the divine fighting skills we developed. As long as you have the characteristics related to the wind god sequence or the gravity-related characteristics, you can use it in fighting, and when the kite step is proficient to a certain level, it can be used on the mecha. The key is the meticulous use of the divine characteristics. If you can't do this, you can't make this huge divine mecha make such light and free movements, except for Li Yi, whose fighting style has always been better than the number of people." At this moment, the other 9 people in the team thought about their own straightforward mecha skills. In comparison, they did feel that their fighting style was a bit rough and felt ashamed. Li Yi's face was slightly strange. Isn't this the divine auxiliary method he pondered every day? He usually uses the explosion of wind and fire to accelerate body movement, uses the toughness to increase the resistance of a certain part, and uses the magnetic explosion to pull body movement. Aren't they all similar to the idea of the kite step? However, judging from the battle on the field, the 4B class mechas of the main ship are indeed more systematic in their use of these technologies. A quick look will reveal that their fighting style has its own rules and has obviously been improved many times. It is slightly different from Li Yi's impromptu operation based on the fighting situation. In comparison, Li Yi's style requires a higher grasp of the battle situation, while that set of fighting style can be promoted relatively universally and is easier to use. Seeing this, Li Yi nodded slightly in his heart and thought to himself, the main ship can systematize this set of things, which can indeed improve the comprehensive combat effectiveness of ordinary fighters. However, judging from Mo Chenlong's appearance, there should be other more powerful tricks, otherwise, it would not be so highly praised by a strong man like him. Just as Li Yi was thinking about this, the intense battle on the field ushered in another change. Another Thor sequence divine mecha was responsible for the fight with a giant tree mecha. With punches and kicks, lightning burst out. When bombarding, the explosion was earth-shaking and very fierce. Even when facing an opponent with a tonnage and body size that was more than half of its own, it still maintained its bravery. With the help of the fierce lightning of its hands and feet, it withstood the fierce hammering of the other 2 sturdy arms of the giant tree mecha, and was able to fight back a few times, hitting the outermost brown armor of the giant tree mecha and making it burst into a scorched black, and one dent and crack after another. Seeing this, Mo Chenlong nodded slightly and continued to explain to Li Yi and the others, this set of moves is called the 13 Lightning Fists. It is the best divine fighting skill of the Thunder God sequence at present. When combined with the use of the shock and break skills, the effect of breaking the enemy is unique. Similarly, you need to have the relevant characteristics of the Thunder God sequence to master it. The difference between this move and the kite step is that it reasonably utilizes the divinity of the Thunder God sequence and the strength of the mecha itself. It has little advantage in speed, and emphasizes more on lethality. With this set of technology, even a B-level mecha can threaten the A-level. Everyone also felt quite eye-opening. After all, the means of breaking defense for everyone present basically rely on the 2 magic weapons of divine skills and divine weapons. And the mecha skills are not very effective against this kind of programmed divine mecha, and there is no way to cross the divine mecha to hit the cockpit. Therefore, at this moment, seeing that the divinity can produce such a powerful power in conjunction with the activities of the mecha itself, it is naturally very impressive. Even Li Yi, because he only has 2 Thunder God sequence divine genes, his lethality is still limited. Therefore, he rarely uses the divine characteristics to improve his defense-breaking ability in battle. Most of them directly use their own exquisite control level to sharpen their divinity and increase the defense-breaking effect of Zanpakuto, an armor-piercing knife. With the outbreak of the Thunder God Sequence Mecha, it was the turn of the Vulcan Sequence Mecha to perform. In the battle group, the Thunder God Sequence Mecha and the Giant Tree Mecha were fighting fiercely. Suddenly, the Vulcan Sequence Mecha behind the two suddenly ignited a sky-high red-yellow flame, and smashed towards the Giant Tree Mecha like a huge fireball. This smash was no small matter. The Giant Tree Mecha was immediately rushed out of a huge defense-breaking hole by the Vulcan Sequence Mecha. The armor on the waist finally broke after being besieged by many mechas. With a crackling sound, the armor fragments fell to the ground inch by inch, and the ground was dented like a large piece of steel bar and ironstone. Not only that, the red-yellow flames continued to burn the wrinkled skin layer under the armor layer of the Giant Tree Mecha, emitting bursts of burning smell. Obviously, the attack of this fireball, after accumulating the fierce attacks of the first two, gave a key blow that was enough to change the direction of the battle. On the scene, the deterrent power of the Giant Tree Mecha declined visibly. In the actions of swinging punches and dodging, there was a little more sluggishness and a little less wisdom and dexterity. It stands to reason that the tonnage of this Giant Tree Mecha is there, and the output damage cannot be too low. It should be able to defeat the B-level Divine Mecha with a casual attack. But the fact is that the Giant Tree Mecha is the product of a last gasp, and it only has half an hour of fighting time. In addition, the opponent's 4 B-level mechas are fully armed, experienced, and mature in skills. After a patient and well-coordinated fight, the weakness on the scene is becoming more and more obvious. Mo Chenlong continued to explain calmly, the swift collision of the body turning into a fireball just now was also very particular. This is called the fire meteorite sacrifice strike. The collision at that moment gathered the explosion of countless high-pressure flames, and it was like a meteor falling to the ground, with an extremely fast speed. It was the result of using the divine characteristics of flame burning to the extreme. If there is a slight mistake in controlling the divine nature of the flame, before hurting the enemy, your divine mecha will be damaged. After all, once the divinity is stimulated at super intensity, the shell of the divine mecha will be extremely lacking in divine protection. And this moment is both the most powerful moment and the most vulnerable moment. With a self-sacrifice strike, it can cause such a terrifying defense-breaking effect on the A-level divine mecha. If it is like the lukewarm play before, the powerful A-level opponent will soon seize the opportunity to counter. Everyone nodded. In the cockpit, Li Yu was also thoughtful and gained a lot of inspiration. In combat, it is not advisable to use self-sacrifice strikes too much, but in mecha battles, you can use the characteristics of the divine mecha's thick skin and flesh and automatic repair to slightly increase the combat attack intensity. If used properly, it is indeed a good trick to gain an advantageous result. While thinking, finally, the Ice God Sequence Divine Mecha also aimed for a long time, stepped heavily, and rushed towards the Giant Tree Mecha with great force, and hit the Giant Tree Mecha's waist defense hole with a punch without any fancy. Boom! After the loud noise, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. The Giant Tree Mecha's body immediately paused and stopped moving. The next second, the Giant Tree Mecha's mouth opened slightly, and white cold air came out of its mouth. Immediately afterwards, with a crackling sound, the Giant Tree Mecha's bright brown armor began to dim, the surrounding air temperature gradually dropped, and the frost continued to condense. Within 3 or 4 seconds, it slowly showed a frozen state from the inside out. Seeing this scene, Li Yu's eyes slightly raised. As he also has the freezing property, he immediately saw through the mystery of this move. At the same time, Mo Chenlong's calm voice without emotion continued to come. This move is called the Penetrating Ice Fist. Use the shock skill to hit the absolute 0-degree divine property into the divine mecha from a distance and freeze its internal movement mechanism. This punch requires a proficiency in the shock skill that is difficult for ordinary people to understand, as well as a super high control of the absolute 0-degree property, in order to combine the two and freeze the strong enemy with subtle power. Of course, the premise also requires the cooperation of the first 3 teammates to open the defense gap and give this punch a chance. Otherwise, to break through the hard armor layer and directly enter the body of the divine mecha, the requirements need to be higher. As Mo Chenlong explained, the Giant Tree Mecha also lost its balance at any time and fell to the ground completely. Obviously, the Giant Tree Mecha with insufficient stamina could no longer offset the freezing from the inside of the body after a series of blows. If it was freezing outside the body, it would be easy to say. But freezing the interior of the divine mecha directly interfered with the internal operation, causing a large number of jams. Even if the corresponding automatic confrontation mechanism can work, it will take a long time to wait. At this point, the battle is over. As the giant tree mecha was frozen, the giant tree base stopped releasing giant tree spores. After a while, the 10 mechas on the 3 ships no longer had to clean up the endless giant tree thorns and stop their activities. After witnessing the battle of these strong men on the main ship, everyone, except Li Yi, felt from the bottom of their hearts that the other party's battle was really art, and the past battles were really fun. Now that the forest restricted area has been eliminated, it is possible to talk. And the few people who have been holding back their words will naturally not be idle. Zhang Tuangyao sighed, "It's really amazing. This is the battle art of the main ship." Lin Guotao, the head of the household, exhaled and said, "It seems that we have to communicate more with people in the central area, otherwise we will be like a frog in the well, and our vision is extremely limited." Liang Zishan and Yao Shiwen didn't think it was too amazing. After all, they had seen Li Yi use a lot of similar operations. Although Li Yi's is not systematic enough, it is obviously more imaginative and more flexible. However, although it is not amazing to see the performance of the main fleet, it is surprising enough. I didn't expect that the use of the divinity of the main fleet has reached such a complex level. The slightly older people in this group have never heard of this combat system before. Of course, it is not that there have been similar things. For example, the dragon soul breathing method that Li Yi had seen in the War Merit Library before as a means of using the characteristics of divinity to achieve enhanced training effects. But the former obviously pays more attention to the actual combat effect, while the latter pays more attention to training enhancement, which is not the same direction. As for another Zhirang accumulation method that Li Yi has seen, it has too many defects and will permanently damage the divine mecha, and it is not a perfect and good skill. At this time, Liang Zishan saw the opportunity and asked Mo Chenlong, "Commander Mo, will these moves be updated to the knowledge base of each main ship or the battle merit exchange library in the future?" Mo Chenlong said, "In fact, it has been synchronized to the battle merit library 2 weeks ago, but you are just in this ruins exploration activity and don't know it for the time being. That's why I want to show you the power of the divine character fighting skills. This will also attract enough attention from you and make up for the 2 weeks of training time you missed." Liang Zishan continued to ask, "Commander Mo, these divine character fighting skills only have the 4 common sequences of wind, fire, thunder and ice? How should I learn the alien god sequence like me?" Mo Chenlong said lightly, "Of course, there are some common skills. This time, the main ship has updated a total of 7 divine mecha skills to the War Merit Library of each main ship, and you can obtain them as needed. Of course, if you have seen us use it and mastered this skill yourself, it doesn't matter. What you exchange for War Merit is just detailed virtual reality teaching content. If you have the ability to comprehend and spread it yourself, as long as it is not spread to groups outside the Federal Mecha Division, it doesn't matter. Do you understand?" Li Yi's heart moved slightly. Is this a hint or a routine statement? But no matter what, judging from Mo Chenlong's tone, these technologies are probably very difficult. It seems that he doesn't mind others spreading them within the starship after learning them. Li Yi basically knew how to operate the 4 moves just now after watching them once. The principles and operating methods are not difficult for him. The difficulty is mainly his 4 divine genes. Except for the Pluto divinity, which has 4, the rest are only in the state of 1 or 2. With that amount of divinity, even if there are tricks, it is bound to be not fierce enough and the effect is not good. Of course, there are benefits. He learned 4 new moves for free. The Fire Meteorite Self-Sacrifice Strike and the Vibrating Ice Fist can greatly improve his defense-breaking power in the unarmed state, which is good. The Kite Step can slightly improve his dodge smoothness, which is also okay. The 13 Lightning Fists can be used in the armed state, which is very powerful. According to the price seen in the War Merit Library before, the teaching of this skill has more or less several thousand war merits, which is a considerable amount of money. Li Yi counted in his mind and found that he had mastered the secrets without learning, and it seemed that he had earned a lot for nothing. Of course, although he understood the principle, he still had to spend a little time to practice. Because the use of divinity is the core of these techniques, and Li Yi's current use of various divine characteristics is only at a passable level. Compared with the fighting skills that have almost reached perfection, it is naturally much worse. With a central giant tree in hand, the subsequent work of pushing the second level will be easy. At Mo Chenlong's request, the 10-man team continued to work, collecting giant trees and moving them out. Except for accidentally awakening 2 sleeping divine creatures at a height of 70 meters, there were no other problems. After about 4 hours, all the remaining towering trees were moved away, which was very efficient. At this moment, Mo Chenlong said, "Next, we will also attack the dense area of the 3rd level. The danger inside will be higher. Your strength may be a little difficult to deal with. Now I allow you to choose whether to continue with me or return directly to your logistics ship." Everyone chose to continue to follow without hesitation. Seeing this, Mo Chenlong, who had a paralyzed face in the cockpit, smiled a little and said, "Good job, you have the courage of a warrior. I hope you can also show the wisdom of a warrior next time, instead of proving that your choice is reckless." Tan Yiren also said, "You must pay attention as much as possible. The dense area of this relic is very difficult. If you lag behind, I may not save you." The scene was a little stiff for a while. Mo Chenlong did not try to smooth things over, and said calmly, "Let's go." Before entering the 3rd level, the 10-man group was split up. Among them, Li Yi and Zhang Tuangyao were in one group, Lin Xiaohu and Liang Zhishan were in one group, He Qizhang and Long Qizhan were in one group, Teng Jili and Bei Jiazi were in one group, and the only 2 women, Hu Yiding and Yao Shiwen, were in one group. Everyone did not understand the logic of this division. It was not based on strength or weakness, or strong, weak, nor was it based on fleets, and they did not see how well the divine sequence matched. And everyone also saw that Mo Chenlong seemed indifferent but was actually easy to talk to, so they asked about it. Mo Chenlong immediately said, "It's very simple, it's just random, and it depends on luck to be assigned to a group with someone. Since you have chosen it, I will take this responsibility and arrange some training for you. After all, when it comes to war, sometimes the formation is messed up, and the teammates you're familiar with are dispersed, and you will have to quickly adapt to new comrades. Since that's the case, everyone naturally has nothing to say, just do it. It's rare to meet such a good talking and willing to lead a strong man of the heavenly rank. Of course, if you can take advantage of it." During the march, Long Qizhan seized the opportunity and asked, "Captain Mo, how many heavenly rank warriors like you are there in the main battleship?" Mo Chenlong shook his head and said, "The exact number is confidential, but I can tell you that there are about 100 people." Everyone couldn't help but take a breath. Is it too much? No, it's too little. Because everyone knows more or less about the general situation of the hostile aliens. The heavenly rank is the aliens division level. This number is guaranteed to be tens of thousands of aliens, or even more. Long Qizhan couldn't help asking, the territory and planets controlled by humans are so vast, and the total population exceeds 1 trillion. The main ship with so many talents gathered only has hundreds of heavenly rank powerhouses, Mo Chenlong said lightly. The main ship is only a part of it. Each main ship also has 1 or 2. Together with the defenders of the Earth and major planets, there are thousands of them at most. This backbone force is basically enough for defense. In an interstellar war, the real winner depends on the top heavenly rank powerhouses, isn't it? Long Qizhan said with difficulty. Although the number of our heavenly rank powerhouses is not weaker than that of aliens, why are there so few heavenly rank powerhouses? Mo Chenlong said, is it strange? We humans have only risen for a few hundred years, and we have accumulated for so long, which is very good. Moreover, you seem to think it is easy to advance from the upper position to the heavenly rank? Is it really that easy? Have you ever thought about why those upper-level mecha divisions in your ship have not been promoted to the heavenly rank until now? Long Qizhan was speechless. Li Yi also interrupted and asked, has Commander Mo ever participated in the war with aliens? What do they look like? Why have I never seen any photos or information about aliens in any material? Mo Chenlong shook his head and said, I have never seen aliens either. I have only fought with human slaves controlled by aliens. As far as I know, there are also many strong human slaves who work for aliens. Li Yi also remembered a piece of gossip mentioned by Ke Xiaodong before, saying that an alien slave had been captured on the ship. So he asked, compared with the genes of federal humans, do the alien slaves have greater mutations? Mo Chenlong said, I can tell you clearly that reproductive isolation has not yet appeared below the heavenly level. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. The lack of reproductive isolation meant that the human slaves on the alien side must not have reproduced many generations. As they were talking, everyone arrived at the densely populated area of the third level and began to push forward. I asked for votes too late in the middle of last month, and I didn't reach the goal of only 500. I was in tears. I will continue to ask for votes from the beginning of this month, and continue to ask for 10,000 votes a day. Thank you for your support. As I said, if I can get 1,000 monthly votes this month, I will get 15,000 next month. I will keep my word. Thank you for your strong support, brothers, sisters, fathers and fellow villagers. Chapter 130 Flesh Armor. The densely populated area of the third level was bypassed by Li Yi's team at first, but they didn't really experience the difficulty inside. At this moment, Mo Chenlong said, according to our exploration results, the densely populated area of the third level is basically the same as the second level, and the focus is also the giant tree in the central area with the authority of the ruins. However, the towering giant tree in this level is taller and thicker, and it is obviously absorbing the energy from the inside of the planet, and it has its own tyrannical power. The divine characteristics of this level will also be differentiated, unexpected, and extremely fierce, so, don't take it lightly. From the beginning of this level, there will be accidents. Don't be taken away by accidents. After Mo Chenlong became familiar with everyone, he talked more and more, and there was no sense of distance from the strong man of the heavenly position. On the contrary, Tan Yiren, who was standing aside, could be heard from time to time on the public channel with her charming laughter with a little magnetism. But it was just a laugh, and there was no other words, which was quite mysterious and seemed extremely proud. But fortunately, her pride is for herself, and she didn't deliberately show it to others, so it's not bad. In addition, the B-level Divine Mecha Masters of Fenghua Libing are obviously senior upper-level evolvers like Zhou Changling, each of whom is extremely powerful and has a sophisticated fighting style. After knowing each other's names, everyone also knew the corresponding names of each other. The one in the sequence of the wind god is Feng Zhenzhong, and his mecha is called Feng Shu Mecha. The whole body is blue and wide, and the proportion of his body is tall and thin. He is 88 meters tall, slightly touching the threshold of B-level. The one in the sequence of the thunder god is Luo Guangquan, and his mecha is called Gangla Yi Mecha. The whole body is purple and blue, with thick arms, an inverted triangle body, and a body length of 91 meters. The one in the sequence of the fire god is Maodan, and his mecha is called Tian Mecha. The whole body is gradually red, and the joints are thick, like a giant bear, and the body length is 94 meters. The ice god sequence is Mo Chenai, whose mecha is called Hanlu Mecha. It is azure white in color, with cloud patterns on its arms and a cloud helmet on its forehead. It is 92 meters long and is Mo Chenlong's cousin. The four of them are all senior mecha masters of the main ship, and they have no other positions, but their authority has reached level 5. Originally, they did not mention the relationship between relatives, but because they were familiar with Mo Chenlong, they directly asked in a joking manner whether they were siblings. Unexpectedly, Mo Chenlong nodded and said, "Indeed, there is a relationship, but she is not a sister, but my cousin. By the way, the reason why I took this task is not only because I am interested in this relic itself, but also because my cousin, Mo Lin, had an accident here, and his elders asked me to come and take a look." Everyone suddenly understood. Yes, even in a large-scale combat organization, the human relationships that should exist still exist. Even if you become a heavenly strongman and have reproductive isolation from ordinary people, you are still in such a circle composed of blood ties. And naturally you can't get rid of these relationships. Liang's Hishin immediately asked, "Then Chief Mo, do you think it is possible for Li Hong to recover his memory?" Mo Chenlong shook his head and said, "I am only a heavenly evolver, not a god. My specialty is combat. If the reconstruction experts can't see it, I naturally can't solve it either." The eyes of the few people who explored the 6th level together last time all dimmed. Yes, although the heavenly rank is already inhuman, it is not omnipotent. The heavenly rank can only exert a stronger power of the divine mecha than ordinary evolvers. Those who can really match the 100-meter mecha with human power are above the heavenly rank. Only when they control the more powerful divine mecha can they truly suppress the star field. Even so, when encountering problems outside of their expertise, they may not be able to solve them all. But at this time, Mo Chenlong changed the subject and said, "Although I have no way, the Chief Inspector Tan next to me may not have no way. Because it happens that Li Hong's problem is her professional field, everyone immediately looked at the Dragon Fox mecha across their own mechas. Seeing the huge heads turning their heads one after another, Tan Yiren finally spoke in the cockpit. It's too much to say that it's a professional field, it's only half related, but I do have some ideas about Mo Liheng's amnesia, and I can try to treat it, but the materials are not complete now, and we need to wait for a batch of materials to be delivered. After they are delivered, we can rescue him. Seeing this, Li Yi and the others were relieved. After all, they were teammates who had fought together. Although they were not close friends, they would naturally not be indifferent. Liang Zhishan wanted to ask about Mo Liheng's details and try to establish a friendship with Tan Yiren. He started to talk about it, but Tan Yiren ignored him, so he stopped asking for trouble. Everyone also realized that except for relatively formal occasions, or when someone of the same status as Mo Chenlong mentioned it, Tan Yiren would not say much if she could. She was really frugal with words, which was completely opposite to Mo Chenlong. The third level of the push began. Except for the A-level mechas driven by the two heavenly masters, they did not move. 4 B-class and 10 C-class all started fighting in the outer area. Most of these people had divine weapons, and they chopped with knives or swords, or used divine skills, showing their magical powers and advancing continuously. At the 5th minute, the various divine characteristics mentioned by Mo Chenlong before also suddenly began to erupt. First, a black mist that corroded bones was released, blocking the vision. Then, a large amount of pheromone-like poison began to mix in the mist. Once it came into contact with the outer shell of the divine mecha, it would cause it to generate a large amount of information load and transmit it to the cockpit. It was like a large number of Trojan viruses invading the body. The mechas used their divinity to clean the surroundings of their bodies, and they were done quickly. But in the process of pushing forward, troubles are indeed inevitable. At the 10th minute, the giant tree pits that had been transplanted away suddenly ignited with nameless and colorless translucent flames like gas. The vast area of densely populated giant trees seemed to have ignited countless sky-high torches. And the faint outline of the flames expanded more and more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just like a giant beast breathing deep inside, strong air currents blew up the translucent flames and rolled the light-colored flames toward the mechas. Seeing this, Mo Chenlong shouted softly, "Use all your strength to activate the divine shield, and don't let this flame attach to the mecha shell. Don't let any of it slip through, or you will be seriously injured. If you don't have the energy to activate the divine shield, retreat quickly, and don't try to offset it with divinity. Except for the divine shield, other crude techniques will only give these flames more combustion effects." Hearing the warning, everyone did not hesitate and immediately activated the divine shield. Among the people present, except Li Yi, Yao Shiwen, and Long Qishan, they were all new to the middle position and not experienced enough. The rest of them were at least middle-level elites who had half a foot in the upper position. The divine shield was already a necessary skill. Immediately, the divinity was activated, and a colorless and invisible spherical defense circle appeared outside the body, isolating the light-colored flames. As for Li Yi and the other two, their total amount of divinity barely met the standard, so they were able to activate the divinity shield, and soon formed a circle of spherical shields 5 meters outside the body. But the three knew that they could not hold out for long, so they retreated decisively. Mo Chenlong shouted, "Those who stay in place, continue to chop, and the flames will naturally subside if you keep doing so. Those who retreat to the periphery, each use divinity skills to assist." Li Yi immediately activated the divinity of Hades, and the upper and lower jaws of the Hades mecha opened, and the invisible divinity in its mouth quickly gathered, and with a pop, it shot out a shock wave of freezing. Whoosh! The dark blue light column shot out with a bang, sweeping directly, which was quite effective. Every time it swept a burst of translucent flames, the flames would immediately go out. After a circle, it was not the turn of other divine mechas to show their power, even if these translucent flames had subsided. Mo Chenai on the other side followed closely, activating the divinity of Hanlu, and spewing out a freezing wave with faint light from his mouth, sweeping the translucent flames in front. But what surprised everyone was that the effect of Mo Chenai's divine freezing wave was slightly worse than Li Yi's. The freezing wave of the Pluto Metra was extinguished upon contact, while Mo Chenai's needed to sweep once more to completely extinguish the flames. It was really strange. Logically speaking, the Pluto Metra was only sea level, while the Hanlu Metra was B level, so the results should be reversed. For a moment, The reason could only be attributed to the subtle difference in characteristics, which happened to have a special attack effect. Seeing this scene, Mo Qianlong's eyes also flashed slightly, as if thinking about something. In the 20th minute, when the flames subsided, the mechas pushed forward with all their strength, which improved their efficiency. They no longer played slowly and advanced slowly, and soon pushed to the front of the central giant tree. Afterwards, according to the previous operation, they continued to wear down the fierce resistance of the central giant tree, and completely chopped down the central giant tree in the 32nd minute. Everyone knew that the central giant tree was likely to change once and become a huge A-level mecha. But they did not stop it. Because although this is the last glimmer of the central giant tree, the A-class mecha that has been transformed is real. If you freeze it before it completely loses its combat power and annihilates itself, you can capture an A-class mecha. In the worst case, you can probably get an A-class divine nucleus. Even if it is a half-incomplete A-class, it is still A-class, and the quality of divine radiation is naturally high. Maybe it is a rare characteristic and very precious. What's more, there are two powerful A-class mechas controlled by powerful heavenly masters, and their strength is naturally far superior to the programmed giant tree mecha. With these two people in the battle, you don't have to worry about no one to back you up in the battle. You can fight your opponent boldly and stimulate your divinity. Sure enough, as the central giant tree collapsed, its base began to shoot out black spores the size of a millstone at high speed. The spores attached to the remains of the giant tree like leeches and merged into it. Then, after a period of squirming, two thick green arms and two thick brown thighs were born. Countless old, cracked barks swelled, darkened, thickened, and hardened, turning into tough, hard, and unusually rough bark armor. The robe seemed to have given the giant tree a lot of deep red, active flesh and blood, like a red pulp, filling the cracks between the barks. In the blink of an eye, a giant species that was said to be a divine mecha, but was obviously more like a flesh monster, slowly stood up and appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the height, it was astonishingly 173 meters, and with its unusually thick shoulders and waist, the sense of oppression was obviously even stronger. Everyone, prepare to fight. Mo Qianlong rarely revealed a solemn voice. This half-flesh armor mode is the most difficult one among the tree-type divine mechas. Everyone, be careful not to be attached to it casually. Once attached, it will continue to absorb your divinity and transform it into its body. In other words, the opponent's theoretical minimum endurance is half an hour, but it will continue to change as it absorbs your divinity. If you are not sure, don't move forward at will. However, although Mo Qianlong's voice was solemn, he never meant to do it himself. It can be seen that this enemy is still within his control. Seeing this, everyone also calmed down and began to attack. Boom! With a loud bang, the light and active body of the Windbeam Mecha was directly interrupted, and it flew out like a huge cannonball. At the moment when everyone was caught off guard, the Windbeam Mecha, which was in the kite step state, was unexpectedly stuck to the Achilles tendon by the flesh of the Flesh Giant Tree Mecha, and was torn to the ground and received a heavy kick from the Flesh Giant Tree Mecha. The Windbeam Mech flew backwards, and the body was still being devoured by the growing flesh and blood. It was unable to stimulate its divinity and use the kite step to adjust its state in midair, and crashed directly into the transplanted giant tree behind it, rumbling like dominoes and knocking down the densely integrated giant tree. The next moment, the giant tree Flesh and Blood Mech seized the opportunity and opened its mouth to spray a huge mass of flesh and blood like mucus falling on the rushing cold dew mech. In an instant, the armor layer of the cold dew mech made a sizzling sound, and it was corroded by a large mottled and uneven gap. On the public channel, Mo Qianlong's painful hum was heard at the same time. Obviously, the lethality of this mass of flesh and blood is even better than that of the Windbeam Mech. In the blink of an eye, the two main mechas were destroyed, and the intensity of the battle instantly exceeded everyone's imagination. Li Yi and Zhang Tuangyao's team, standing on the side of the Hanlu Mecha, also did not hesitate to push forward, so as to prevent the Hanlu Mecha from being taken advantage of. When the Pluto Mecha rushed forward, it activated the spin skill while running, and spun the 100-meter armor-breaking broadsword in a spiral forward like a discus, constantly accumulating momentum. At the same time, it stimulated the wind and fire thrusters on the shoulder armor and the exploding wind and fire divinity at the feet, superimposing kinetic energy. At a very fast speed, while spinning in front of the Flesh and Blood Giant Tree Mecha, it once again broke out the toughness and sharpened the blade to the extreme. Whoosh! The knife light flashed suddenly. At the blade, Countless tiny snowflake patterns were stimulated by the divinity, and the armor-breaking special effects were superimposed on the blade like a transparent sheet. With a whistling sound, it fiercely chopped the 6 cracked bark fingers of the flesh and blood giant tree mecha that were about to hit the Hanlu mecha. Swish! The fingers were cut off by the huge force and flew to the dome. Although it is A-level, the fingers are still one of the weakest parts of the body, and naturally cannot withstand the spinning slash of the Pluto mech with C-level divine weapons and multiple buffs. With a slash, the Hanlu mech is out of crisis. With Li Yi's control of the real machine, he can make a contribution as long as he takes action. Originally, the two main forces were defeated, and everyone was a little frustrated. At this moment, seeing that Li Yi was not at all chaotic, the morale was immediately boosted, and he suddenly attacked. And then, the Pluto mech's offensive state was not over yet. Keeping the spinning posture, the wrist kept shaking, madly infusing the Pluto divinity into the armor-breaking broadsword, seizing the opportunity of the flesh and blood giant tree mech's attack being interrupted and slightly delayed, continuing to rush forward, and slashing the flesh and blood giant tree mech's chest with a slash. Snap! The blade hit the opponent like a heavy hammer, and countless Pluto divinities were then transmitted into the body of the flesh and blood giant tree mech in the form of vibration, causing its internal temperature to drop immediately. This knife, seemingly a chop, is actually a transformation of the shock skill, and is not aimed at chopping. After all, no matter how fierce this knife is, it will not be effective against the A-level giant tree mecha's most armored chest armor. It is better to inject the freezing property into the body to suppress the opponent's movement speed. Although Li Yi's proficiency in controlling the Pluto god is not perfect, under the drive of the perfect level fighting skills, he can also exert 50% to 60% of the essence of the shock-piercing ice fist. Immediately, the movement of the flesh and blood divine mecha also lags for a moment. However, Li Yi knows that he has penetrated too deep into the hinterland, and it is still too dangerous to face this flesh and blood giant tree mecha. Therefore, he makes a decisive decision, hits and succeeds, and then quickly retreats. That moment of lag is enough to give other opponents the opportunity to attack. Seeing the Pluto mecha's two neat moves, Mo Chenlong's expression moved slightly, and then he cheered, "Good." The fighter grasped the opportunity decisively and accurately, and used a small force to win a big one. It was quite exciting, and he even used the sword to bring out the essence of the penetrating ice fist. Very good. Although Tan Yiren on the other side was not moved, her pupils shrank slightly, and then calmed down. On the battlefield, the situation of adverse winds also changed slightly. But the giant tree flesh and blood mecha is indeed stronger than the second level, and its characteristics are also more weird and fierce. Therefore, although the wind direction of the battlefield has changed from disadvantage to equal, there is still a fight. Chapter 131 Generation. In the battle group, the Thunder Mech and Iron Flame Mech were the first to resist the impact of the flesh and blood giant tree mech. The lightning flashed, the punches hit the flesh, and the sound was rumbling. The flesh and blood giant tree mech punched and kicked, and sometimes shot out strange flesh and blood. The threat was extremely high, and no one could take its attack. And as the battle unfolded, everyone was shocked to find that the flesh and blood giant tree mech was completely different from the slow movements of the giant tree mech. Instead, it was agile and moved very quickly, and it easily avoided many energy cannons from the rear mechas. Moreover, the flesh and blood giant tree mech quickly resolved the freezing in the body caused by Li Yi's penetrating ice knife. Although this moment of sluggishness caused the Thunder Mech to cause a lot of trouble to the flesh and blood giant tree mech. But the other teammates did not make a decisive blow after all. A little later, the flesh and blood giant tree mech, which had recovered, had already caused a lot of wounds to the Thunder and Iron Flame mechas in front. However, the wounds did not affect the activities of the Divine Mecha for the time being, and there was no overwhelming turning point. Moreover, this time the two carefully avoided the attacks of the strange flesh and blood. Once they approached, they would use violent thunder or fierce flames to force the strange flesh and blood back. Therefore, for a while, under the cover of the 10 divine mechas in the back, they were evenly matched. At this time, Liang Zheshan seized the opportunity, controlled the monkey suit mecha to leap vigorously, jumped over the strange flesh and blood that was flying straight, gathered all his strength, gathered his divinity, and accompanied by bursts of white light, blasted out his fists and hit the flesh and blood giant tree mecha. In an instant, the divinity of the monkey suit broke out, and the special power penetrated into the body of the flesh and blood giant tree mecha, causing it to pause slightly. The characteristics of the monkey suit divinity are also relatively strange, like force but not force, like heat but not heat, as if it is a group of chaotic entangled strange power. The destructive power is high and low, mainly depending on the adaptability. If the adaptability is high, even if the opponent is an A-level mecha, there is a possibility of breaking the defense. If the adaptability is low, even if the opponent is a D-class mecha, it may not be able to break the defense. But there is no rule for whether the adaptability is high or not, which is quite metaphysical. Therefore, Liang Zixin's actual combat power is also high and low. Fortunately, he has a solid foundation, and even if he does not use the divine characteristics, he has considerable strength. At this moment, the opponent is so fierce, he naturally wants to try whether the divinity can work. But unfortunately, this punch failed. The adaptability is not high. Boom. The ape suit mecha failed to hit, but instead revealed its own flaws, and was directly entangled by a mass of flesh and blood, tightly clamped like a snake, and absorbed the divinity. It happened that at this time, Hu Yideng's telomere mecha chopped from behind with a big knife, slashing horizontally and vertically 3 times, cutting the mass of flesh and blood into several sections, and the ape suit mecha did not continue to absorb the divinity. On the battlefield, Hu Yideng's outstanding fighting talent began to show. As the best of the top mecha masters among the 3 ships, she was ranked 3rd in this battle, which was not in vain. She was extremely sensitive in battle, as if she was born with intuition. When she fought, her sword light was surging and the intensity was extremely high. Her battlefield performance was second only to Li Yi in the group of 10. Even several veteran top mecha masters, such as Lin Guotao and Zhang Tuangyao, were not as good as her. Li Yi looked at her fierce fighting and remembered that Hu Yideng had said that he had killed a B-class alien mecha when he faced doubts about whether he was worthy of the duties of the on-site staff officer at the meeting. From this point of view, it might not be a lie. In a blink of an eye, as time passed, the balance of the battle gradually tilted towards everyone. Although the flesh and blood giant tree mecha was strange and changeable, it had many opponents and high combat literacy. The most important thing was that its own endurance was too poor. Once the battle time was prolonged, it could not get enough divinity from the opponent, so it gradually became exhausted. Li Yi was also in the heat of the battle, and he could vaguely feel that the 12th divine gene was about to be generated. After such a long battle, his fighting spirit was soaring that he was about to burst out. Immediately, in the cockpit, he adjusted his breathing, stimulated his ki and blood, and then covered his heart and blood vessels with the generation characteristics. At the same time, the microelectric characteristics were stimulated, and the muscles of the whole body were stimulated, swelling again, pulling the load resistance of the whole body to the extreme. Then, he controlled the wrist of the Pluto mecha to turn the armor-breaking broadsword and stick it to his back. Then he jumped up, and his body was lifted into the air with the help of the wind and fire thrusters, straight up 300 meters. Then, he pressed the dome with his other hand, turned the wind direction of the wind and fire thrusters, and sprayed upwards. At the same time, he observed the battle group, and his wrist shook with force, and the weight of his whole body fell straight down with the force of both phases. During the fall, the armor-breaking broadsword swung out a large circle, and the wind and fire divine compressed airflow on the back of his hand suddenly exploded. At the same time, the electric light also shook. Huh? The blade flashed with thunder and pierced the sky. The extreme sharpness, under the terrifying kinetic energy falling from the sky, blew up the air, turned into a semicircular blade arc, and swept to the shoulder of the flesh and blood giant tree mecha. The tip of the blade went down, cutting all the way down from the shoulder of the flesh and blood mecha. It didn't stop until it reached the ground. Puff. Snap. Z. First there was a bloody hole, and then the shoulder and right arm of the flesh and blood giant tree mecha cracked, separated and fell to the ground, and then countless blood and flesh splashed out. This was Li Yi's self-sacrificing knife that exploded with the divinity of his whole body, assisted by the 5 major characteristics of tornado, burning, magnetic explosion, microelectricity, and toughness. It was also the ultimate knife that he had brewed from the inspiration he got from the fire meteorite self-sacrifice. This scene made the battle group suddenly quiet. No one expected that Li Yi, who was driving a C-class mecha, holding a C-class divine weapon, could actually cut off the shoulder of an A-class mecha. Even though this A-class mecha was already shaky and exhausted, with scars all over its body. But even a centipede is still alive, let alone this weird and ferocious flesh and blood giant mecha? At this juncture, the flesh and blood giant mecha's desperate attack is enough to take away any B-class mecha on the field. Originally, everyone wanted to delay time and outlast the opponent. Unexpectedly, Liu directly established the situation with one knife. As the flesh and blood giant mecha was cut off with its shoulders and arms, the iron flame mecha also seized the opportunity, turned into a fireball, and hit the flesh and blood giant mecha like a meteor. Fire meteorite sacrifice strike. Boom. The large amount of wood fiber exposed on the shoulder was attached to the flames and suddenly burned, further weakening the flesh and blood giant mecha. Yao Shiwen seized the opportunity and controlled the fire phoenix mecha to launch a sky-high flame to help the fire. In the blink of an eye, the flames were blazing. The flesh and blood divine mecha continued to shoot out flesh and blood, intending to absorb the divinity of the surrounding mechas, but was immediately swept down by waves of energy cannons. The Hanlu mecha rushed up and made 3 consecutive penetrating ice punches. Bang! 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 The shocking ice and cold characteristics penetrated the body and froze inside the body of the flesh and blood giant tree mecha. At this point, the flesh and blood giant tree mecha, which was about to be exhausted, had ice cold in its body, and its body movements were finally frozen. At the same time, with Li Yi's self-sacrificing blow, the 12th divine gene in his body finally brewed to the limit and began to generate. Li Yi did not hesitate to take out a large amount of Jingyu No. 3 potion that had been prepared in the cockpit, and drank it in big gulps. As for the battle in the battle group, his teammates were still alive, and he only needed to control the Pluto mecha to retreat to a safe distance and break through alone. After a while, the sound of the flesh and blood giant tree mecha falling to the ground came. In Li Yi's body, a divine gene was finally generated in the gene sequence in his body, and it shone brightly. He closed his eyes tightly and carefully experienced what the characteristics of this new divine gene were. It's still the Pluto divinity, however, this characteristic no longer seems to be of the freezing type, it seems to be related to death and imprisonment. But it is obviously a bit mysterious, not as clear as other characteristics. While thinking, Liu also knew that he couldn't slack off for too long, so he immediately controlled the Pluto mecha and re-participated in the flattening work. Now that the central giant tree has been solved, the next step is to deal with the remaining giant trees. Although collecting these giant trees is hard work, with the experience of participating in the killing of A-level divine mechas, this time I will definitely get a lot of combat merits. The mechas began to dig the ground and move the towering trees in a hard and simple way. Yao Shiwen drove the fire phoenix mecha and approached, chatting privately. Li Yi, have you made a breakthrough? Have you condensed a new divine gene? Li Yi replied, you have noticed all this? You are very sensitive, Yao Shiwen said. Hey, I am so familiar with your breath. If I can't detect some changes, wouldn't it be a waste to fight side by side with you for so long? Li Yi smiled and said, yes, we have known each other for more than 3 months. While talking, Liang Zishan also discovered the difference in Li Yi and asked directly on the public channel, hey, Li Yi, have you made a breakthrough on the battlefield? Have you condensed a new divine gene? The generation of individual divine genes, except for the critical points of each major position, generally will not have a significant change in combat power. But Li Yi is Li Yi after all. His full skills, even if it is a divine gene, can make him have a big difference in the basic actions of controlling the divine mecha. Therefore, Liang Zishan, as an instructor of the special class who knows a lot about Li Yi, also quickly saw Li Yi's breakthrough. Li Yi naturally had nothing to hide, and replied, indeed, there is a slight breakthrough. Hiss. Liang Zishan took a breath of cold air and said in surprise, you are really good, didn't you condense the last one not long ago? This is less than a week, right? Li Yi smiled and said, after all, I am taking the compound route, generating one a week, isn't that a normal speed? As soon as this was said, there was a sound of gasping and grinding teeth on the public frequency. Damn, this kid really deserves a beating. Zhang Tuangyao is now in the same group with Li Yi, and now they are a little familiar with each other. At this moment, he said speechlessly, you got the advantage and you are sold out. You kid can keep a low profile, so that we won't be heartbroken and cry like rain, and finally can't help but attack you, understand? Li Yi smiled and said, that's great. After this exploration, if there is any master who wants to fight with me, just say it directly, I will not refuse anyone who comes. Everyone was speechless. This kid really knows how to hit the snake with a stick. 2.5 hours later, the remaining towering trees in the densely populated area of the third level, along with the pedestals of the central number of authorities, were all packed up and taken away. At this time, as the densely populated area of the third level was completely flattened, a building about 30 meters high appeared in front of everyone. Looking at its shape, it was like a three-layer gourd, all green, and occupied a large area. Seeing this thing, not to mention Li Yi, even the others who had checked the relevant intelligence were surprised. The residence of the gourd man was also found here? Mo Chenlong's ice dragon mech landed from mid-air and walked closer to observe. I didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest. According to the previous intelligence, Li Yi, is this the style of the gourd civilization you discovered before? Li Yi said, it looks like the style of the gourd man. The style of this building is good and the size of the individual is basically the same, as if it is a replica of its laboratory. Mo Chenlong thought for a moment and said, in this case, Luo Guangquan, Maodan, you two stay to guard, and the others will follow me to search inside to see if there are any usable items. In the environment of the third level, the material changes are not particularly slow, and the air environment is also in line with the human situation. It is naturally safe to go down. At this moment, a total of 14 people ejected from the cockpit of the Divine Mecha, jumped, landed on the ground, and headed towards the third laboratory that was discovered. Mo Chenlong asked, Li Yi, I remember the records in the intelligence, to Guardman's experimental notes. Did you participate in the translation? Or is it just a coincidence? Li Yi nodded slightly. It was indeed translated by me. As soon as this was said, except for a few people who had seen Li Yi's deciphering skills, the others immediately looked at him sideways. Lei Guangquan was a bold man, and he exclaimed, you are really a genius. It's not enough that you can defeat the A-level Divine Mecha as a mid-level evolver, but you can also decipher the language of other civilizations. Liang Zhishan smiled and said, Li Yi can decipher more than one language. Even the voice of the ant-fly people we found in the 6th level was deciphered by Li Yi. Mo Chenlong praised, sure enough, each main ship is indeed a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. I came here for the right time. Li Yi, you have this deciphering skill, you can study it carefully. In the future, whether you are exploring ancient ruins or grasping the intelligence of aliens, it will be of great benefit. Li Yi said, thank you for the compliment, sir. I am just standing on the shoulders of my predecessors. Who is not standing on the shoulders of their predecessors? Don't be modest. If you make any discoveries next, you will have to rely on you, understood? The structure of the laboratory is exactly the same as the two that Li Yi had seen before, with no difference. Even the position of the change button has not changed at all. Entering it, there is no decoration on the first floor. There were some traces of footsteps on the ground. Li Yi immediately said, don't rush in, let me record all these traces first. This time was different from the other times. His teammates didn't fully understand Li Yi's ability. If he stepped on some relatively obvious traces while walking, it would still be a bit disturbing. Although his tracking skills have been perfected and trace recognition has reached perfection. But saying one or two more words can reduce some interference items, which is still necessary. Mo Chenlong was very supportive and said directly, do as Li Yi said. Everyone stopped immediately. Li Yi stood at the door and began to observe. Although he didn't have the super precision information recognition of the Divine Mecha, as a mid-level evolver who broke the limit twice, his 5 senses were naturally much stronger than ordinary people. There was no problem dealing with the current situation. Some of the footprints are consistent with the first and second laboratories, and the overlap is very high. It seems that the 3 laboratories are all owned by the same guard man. After recording all the information he could see in front of him in his mind and forming an unforgettable memory, he began to step forward. On this side, Mo Chenlong's eyes showed a strange look, and he asked, Li Yi, you can even identify footprints. Liang Zhishan immediately said, Commander Mo, Li Yi is recognized as the strongest strategy king of our Yaoqi ship. Most of the key intelligence of the entire Xianshu ruins was obtained and analyzed by him. The mere footprint analysis is just a trivial matter for him, as a teammate on the same ship. Liang Zhishan naturally knew the importance of praising Li Yi at this time. If Li Yi's authority was discounted here, then the subsequent military exploits and corresponding contributions that could be won would naturally be slightly discounted in this complex group from different main ships. Mo Chenlong nodded slightly and said, he knows how to decipher and can detect traces. In this way, it seems that Li Yi is really born to explore ruins. While talking, Everyone walked around the first floor. Except for the slight footprints on the ground, there were no other discoveries. Turning to the second floor, it was the same layout as before. Various culture tubes and gene dishes were displayed. Some had already deteriorated, and some were sealed and not affected. Looking all the way, it seems that there is nothing special. So they continued to the third floor. Everyone was slightly surprised when they entered from the corridors on both sides. There was another skeleton on the ground on the third floor. It was quite different from the common human appearance, but it also looked about 70% human. The main difference was the head. The protrusions of the upper and lower jaws were too obvious, making it look like an ape. But there were some pieces of cloth that seemed to have been dried in the wind attached to the outer circle of the skeleton, and it seemed to be a human wearing human clothes, which was really weird. At the same time, this skeleton had another feature that was consistent with the findings of the second laboratory. That was the chest, which also had traces of being broken out of the chest. The ribs where the heart was located were obviously broken. Pharmacist Wan walked up to Li Yi and asked quietly, "Could this corpse be human as well? It's hard to say. I'm not an expert in autopsies. We have to take it back for genetic testing." Pharmacist Wan frowned and said, "It's a bit strange. The chest of this corpse is also broken. Could it be that the parasite has tracked it here?" Li Yi said, "It's really strange. It seems that I have to change my thinking. Some of my previous inferences may need to be revised." Pharmacist Wan asked curiously, "Revise? How do you mean?" Li Yi shook his head and said, "I suspect that the gourd man may have met us before." Pharmacist Wan's heart moved slightly, and she exclaimed, "Could it be the parasitic life of the giant clam? The gourd man's body is actually a parasitic creature? And the corpse we brought back before was just one of the skins he abandoned." As soon as these words came out, not only a few people who were listening carefully to the conversation between the two, but also the others who were watching not far away, all looked over in surprise. Li Yi shook his head and said, "It is possible, but there is no evidence at present. I think we need to ask the people at the Biological Research Center to focus on extracting DNA from the chest area around the corpse to confirm whether it is consistent." Pharmacist Wan nodded, with a look of fear on her face. If the parasitic life they encountered before was really a gourd man, then given its wisdom, I am afraid that if they're really met in the 5th level, they might not be able to get much benefit. Maybe there will be casualties. Li Yi was surprised that there was no foul smell this time. Is it because the material flow rate in the 3rd level is faster, and the stench in this place has slowed down with the passage of time? Unfortunately, although he has mastered the corresponding knowledge of human physiology, the application scenarios mainly involve fighting. As for the specific inspection methods of corpses, he has not really dabbled in it. Therefore, there is no way to see anything in more details. At this time, Li Yi noticed that the height of the skeleton was a little wrong. After thinking about it, he lifted the skeleton up. At a glance, he found an item that looked like a notebook under the skeleton's buttocks. Judging from its shape, isn't it the style of an experimental notebook? Everyone also noticed a note that Li Yi had found and came over. There is a Goer text on it. Translate it and see what it says, Liang Zheshan said quickly. Li Yi nodded and began to read. With his familiarity with the Goer text and his mastery of deciphering skills, his translation speed was much faster. He read it out directly. On the 102nd experimental day, I succeeded. I have unparalleled power and wisdom. It's a pity that part of my immortality nucleus was destroyed in the experiment, and my lifespan began to slip away. I no longer have an unchanging life. How ridiculous. When I regained my power, the price was the loss of time that I never cherished. Fate really loves to play tricks on people. How long do I have left to live? There should be only 100 experimental days left, maybe less. In the remaining time, how should I repair this damaged immortality nucleus? When he read this, Li Yi felt a spike-like feeling while flipping through the pages, and his heart moved slightly, and he took out a fragment. As the fragment came out of the pages of the notebook, a soft, extremely comfortable divine radiation radiated out. Mo Chenlong's eyes trembled slightly, and he said in surprise, "This kind of characteristics, could it be the fragment of the immortal nucleus recorded in the notes?" As soon as this was said, the eyes of everyone present changed. Liang Zheshan understood what this meant the most, and hurriedly said, "Li Yi, look for other fragments quickly. This gourd man may have left his broken nucleus fragments here." Chapter 132 Immortality. Li Yi continued to search, shook his notebook a few times, and found that there was still only this one. At the same time, as everyone was continuously exposed to this divine radiation, at that moment, everyone felt the subtle growth of vitality. The eyes looking at this fragment changed. What a high-quality yuan fragment. Many people who took the only route wanted to jump out of this radiation circle immediately to avoid being irradiated too much and producing new divine genes. But then they thought that it would be impossible to produce new divine genes with just a little exposure, so they couldn't move their feet. After all, the comfort brought by this radiation is really intoxicating. Liang Zhishan murmured, "Is this A level, or higher end?" Mo Chenlong said in a deep voice, "At least S level. Generally speaking, the growth, life, vitality, and other related characteristics of the life god sequence can appropriately improve people's vitality and increase their lifespan. But even so, there is a limit. Generally, the upper-level Mecha Master has a maximum lifespan of about 240 years, while the ordinary heavenly position is 400. Although it is extremely terrifying for ordinary people, it is naturally very rare and a drop in the ocean for the vast mystery of the universe. But everyone can clearly feel that the vitality radiated by this divine nucleus, even if it is only one, can increase lifespan by 10 years if worn for a long time. Don't look at this one can only increase lifespan by 10 years, this is just a small one. According to the proportion, a complete longevity nucleus may be split into tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of such small fragments. Maybe, after the aggregation is complete, its effectiveness will be increased several times. Converted, how terrifying the lifespan of this gourd man is, it is conceivable. When thinking of this, everyone suddenly felt heavy in their hearts. Teng Jili said in a hoarse voice, "How long has such an old monster lived?" Li Yu said, "The morning fungus does not know the new moon and the full moon, and the cicada does not know the spring and autumn. Maybe he has lived for our whole life in the blink of an eye. Our experts studied microorganisms, and he may regard us as microorganisms, because the previous handwritten age verification is not easy to confirm due to the change rate. The Institute of Civilization has not yet reached a corresponding conclusion." However, Li Yu calculated that the gourd man had lived for at least thousands of years, or even longer. Therefore, he was not too surprised by his longevity. The only surprise was that the effect of the longevity core was indeed terrifying. Zhang Tuangyao said, "But why did this gourd man deliberately leave behind this notebook and this fragment of the immortal nucleus? What is his purpose?" Mo Chenlong said. Li Yi, continue translating. Li Yu nodded and read, "On the 103rd experimental day, I decided to regroup and find a way to repair it. I tried the restoration method, radiation method, fission method, fusion method, all failed. I am not discouraged, there is still time. I tried to implant the fragments into the body of the intelligent species and observe the changes. If the nucleus cannot be repaired, then maybe I should change my thinking and start from scratch." On the 104th experimental day, a large number of intelligent species and divine creatures were captured. And we tried to make them generate the immortal divine gene. Unfortunately, the experiment using tens of thousands of different species still failed. All creatures are rejecting the immortal gene. Why? On the 105th experimental day, I decided to change my thinking. I screened 1,000 low-intelligence species, and it actually worked. Low-intelligent species are obviously more likely to generate the immortal divine gene. However, there is a subtle difference between calling it the immortal divine gene, as its characteristics have changed, or it is more appropriate to call it the long-lasting or perpetual divine gene. It seems that I have also turned a disaster into a blessing, and I have actually glimpsed a glimpse of the secret of eternal life. Li Yi stopped reading here. No more. Liang Zhishan stood behind Li Yi and found that the pages behind the notebook were blank. Li Yi flipped through it and shook his head and said, "Only these 3 pages have content, and the rest are blank." Everyone looked unsatisfied. What is the secret of eternal life? Why did it end here? Why was immortality changed to long-lasting? What is the difference? Li Yi saw that everyone was full of questions, coughed lightly, and said, "The translation of some words is just my personal judgment, which may not be completely accurate. Just understand the general meaning, don't be picky about the words. There is no room for thinking and digging in the words I translated. If you want to think, you can focus on the content itself." Mo Chenlong nodded and said, "That's right. After all, it is the language of an alien civilization. Its own thinking mode is very different from ours. It may not be fully understood. As for this fragment of the longevity nucleus, Li Yi, You can keep it yourself. Since you found it, you can exchange this fragment for military merits or wear it for a long time. Although it is a very high-end divine nucleus, it is only a small fragment after all. In Mo Qianlong's eyes, it is not of much value. After all, he has his own divine radiation combination plan, and it is impossible to add divine radiation of other sequences. Moreover, the internal mechanism of the divine nucleus is too complicated, and humans have not yet developed anything useful for the nucleus. Therefore, the role of the nucleus is more reflected in the cultivation assistance or the utilization of its characteristics. Liang Zhishan also said with regret, "This thing is good for non-evolvers to extend their lifespan, but for evolvers, unless they have the divine characteristics of the lower level, this thing is useless. Unless there are a lot of them, how can they live longer than their own evolution?" This is also the truth. To become an upper-level evolver, the lifespan is about 240 years, and to become a heavenly level, it is about 400 years. This increased lifespan is a good deal for evolvers. Of course, if those who are about to die wear it, it is not bad, at least it can increase their lifespan by 10 years. Li Yu has other ideas. If more can be found later, it is possible to generate the immortal divine gene and try it, maybe it can increase a lot of lifespan. If you are lucky and can also condense the immortal nucleus, wouldn't you be able to live a long time? Thinking of this, Li Yu carefully collected the fragments of the immortal nucleus and put it close to his body. At the same time, he touched the notes again. The result was a little regrettable. The translucent paper from last time does not exist in this notebook. It seems that those 12 pages are unique. If similar experimental record papers can be found here, then perhaps the secret of the eternal life of the gourd man can be deciphered. What a pity. Finally, after exploring the entire laboratory, everyone packed up the nutrient solution, culture tubes, gene dishes and other things that had not yet deteriorated and took them out, and then transformed the laboratory into a divine mecha and carried them separately. This trip, they harvested a damaged version of the A-level divine mecha, a transformable C-level divine mecha, a notebook of unknown age, and an immortal nucleus, and completed the mission of pushing and migrating giant trees in the dense area of the 3rd level. Mo Qianlong said, "As for the dense area of the 4th level, according to the information you sent back before, the difficulty will rise again. It is too dangerous for the C-level divine mecha to participate in it, and it is easy to die. You can go back." This time Mo Qianlong did not give everyone a chance to choose, and directly ordered everyone to return. Moreover, considering that the strength of the flesh and blood giant tree mecha in the 3rd level was indeed abnormal, the 4 main mechas in the front were also injured after this round. If the 2 heavenly masters did not take action, this would be their limit. Therefore, the few people did not say much, and began to transport various giant trees, and took back the slightly damaged divine mechas to the hangar for repair. 3 days later, the 3 ships divided the spoils, repaired the personnel, and were about to return to the main ship. During this period, Mo Qianlong continued to push the dense areas of the 4th and 5th levels. According to Feng Zhenzhong, who was familiar with them, there was no A-level divine mecha in the 4th level, which was a very strong mushroom forest. It took them a long time, and then Mo Qianlong took action to complete the push. There was no special discovery in the dense area of the 5th level, and the push was unusually smooth. Because the starship on Mo Qianlong's side was not large, the limit was to carry 10 divine mechas, and it was unable to carry such a huge amount of materials, so the personnel of the 3 ships were asked to carry and transplant the giant vines and mushrooms, and distribute them to their respective logistics ships. As for the A-level divine mechas transformed from the central giant tree, they naturally took them directly back to the main ship. Last time, those who participated in the excavation of the densely populated area also received the settled war merits one after another. Li Yu settled 3,000 war merits in his hand, which was not bad. It was just that the A-level divine mecha was incomplete, and there were many combat personnel. He only participated in the battle once, and the war merits he earned were already the highest among the non-main forces. Before the final separation, because Tan Yiren didn't have the materials needed to treat Mo Lihan on the 3 ships, and couldn't find them on the surrounding planets, they contacted several times, but nothing was achieved. In the end, Mo Qianlong and Tan Yiren decided to take Mo Lihan to the main ship for treatment. With a more advanced technology and talent team of the main ship and abundant resources, most of them will be able to successfully rescue him by then, right? With such a good wish, everyone bid farewell to the team of the main ship. According to Mo Qianlong, After initially pushing the densely populated area flat, they will continue to apply for the mobilization of strong personnel to settle in the Xianshu ruins for long-term exploration. As the first development team, the 3 ships also left a group of standing teams and technology mecha teams to garrison here. Although the first 5 levels have been cleared one after another, there may still be remnants. Therefore, the tasks of the resident team are, first, to guard this important relic, and second, to try to tap the surplus value of the first 5 levels. In particular, the upgrade pool, due to the role of the ancient Guardman altar, its divinity is endless, which can become a long-term divine mecha upgrade point, and can accept upgrade applications from other main ships, earning resources and military exploits from other main ships. On this day, before preparing to leave, Liu decided to use the upgrade pool again to increase the size of the Pluto mecha. After all, I don't know when I will come next time, so it's better to use it as soon as possible while there is still a free quota in hand. Of course, the main reason is that he has generated several more divine genes during this period, so he has room for improvement. If it were someone else, they would not have had the opportunity to break through, so they would not have had the opportunity. The 13th standard hour of the day. The Pluto mecha slowly stepped into the huge silver-white pool of water and sank into the pool until the pure black crown armor on its head was completely submerged. In the cockpit, Liu felt a densely rising excessive mental load, as if his head was pierced by countless mental spikes, and it was swollen and painful. He did not hesitate and went directly into the dream plane. Last time, in order to experience the detailed changes of the upgrade, I gritted my teeth and did not enter the dream plane. This time, I can take a good look at what kind of memory fragments this ancient divine technology item can bring to my dream. However, the upgrade pool is so old that most of the memories I can't get are made memories. Most of the memories I get are soaked memories. In front of the dream plane, colorful bubbles kept rising and floating in the air. Liu reached out and grabbed one of them, then buried his head in observation. The result was not beyond his expectation. Inside was the memory of him in a parallel world, driving other divine mechas to soak in the upgrade pool. He was not disappointed. He continued to reach out and capture more colorful bubbles, observing them one by one. It turned out that the routine was basically the same. The only difference was that the divine mechas driven were different. Of course, there were also many who drove the Pluto mechas to soak. In short, it was all the same. Just when Liu was about to stop, suddenly, "Hey, this divine mecha, is it the laboratory mecha that can transform? I actually drove this thing to upgrade," Liu thought for a moment, and then pressed the bubble into his body. After a while, he had a lot more operating memories of driving the laboratory mecha in his mind. And during the operation, Liu also discovered a fact that surprised him. Is the divine characteristic of this laboratory mecha a variant of the longevity characteristic? If he hadn't felt the divine radiation of the longevity nucleus, he would not have been able to detect the subtle similarities. But with this foundation, he found the similarities between the two. Interesting. Could it be that this laboratory was built by the Guardman himself? He used his previous experimental subjects. Liu was convinced that the Guardman had mastered more ancient technology than humans, or more advanced technology than humans. Just the production of divine mechas is a technology that humans have not been able to overcome so far. No wonder the shape of this building is a gourd. After being transformed into a divine mecha, it also looks like a big gourd. It turns out that this divine mecha is probably made by him for himself. This can also explain that the overall style of the deformed gourd mecha is completely different from the type we use in daily life. Now that this fact has been confirmed, Liu plans to go to the deformed gourd mecha to get some memory fragments. In terms of the age of the Guardman, it is still closer to modern times than the ancients. If you are lucky, you may be able to capture 1 or 2 related memory fragments. Of course, in a high probability situation, you may only be able to obtain the control memory. After a series of operations, Liu did not gain anything except the upgraded memories of various divine mechas. He also felt that his body was already on the verge of reaching its limit, and it was time to leave the upgrade pool. At this moment, he drove the Pluto mecha out of the upgrade pool. Inside the altar, a huge divine mecha, 74 meters high, slowly rose. With the sound of divine liquid dripping to the ground, the proportion of the body changed to a slender Pluto mecha, and fell to the ground. The overall appearance did not change too much, mainly the height was higher and the proportions were better. Feeling the stronger load coming from the cockpit, Liu smiled with satisfaction. Now his divine mecha is higher than Chen Kai-ong's. However, the instructor obviously has room for strength. Why doesn't she choose to continue to improve the height of the dust mecha? Is it worried about the load problem? Or is it that her hidden strength should not be known to too many people? Li Yu was puzzled. He had fought with Chen Kai-ong's countless times, and recalling various details of the past, he could naturally see that Chen Kai-ong's strength was definitely not limited to the upper evolver. It is even possible that she is already a heavenly strong man. However, he didn't understand why Chen Kai-ong's was so hidden. At this time, a call came in from Chen Kai-ong's. She said hurriedly, "Li Yu, why don't you return to the ship? I'll be right back." "What's the matter? Is there something urgent? Isn't there another standard time before departure?" "It's not urgent, but our forces are shrinking after all. It's hard to guarantee that you will encounter any accidents outside." "That's right. Thank you, instructor, for your concern." "Nothing, as long as you are safe. In addition, I would like to remind you that the Youth Mecha Master Fighting Competition jointly organized by 72 Interstellar Defense Lines is about to begin. What do you think? Do you want to go?" "Go. Of course I will go. I'm looking for this opportunity to go to the ruins of the Earth. Then come back quickly and go through the registration procedures. We will enter the high-speed route later. It will not be easy to contact the outside world at that time. Don't miss the time, understood?" "I'll be right back." Yesterday, there were 50 monthly votes in one day. It seems that the readers are still very supportive and powerful. Although the number is generally higher at the beginning of the month, at this pace, perhaps the goal of 1,000 can really be achieved. If you have votes, please continue to vote. When the goal is reached, I will start to vote for 15,000 a day. Go. Chapter 133 Position. The white Shanshu star covered with ice and snow. On the surface, there were suddenly some flashes of flames. Whoosh! The inverted top-shaped cabin number 18, like a huge mountain, turned into a starship, sprayed a blue flame, broke away from the first gravitational circle of Shanshu star, and flew out at full speed to the outer circle. A few minutes later, it docked with the main ship of Yaochi ship and returned to its original position. After a series of actions such as quarantine, steel seal detection, face recognition, and fingerprint recognition, Li Yu and his group returned to the main ship one after another. The route to return was the third dome. Looking up, you can see the twinkling stars behind the transparent shield. When a group of people walked through the main road of the third dome with helmets in one hand, the dim lights suddenly brightened. Pa pa pa. After the sound of the salute, colorful ribbons fluttered over. The captain of the team, the captains of the standing team and other technology mecha teams, the senior mecha divisions, various mechanics, logistics personnel, etc., clapped their hands and lined the road to welcome the heroes, and sent everyone to cabin 12. This sense of ceremony and atmosphere, even the members of the logistics team who did not feel strongly involved in the rear, also felt proud and excited. All the way, there were laughter and joy. Halfway through the journey, Xiaodong smiled and said, "I didn't expect our ship to be so capable. I thought it was just an ordinary return to the ship." His eyes kept moving, looking at the beautiful female mechanics and female logistics on both sides of the main road, very excited. Li Yu said with a smile, "Xiaodong, do you know that your eyes are spinning like a top now?" Xiaodong said with a smile, "What's wrong with a top? Whether it's a squint or a gyro, it's a good eye to see a beautiful woman." Tanhorn patted Xiaodong on the shoulder and said, "If you feel lonely, find a companion as soon as possible, and don't always think about those things. Go to hell. What is loneliness? This is called following your heart." As they talked and laughed, the surrounding voices became more and more lively. Behind Li Yu's team, there are also alternate members such as Zhou Huais, Lin Su, Yang Hao, Zhou Kishan, and Fang Tao. They naturally participated in several alternate sweeps this time. Although they did not play a big role in the general strategy in the past few days, they also saw the big scene and participated in the encirclement and capture battles of some divine creatures, and they also experienced and gained something. Moreover, they also completed a thorough sweep of the first 5 levels in the last few days, allowing the divine mecha to complete the upgrade in the upgrade pool. Of course, because they were catching the last train, they could not play much role after upgrading, and could not earn much military merit. They could not compare with Li Yu's team, which upgraded in advance and harvested a lot. But even so, everyone was smiling and was quite satisfied with this trip. Afterwards, another commendation meeting was held on the ship, and the results of the 3-ship merit meeting were broadcast to the whole ship. For a time, Li Yi's name spread throughout the Yaoqi ship, and it was very loud. On the 3rd day after returning, the Mecha Corps held a low-key space funeral for the fallen Mecha divisions and logistics personnel. The people who participated in the funeral were all members of the major special classes, standing teams, and technology Mecha teams, without missing a single one. Not only that, even the captain was present. The funeral was very simple, mainly inviting his elders, relatives, friends, and superiors to tell his life, tell his character, mourn his past, and remember his character. Finally, under the witness of everyone, the body was sent to the incinerator, and then the ashes were collected and handed over to relatives for disposal. If there are relatives who request it, the body can also be thrown into deep space, floating in the vast universe, so that the body can feel eternity and entrust eternity. The two methods have their own thoughts and sad and romantic feelings, but there is no difference between good and bad. If there are no relatives, it will be arranged by their superiors. And this time, according to the wishes of their families, the bodies of the deceased will be thrown into deep space. Off the field, several members of the team whispered. Sun Duxiu said, "Brothers, if one day I die in battle, you don't need to contact my relatives, just send my body to drift in space. I would rather become a cold skeleton than just a pile of ash." Tanhorn cursed in a low voice, "You kid, you want to die so much, right? Can't you hope for yourself a little better?" Sun Duxiu said, "No, I just sighed a little. Everyone has died since ancient times, unless you can become a god." Kazayadon said, "I don't even know if there is such a thing as a god." The pharmacist said, "If there is a god, perhaps those who invented divinity in ancient civilizations are the closest to gods. It's a pity that they seem to have disappeared." While speaking, a solemn voice suddenly sounded, overwhelming the whole audience. "The ceremony begins." At this moment, in silence, all the members saluted in front of the spirit platform. After the ceremony, the long steel coffin was pushed towards the transparent double valve. With a flow of air, under the gaze of everyone, the coffin floated silently into space, and under the thrust of the airflow of the valve, it kept moving away. This position is the high point of cabin 12, so the coffin soon left the gravitational circle of the Yaoqi ship and parted ways with the Yaoqi ship. Slowly, it became as small as a dot in dust in the eyes of everyone, and then disappeared. In silence, the captain Tenbaekson said, "Life is long, and the universe is magnificent. I hope you will always have awe in your heart, awe of life and death, awe of nature, and awe of the universe. Then, work hard and never forget courage and perseverance." After that, Tenbaekson stepped away. So far, the matter about the Xianshu ruins has basically come to an end. The remaining things are mainly the sorting and summarization of some resources, as well as the dating of various corpses and various items, and the deciphering of data. These things have nothing to do with the people in the Mecha team. Of course, Li Yi is still very concerned about the items related to the gourd man. He also urged several times. Finally, on the 5th day after returning, detailed information on the research finally arrived. Li Yi and Chen Kai-ongzi went to the Institute of Ancient Civilizations to learn about the situation. The Institute of Ancient Civilizations was located next to the Institute of Languages and Cryptography. The two of them were familiar with the place and arrived quickly. The director who received them was Yang Guotao, a middle-aged man with a serious dress and expression. Yang Guotao was also very efficient in his work. As soon as he saw Chen Kai-ongzi, he knew the purpose of the visit. He took out a large stack of analytical data files and explained to the two of them, "About these notes, let's put aside the rate of material change in the Xianshu ruins and assume that these notes exist under normal material rules. Then, based on the material of the notes, the existence time of the first note should be about 1,000 years, the existence time of the second note is about 500 years, the third note is about 100 years, but if we refer to the rate of material change in the 5th level of the ruins, the existence time of the first, second and third notes may be 20,000 years, 10,000 years, and 3,000 years. As for how to draw these conclusions, because these materials are relatively special, we based on the decay of their high-energy elements." Hearing this, Chen Kai-ongzi interrupted hurriedly, "Stop, it's enough to have a conclusion. As long as you can guarantee that there will be no problems with the process, I'm okay." Yang Guotao frowned and said, "Of course there is no problem with the process." Chen Kai-ongzi saw that Yang Guotao was unhappy, but didn't want to listen to Yang Guotao's long-windedness, so he got straight to the point and asked, "Expert Yang, From what you said, what you are measuring is the existence time of the notes. So the exact time when the notes were written is uncertain, right? Or, we can only assume that the time when the notes were written is about the same as the former. Hearing this question, Lin Guotao thought about it, and then said, that's right. There is too little reference information to confirm the exact time when the notes were written. We can only preliminarily determine that it was written at the same time. However, this time scale is long enough, even if there is a little error, it is actually very normal. Chen Qiongzi continued to ask, then, Expert Yang, do you have any other gains from these 3 notes? Or suspicious points? Yes. Lin Guotao opened the file in front of him, turned to the middle, pointed his finger at a small data point, and said, did you see this data? Isn't it a bit strange? Li Yu and Chen Qiongzi stretched their heads over and saw a string of unknown numbers. Suddenly, the expressions on their faces were like 3 question marks. Chen Qiongzi said, Expert Yang, why don't you just speak frankly? You can't understand, it's so obvious. Lin Guotao said disappointedly. Xiao Chen, don't just learn nothing but fight. If you have time, you should also learn some general knowledge. Li Yu looked at the data summarized on the page and guessed, could it be that, except for the number pointed out by Expert Yang, all the others are prime numbers? Lin Guotao's disappointment disappeared, and he raised his voice slightly and said, yes, that's what I mean. Guess where these numbers come from? Li Yu thought of the translucent paper he had found before, which could record image information losslessly. After comparing these numbers, he suddenly realized, could it be that these numbers were obtained from the microscopic scale of the notes? Just like engraving the information into micrometer or nanometer scale words, or information encoding. Lin Guotao looked at Li Yu with more and more satisfaction, and nodded, that's right. On the notes, we found many micrometer scale decimal characters, so, after converting the characters into our numbers, it is a series of digital codes like this. Every blank page has such decimal characters. In other words, this is most likely a ciphertext. Maybe the code text on the notebook is the original code. The real content of the notebook needs to be translated through these ciphertexts to decipher the true meaning. Of course, it is also possible that the digital code and the original code do not exist at all, and these 2 things have other meanings. I also tried to match a few things that may be translated according to these numbers and sent them to colleagues in the next door institute. They couldn't understand it, so it's hard to say whether it is a cipher book or not. Hearing Lin Guotao's words, Li Yu and Chen Qiongzi looked at each other and felt that things were getting complicated. The experimental notes that were originally thought to have been deciphered actually have something else hidden? Li Yu looked at a large stack of densely packed numbers and felt a headache. He thought for a moment and asked, so, Expert Yang, which part of the notebook does that suspicious number correspond to? What do you think this number means? Lin Guotao took out the second notebook and pointed it to Li Yu. It was a tiny dot in the upper left corner of the blank page 10. It's roughly in this range. The characters are very small. There are hundreds of thousands of characters in such a small area. As for what it means, I don't know. There are too few things to refer to. It's just that you asked where it's suspicious, and I pointed it out. Li Yu nodded. Okay, Expert Yang, is it convenient to send the electronic files of these materials? I want to study them when I have time. Lin Guotao frowned. Although he wanted to ask you what a mecha master can study, he thought of Li Yu's performance just now. At least he is not as amateur as Chen Qiongzi. He held back this sentence and agreed immediately. Okay, add me to the communication. Immediately, the 2 immediately added personal communication methods. Ding dong. Lin Guotao clicked to agree casually, and when he saw the name on the page, his heart suddenly moved. Your name is Li Yu? Yes. After thinking for a while, Lin Guotao asked tentatively, there is a genius in the Mecha team who has deciphered the language of the ant-fly people. His name is also Li Yu. Could this person be you? Li Yu nodded. Yes, it's me. Lin Guotao still didn't believe it, and immediately asked a few detailed questions about the translation of the ant-fly people's language. Li Yu answered casually. Lin Guotao was surprised and doubtful. Li Yu saw Lin Guotao's expression, thought about it, and said a few common ant-fly words. Judging from Lin Guotao's appearance, he has probably been studying the relevant materials of the ant-fly people, and has also read his thesis and listened to the audio materials in the appendix of the thesis. Wow! Lin Guotao immediately stood up, and the office chair behind his butt slid back and almost fell over. The wrinkles on his face suddenly wrinkled into a chrysanthemum, and he said, "So it's Expert Li in person. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect you to make such a great academic breakthrough at such a young age. It really makes me ashamed. Come, please sit down." As he said that, he asked Li Yu to sit on the soft sofa in front, but ignored Chen Kai-ongzi. What? Expert Li? Li Yu realized that the series of papers he uploaded before had passed the professional title review, and he had the professional title of Senior Decryption Expert. He smiled and made some concessions, saying, "Expert Yang, I'm a junior, why do you have to be so formal?" Yang Guotao said with a smile, "As I should. In the academic field, the most accomplished ones come first. I've read your work, it's very well written. It's well organized, the ideas are clear, and the evidence is sufficient. Moreover, even such a complex and brand new language system has been translated so in an easy-to-understand way. I've only seen such a skill in the hands of the late old Zhang, and only you, our Institute of Civilization really needs a master of decryption like you. Have you ever considered taking a position here? Don't worry, it won't interfere with your main job. As long as you take the time to review the decryption of our internal foreign languages in your spare time, or provide reference opinions, that will be enough. Everything is easy to discuss about the treatment of being a member. As long as you agree, you can receive a basic salary of 100,000 star coins per month. At the same time, your family can be arranged to live in a high-authority area, starting at least 200 square meters. During your employment, if the papers you publish are rated as star-rated, you can get a guaranteed bonus of 200,000 yuan within the institute, with no upper limit. In addition, all the major databases will also give you free access. If you have any personal problems that need to be solved, such as marriage, family medical care, authority upgrades, etc., we can solve them for you. After hearing this series of words, not to mention Li Yi, even Chen Kai-ongzi was stunned. It turns out that the treatment of research experts is so good. After all, Chen Kai-ongzi's work focuses on the Mecha team. Although she knew a little about the benefits of research work before, it was the first time she saw it all laid out like Yang Guotao. Only then did she realize how valuable the decryption expert certification that Li Yu got was. Li Yu looked at Chen Kai-ongzi and was about to ask if there was a precedent. Chen Kai-ongzi immediately said, "Although there is no precedent, you don't have to hesitate. Affiliate hard. Not only will their Institute of Civilization receive rewards, I will also apply for corresponding senior talent bonuses and subsidies for you. Don't worry, I will be responsible for all problems." In this case, Li Yu accepted Yang Guotao's invitation. Yang Guotao was also overjoyed. He held Li Yu's hand and said happily, "With the participation of Expert Li, our research problems will surely be solved." After taking the information away, Li Yu and Chen Kai-ongzi walked side by side. After a half-time of silence, Chen Kai-ongzi said, "Li Yi, take advantage of the benefits of the affiliation. If the research tasks delay your daily practice, don't worry about it. Anyway, I will cover you if there is any problem." Li Yu nodded to express his gratitude. Chen Kai-ongzi continued, "Also, the Young Mecha Master competition will start in a month. By then, our ship will also send out a dozen players to participate. At that time, a small starship will be arranged to transfer to the Kunlun ship and go to the border star. The age range for this competition is under 40 years old. Basically, your opponents will be mainly mid-level outstanding players, and even many upper-level Mecha Masters. If you meet some old geniuses who have reached the upper peak before the age of 40, it may not be impossible. So, although you are strong, it is difficult to sweep. You must train well and prepare well during this period." Li Yu smiled and said, "Instructor, are you not participating in the competition? Or are you over the age limit?" Chen Kai-ongzi said speechlessly, "You kid, are you asking about my age in a roundabout way? I can tell you clearly that I can still participate in the competition, but there is no need to go, because I have already been in the top 10 once and have been to the ruins of the earth." Li Yu said, "Instructor, it's not impressive enough to be in the top 10. Why don't you go with me? We can both take the top 3. Would that be a good thing? You dare to say that? You just want to have a sparring partner." Chen Kai-ongzi crossed his arms and sneered. Li Yu said, "Instructor, what you said chilled my heart. Come on, do you still need me to help you practice with Liang's Hishin these days?" "Yes, Instructor Liang is quite strong. He is more than one level stronger than Instructor Ma. Although I have made great progress now, I should also gain something from fighting him." "Okay, let's do it. You can put aside the decryption for now. Focus on increasing the number of divine genes. This is your only shortcoming now, don't worry, instructor." After the explanation, the two of them almost returned to cabin 18. Chen Kaiyongzi no longer went with Li Yi. He jumped and fell directly to the ground from the entrance of the first dome. A distance of 300 meters, just jump. Li Yi watched Chen Kaiyongzi's figure disappear in midair without a trace, and shrugged his shoulders, thinking, "This skill doesn't look like that of an ordinary top-level person. My guess should be correct." Chapter 134 Stardust. 10 days later, a small starship carrying 11 divine mechas and dozens of passengers set off for the nearby Stargate. Among the passengers, in addition to Li Yi, there were also Maruhu, Liang Zhishan, Tengjili, and other outstanding middle-level evolutionists from the standing team. The special class in the same batch as Li Yi were all under 25 years old. In addition to his own strong strength, he had already proved his strength comparable to that of the upper-level Mecha Masters with several battle records, and was eligible to participate in the competition. There were no other participants in the special class this time. Those who came were basically members of the standing team who were over 35 or 36 years old. Most of these people were also from the special class before, but they stayed after graduation. Basically, those who can condense more than 16 divine genes before the age of 35 are all from the special class. After all, those who take the only route are still the mainstream. Those who take the compound route have already been stuck before the heavenly position. Generally speaking, after reaching the middle level of evolutionists or above on the only route, if they can condense one in 2 or 3 months, they are already geniuses among geniuses. Most elites who graduated from the special class, on average, produced 1 mecha per year, and the rate was slower as they progressed. Those who graduated from the non-special class, or who were sent back after only 1 or 2 years and who had been in the standing team, had an even worse rate, at least 1 mecha every 2 or 3 years. In addition, it would take some time for the transition from the primary position to the middle position, and from the middle position to the upper position. Basically, those who could become upper-level Mecha Masters before the age of 40 were already rare geniuses. And outliers like Li Yi were even rarer. However, everyone got used to it, and gradually lost too much surprise. They were numb. After all, there were so many mysteries of the human body that had not yet been resolved, and it was indeed very reasonable for some people to be gifted. By the way, the standard age of the competition was calculated based on bone age, not identity coding. Because some starship personnel often sleep in hibernation capsules, and travel at high speeds at 0.2 or 0.3 times the speed of light to enter the Stargate. Therefore, their lifespan during this period was almost frozen. According to the information on the identity code, some people are obviously over 40 years old, but after measuring their bone age, they may be only 35 or 36 years old, or even younger. There are many people. Among the 10 Mecha Masters except Li Yi has also met the members of the standing team led by Liang Zhishan and Chen Kaiyongzi in the 3rd and 5th levels. Although they are not very familiar with each other, they basically know each other. In addition, Maruhu and Liang Zhishan happen to have the last 1 or 2 years to participate in the competition this year. Maruhu has 2 years left and Liang Zhishan has 1 year left. The two were also rare elites in the special class in their early years. In the Xianheng Star War 12 years ago, they were already mid-level Mecha Masters and participated in many major battles. They are rare Mecha Masters in the Xingyu Federation with large-scale interstellar war experience. Most of the current new generation have not experienced actual interstellar wars. In terms of large-scale combat experience, they are indeed not as good as Liang Zhishan's batch. Thanks to this experience, the two can serve as instructors of the special class. In terms of qualifications and past actual achievements, they are still a lot worse than Chen Kaiyongzi. These were also what Li Yi had learned more or less when he was chatting with Liang Zhishan during the hibernation interval. After 3 boring days of acceleration, the starship passed through the Stargate, adjusted its route, and caught up with the Kunlun ship half a day later. Swish, the hibernation cabin automatically popped open, and the spiritual element level in the cabin began to decrease and gradually emptied. After a while, Li Yi opened his eyes and climbed up. As expected, he was the first to wake up again. After everyone has experienced hibernation, their body and mind will feel separated and uncomfortable, and it takes a while to adapt. But Li Yi is different. He has been in the dream plane and can peek at the changes in his body at any time. In addition, His strong control brought by his perfect fighting skills can make him complete the adjustment in an instant. After doing a few simple exercises to stretch his muscles, Liu looked outside the basketball-sized round window. It was still a deep space of the universe with nothing. He walked out of the cabin, came to the control console of the starship, looked at the front of the starship, and his eyes lit up. That is the Kunlun ship? Very domineering. The Yaoqi ship is a super ring composed of 18 huge starships, which store a vast amount of divinity. The Kunlun ship is composed of 3 more majestic giant mountain-shaped starships in parallel, like a supergiant chariot with 3 heads in parallel. The 2 giant mountain-like starships on the left and right are roughly equivalent to 3 number 18 cabins. The huge starship in the middle is equivalent to 5 number 18 cabins. The combined volume is probably less than 2/3 of the Yaoqi ship. But because of its more concentrated structure, it is more majestic and magnificent than the Yaoqi ship. At this time, Liang Zhishan, who had just woken up, also came over and said with a smile, "It's shocking, right? It is said that every main ship of the Deep Space Fleet can become a new cradle of human civilization. I have been to the Kunlun ship 5 times, and I was just a runner-up every time." "Liu, you have to work hard and succeed in one shot." Liu nodded and asked, "Speaking of which, what is our relationship with the Kunlun ship? Are we just taking a ride?" Liang Zhishan said, "Although the overall scale of the Kunlun ship is slightly smaller than that of our Yaoqi ship, in fact, the Kunlun ship is equivalent to the boss of the 14 interstellar defense lines around us, and is equivalent to the main ship with the strongest comprehensive combat power in the surrounding star fields. Usually, we are more or less subject to the jurisdiction and constraints of the Kunlun ship. In principle, we are only half a level behind, and our degree of freedom is high enough. Only in a real wartime system will we be uniformly deployed by the Kunlun ship, but since we have this name, this mountain boss has to pay homage to him more or less. Therefore, the 14 interstellar defense lines on our side are also named the Kunlun Starfield Defense Bus. Although the area controlled by our Yaoqi ship spans several star systems, it can also be called the Yaoqi Starfield Defense Line. The border star we are going to is the planet at the edge of the star field where we border the alien-controlled star field. There is the most suitable training battlefield for us there, where we can show our skills and deter aliens. We can also fight in small groups with the aliens who are responsible for harassing the border star, so as to achieve the effect of training troops. Basically, the front line of our conflict with the aliens is on the border star. Therefore, when we arrive at the border star, we can lose the civil war, but we must win the foreign war. If we encounter an irresistible strong enemy, there will also be strong people to take action. You must remember all these. Don't make some decisions that will make the brother ships laugh just for the quota of the Earth ruins. Although I know you are definitely not that kind of person, I still have to say what I should say. Lest you cause any trouble. Liang Zhishan kept talking. Liu also listened carefully. This knowledge is naturally taught in interstellar warfare. As an eyewitness to a large-scale war, Liang Zhishan naturally gained different insights. By the way, Instructor Liang, the area controlled by us and the aliens should be connected to a large area. How come the border star is the main location of the conflict? What about the other lines of defense? Liang Zhishan said, the main function of other lines of defense is to prevent small-scale raids, but generally speaking, it is relatively safe, because the stargates around other lines of defense are heavily guarded, and the passages are guarded by our strong men, so we are generally not afraid of losing them. And the border star will become the convergence point of conflict for 3 reasons. First, the convenience of each side has a stargate, and the distance between the two is no more than 1,000 light seconds, although 1,000 light seconds is already a long distance. The huge scale of the stargate and the general speed of each starship are basically equivalent to no distance. As long as the strong men on both sides are willing, they can lead out a large number of starships or divine mecha corps at any time to attack each other. Second, there is a huge stardust corridor around the border star. That huge stardust corridor is composed of tens of thousands of asteroids and dwarf planets, basically one every tens of thousands of kilometers, separating the border star from other areas. This isolation just happens to focus everyone's attention on the border star. As the saying goes, one man guarding the pass can stop 10,000 men. That's about it. We have defended the border star. If the aliens want to invade us on a large scale, they either have to choose to bypass the Stardust Corridor area or choose to force their way into the border star and break our guard force before they can further send a larger range of troops into our main area. But there are no stargates in the Stardust Corridor area, and there are densely packed planetary clusters, like a maze. It is impossible to speed up. It will take at least decades to get through it. Third, it is said that, the Stardust Corridor around the border star may hide an important relic of an ancient civilization, which seems to have the most complete divine civilization education system. If we can obtain the education system of the divine civilization, then let alone other things, at least the mystery of divinity may be solved. There will be a huge gap in strength between us and the aliens. Therefore, whether the aliens are looking for this education relic or not, we are definitely sending forces to continue searching. It's just that we haven't found it yet. After listening to this, Li Yu also felt that he had gained a lot. Some things are too secret, there are no regular records, and they can't be learned in virtual reality. While talking, the starship has approached the Kunlun ship, waiting for the other party to confirm the information, and then approaching the first warning area. The process is very fast. After confirming the identity and authority information, the starship drove into the outermost dome hangar of the Kunlun ship. The one who greeted everyone was the Kunlun ship's senior mecha master, Sun Yizhun, a woman with long legs, big eyes, and intellectual temperament. Although she is a mecha master, she gives people the feeling of a beautiful female academic bully in school, with a focused gaze, upright and calm, and a natural demeanor. She and Liang Zhishan were old acquaintances, and she smiled as soon as she saw him. You again? Old Liang, are you here to run with me again this year? Liang Zhishan smiled bitterly and said, Don't curse me, Captain Sai. There are so many people running with me, and I am no different. There is no need to highlight me. Sun Yizhun smiled and looked at everyone on the Yaoqi ship. When she looked at Li Yi, her eyes lit up slightly and she smiled. Your Yaoqi ship is great. You actually sent such a young person here this time. Is he a key training target? Liang Zhishan nodded. He is indeed a genius, and even our main force this time. You have to treat him well. Sun Yizhun looked at Li Yi and smiled. Little handsome boy, what should I call you? Li Yi was shocked by the word little handsome boy and felt a strange feeling in his heart. It seems that although Sun Yizhun looks intellectual, he is actually very aggressive? Or is it the unique style of the Kunlun ship? With doubts, Li Yi introduced himself. I am a first-year trainee of the Yaoqi ship's special class. Li Yi, he did not raise his status as a senior expert, firstly because he came here as a mecha master, and secondly because he felt that the atmosphere of the Kunlun ship seemed to be bolder, so he decided to keep a low profile to avoid trouble. Sai Yizhen praised, a single name, Yi? It's a good name, and it matches your temperament very well, Sun Yizhen said, ignoring the others, and walked beside Li Yi, naturally cutting into daily greetings, and then chatting about various topics. After chatting for a few sentences, Sun Yizhen asked with a smile, I think Brother Li Yi is very talented. He can participate in the Youth Mecha Master competition at such a young age. He must have a bright future. How about it? Have you considered changing to a larger platform for development? Don't think that the internal scale of your Yaoqi ship is larger than ours, but the Yaoqi ship has been in service for a long time, and many of the internal facilities are not the latest and best versions, and our Kunlun ship is the leading main ship of these 14 interstellar defense lines. It gathers talents inside. And there are many upper-level strongmen and heavenly strongmen. If you encounter any bottleneck when breaking through, you can ask for advice from the strongmen. Not only that, our internal resources are also very rich. As he was speaking, Liang Zhishan rushed over, stood beside Li Yi, pushed Sai Yizhen away, and said in a grin, I asked you to treat him well, but you come to poach our talents. Sun Yizhen smiled and said, I just saw a talented person, and I couldn't help but be excited, so I made an invitation out of habit. Don't worry, everything is based on voluntariness. If Brother Yu wants to change jobs, we welcome him at any time, Liang Zhishan said speechlessly. You are really good at taking advantage of opportunities. Why do you suddenly change your mind and want to poach people this year? Don't you usually look indifferent? Sun Yizhen spread her hands and said, It's a very simple reason. In the past few years, the people you brought in were too old and had no potential for development. As soon as she said this, the faces of several people beside the Yaoqi ship suddenly fell. Liang Zhishan said dissatisfiedly, Hey, how can you comment on the Mecha division of the friendly ship like this? Sun Yizhen smiled and bowed. Sorry, I apologize to you. Next time I say this, I will avoid you, so that you won't be angry. Teng Jili and others were furious. If it might have been unintentional at the beginning, it would be a bit embarrassing to say it again at this time. This is not an apology, it is clearly making fun of them. Regardless of whether the other party is a senior mecha division of the friendly ship, he rolled up his sleeves and asked for an explanation. Seeing this, Sun Yizhan said quickly, "Handsome uncles and handsome guys, I was wrong. I really admit my mistake. It was just a joke, but I didn't expect it to go too far. Sigh, I'm a bad mouth. As compensation, I'll pay for your dinner outside the cafeteria during this period." After hearing what she said, everyone stopped their actions and gave up. After being sent to the reception and accommodation area of the Kunlun ship, Sun Yizhan left and the others rested for a while. Seeing Sun Yizhan walking away, Liang Zhishan called out to everyone and whispered, "Sun Yizhan must have done it on purpose just now. Although we are not sure what the purpose is, everyone should be careful and don't cause any trouble while on the Kunlun ship." "We will be hitchhiking for a week," Teng Zhili asked. "Instructor Liang, was Captain Sony like this before? From what you said, her style of doing things is quite different from the past," Liang Zhishan said. "She greeted us very quietly before, and didn't seem to say much. I didn't feel it was wrong at first, but after a long time of contact, I did find that she had changed a lot. So, I also judged that her so-called joke before might be intentional." Everyone didn't know much about Sun Yizhan, so naturally they didn't have any feelings. But today's impression, there is no doubt that it went from being amazed at the beginning of the meeting to being shocked now. Although she also took remedial measures, the prejudice in everyone's hearts had naturally been planted. Li Yu pondered and said, "Coach Liang, according to the rules of the Youth Mecha Master competition in the past, are we and the people from the Kunlun ship competitors, or teammates? Or is it a random situation?" Liang Zhishan said, "Random. The rules will be fine-tuned for each session. By the way, last year was the last year for Sun Yizhan to participate in the competition, and she will definitely not be able to participate this year." This answer also puzzled everyone. At first, they thought that the other party might be trying to test something, or testing something, and the purpose might be to get some combat intelligence in the Youth Mecha Master competition? But since the competitors are random and Sun Yizhan herself cannot participate, this speculation will be greatly weakened. Liang Zhishan said, "Maybe she is collecting intelligence for others, and contacting Li Yu may also be because she sees that Li Yu is a potential strong competitor. Therefore, although we are friendly ships with him, from the perspective of competing for the top 10, they may not do anything too extraordinary, but various small means to spy on intelligence are probably inevitable." Everyone didn't say much, but they did become more vigilant in their hearts, and lost the relaxed and calm mentality at the beginning. The friendly ships all acted in this way, which means that the top 10 in the competition are indeed of high quality. Liang Zhishan saw that everyone's expressions were gloomy, so he smiled and comforted them. "The organization is large, and there are all kinds of people. Everyone should remember what is a civil war and what is an external war. If there is no external enemy, it doesn't matter how we fight internally, but if there is an external enemy, everyone should not take it lightly." Chapter 135 Beyond Perfection. Although they were told to keep a low profile, everyone still took the time to visit the Kunlun ship. The guide was still Sun Yizhan. What surprised everyone was that this time Sun Yizhan seemed to have regained the same elegance as her appearance. She smiled throughout the whole process and spoke softly, which made everyone wonder which day was the ghost yesterday and today. The left ship of the Kunlun ship is called Wushan ship. According to reports, Wushan ship comes from the remains of the earth and is one of the greatest discoveries of mankind in this century. The reason for this is that there is a hilly mountain, like a small maze in this ship. It is called Wushan. It is said that as long as you can enter it and walk out smoothly within 3 hours, you can thoroughly understand the puzzle that has troubled you for a long time, or quickly master a profound skill that has been stuck for a long time, or go a step further and achieve perfection in a certain proficient ability. Because this buff is too incredible, even the first human being above the heavenly position successfully broke through with the help of Wushan. Various legends have also given this Wushan a great legendary color. Sun Yizhan smiled and said, "Several talents from the Yaoqi ship, do you want to give it a try?" In the past 10 years, most of those who can walk out of Wushan within 3 hours have made extraordinary gains. Some have become heavenly masters, some have become senior experts, and some have cracked the key puzzles of ancient technology. "Do you want to try?" Everyone was moved and looked at Liang Zhishan, a senior runner-up. Liang Zhishan spread his hands and said, "This is indeed true, but I also tried it. It took me 17 hours to walk out and I got nothing, Teng Zhili asked. Captain Sai, how many people have succeeded in the past 10 years? Sai Yizhan said, no more, no less, 7 people. Then how many people have entered in the past 10 years? 100,000? 1 million, at least several million people, Sai Yizhan said. Wuxian is a special item from the ancient divine civilization. No one can understand its internal mechanism, and no one can see any place where it can be operated. We cannot control it, and there is no harm. Therefore, it is open 24 hours a day and anyone can enter. Several people were speechless. There were only 7 out of millions of people, which was almost like a lottery. Sai Yizhan said with a smile, you're giving up now? You are all evolvers, the elites among humans, but you don't even have the courage to try this? Others can't do it because they are weak, but you may not be incapable. Everyone looked at each other and thought that this was true. Liang Zhishan said, give it a try, there is no harm, you never know if you win. As he said this, he winked at everyone. Everyone understood and said, then go and try it. When Sai Yizhan turned around and led the way, several people whispered and exchanged information. Instructor Liang, are you safe? It doesn't matter. Although we need to keep a low profile, we shouldn't be afraid of trouble. We just need to come in an upright manner. Just pay attention to our trump cards and don't reveal them easily. Okay, I'll listen to you. During the conversation, Teng Zhili took a few steps back and asked Li Yi in a low voice, Li Yi, you have a high level of insight. What do you think of Sai Yizhang's changes? To be honest, there are not many masters on our ship this time. It's not worth it for them to specifically snoop on us, right? Isn't Instructor Liang being too cautious? Li Yi said, it's also possible that they want to find out by the way whether we will have a strong competitor in the top 10 this time, rather than targeting any individual. It's a preventive test. Teng Zhili nodded. This is possible, but I didn't expect that a leading flagship of the Kunlun level would actually test us in every possible way, and it was a senior mecha master who did this. During the conversation, everyone followed Sai Yizhan to a relatively crowded road. They walked forward and crossed a barrier. A small hill with a height of 100 meters and a diameter of 500 meters appeared in front of everyone. There are 3 entrances and exits on the side of the hill facing the crowd. They are 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, which can accommodate people to enter and exit freely without being crowded. There are sparse groups of young people walking in 2s and 3s beside the entrances and exits. There are also some elderly people who are quite old but in good spirits. They walk in as if they are doing normal mountain climbing and fitness. Sai Yizhan raised his hand to signal and introduced, without a diagram or signboards, the route that each person takes will change each time they enter. Therefore, success cannot be achieved by simply trying more times. According to our statistics, those who succeed will succeed within 5 attempts. If they fail within 5 attempts, no one will succeed after that. So, if you are interested, you can try to challenge the Wuxian maze during your trip in the next few days. Of course, entering the Wuxian maze consumes a lot of mental energy. It is recommended that you don't really challenge it so many times, so as not to affect the preliminaries in 5 days. Several people looked at each other and asked, what if we are trapped in the maze? Sai Yizhang shook his head and said, no matter who it is, we can get out of the maze. The only difference is the length of time. The longest maze currently takes about 20 minutes to get out. The record is 38 hours, within 2 days. If you are worried that you can't get out, you can prepare food and drinks in advance, it's nothing. Teng Zhili asked Liang Zhishan, Instructor Liang, have you only walked through the Wuxian maze once? Liang Zhishan said, twice. The first time was 22 hours, and the second time was 17 hours. The path each time was indeed different, very wonderful. However, even if you can't get out of the Wuxian maze within 3 hours, as long as there is progress, there will be some gains. Li Yi asked curiously, what are the gains? Liang Zhishan said, I tried it for the first time the year before last, and I didn't gain anything. I tried it for the second time last year, and the optimization degree of the divine skill increased by 10%. Before that, this divine skill was the one I was least good at among the divine skills I mastered. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. Teng Zhili said, that is to say, if you walk out within 3 hours, you will definitely have a major understanding, and if you make progress, you may have a small understanding. Sai Yizhan nodded and smiled. How is it? Not bad? It is because we are comrades in arms on the brother ship that I strongly recommend you. If it were someone else who came to hitchhike, I would definitely do my best to cover this matter and not let others know the mystery of the Wuxian maze. After hearing what Sally Yizhan said, although everyone was already wary of Sally Yizhan, they finally changed their minds. The bad impression they had previously established also faded slightly. The 11 people immediately decided to enter it. Li Yu was also quite interested in this, and even thought, why not find a hidden place to dream and see what the mystery inside the Wuxian maze is. However, considering its magical effect, it was decided to try it once before trying to dream and obtain related memories. After everyone entered, outside, a man came over, touched his chin and said, "How is it, Captain Sai? How is the overall strength of the Yaoqi ship?" "Not bad. I feel that they are not weak, but just not weak. There is no one with more than 25 divine genes." "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Captain Sai. It's a small thing, just a little effort, only you can do it, so even if it's just a little effort, I have to thank you." "Don't say thank you or not, just remember to give the promised things on time, of course." The moment Li stepped in, Li Yu immediately found that he was separated from the people around him. He was mentally prepared and didn't panic. The passage was very bright, and there seemed to be something on the ceiling that was automatically glowing. He was not in a hurry, walking slowly, carefully observing the gaps and traces around, and the corresponding distance and direction emerged in his mind. If it was a regular physical maze, as long as the brain remembered the specific direction, even if he encountered a fork in the road, as long as he didn't mix it up with his memory, he could get out with his eyes closed. But judging from the magical effect it has shown so far, there may be something confusing. Therefore, he had to observe the situation clearly first. According to the distance inside, with his walking speed, he can walk out in 7 or 8 minutes. Even if it is more complicated, it will definitely not take 3 hours. In this way, it can be seen that there must be special turning points or confusing points inside that can lead people to forks. While observing, Li Yu followed a location of another exit in his memory. When he encountered a fork in the road, he chose the one closest to the exit. If the fork in the road ends in a dead end, he will return to the previous fork and change direction. If he encounters several consecutive forks in the road and finds that he is getting farther and farther away from the exit, he will not rush to return and continue walking unless he encounters a dead end. Anyway, there are only so many paths in theory, and it is impossible to walk all of them and still not get out. Half an hour later, under the bright white light, slow and orderly footsteps were heard. A shadow extended from the fork in the road. Li Yu poked his head at the dead end to confirm, touched it with his hand, observed it carefully, and then turned back. Interesting, this map will actually change the route as I walk out of the fork in the road. Li Yu stood at the fork in the road ahead, stopped, and looked around. As he continued to go deeper into the maze, a complete map of the entire maze was formed in his mind. This is something he can do. If it were someone else, most of the time, they would start to get dizzy after walking through a few more forks. And they would not know which fork they originally came from. After all, the characteristic of a maze is that every road is made very similar. If you walk a few more steps, you will be confused and ignore the internal features of the maze. But with Li Yu's perfect tracking skills, he naturally has some knowledge of all the tiny traces and can easily judge the difference between each road. In addition, he constantly outlines a complete route map for the fork in the road in his mind. In theory, he only needs to use this brain map again to find the route that can eventually go to the other 2 exits. But when he really completed these steps, he found that the map would continue to change as he approached the exit. Now, the closer he is to the fork in the road at the exit, the greater the change in the corresponding path will be. According to his observation, he must rush to the second fork in the road when entering the first fork, and rush in before it changes, so that he can get close to the exit according to his original plan. This plan not only tests memory and adaptability, but also tests running speed. Then let's run, without hesitation. At the moment of deciding on the plan, Li Yu, who was standing, suddenly adjusted his body movements, supported the ground with one hand, put one hand behind his back, and leaned forward. It was the starting action of the Tiger Strike flow. Boom! The sole of the foot suddenly left the ground, and the soil on the ground exploded instantly. Whoosh! 6-fold flying step. He landed as if a heavy hammer was stomping on the ground, one step more fierce than the other. Soon, he crossed the first fork and continued to rush to the second fork. His body turned into a residual shadow, extremely fast. However, As he accelerated, the changes in the fork in front of him were also accelerating. Li Yu frowned slightly, and then activated a wind and fire divinity, which exploded at his feet when he stepped, generating a violent airflow to push his body forward, and his speed increased a bit. Soon, he crossed the third and fourth forks again, and successfully rushed through before the forks changed. But at the fifth fork, the rumbling sound of the change obviously accelerated again. Li Yu did not waver, and had already seen the evolutionary logic of the maze that was constantly changing with his speed. As long as he had a trick up his sleeve, he could get out before the next fork. He thought, and the microelectric characteristics burst out. Suddenly, a relatively suitable microelectric characteristic that he had tested many times ran back and forth in all the nerves of his body. In an instant, the speed of his body's movement increased again, like the wind. In an instant, he entered the next fork. There was a turning point in front of him, and the distance was very short. Li Yu used the magnetic explosion characteristic to bounce against the wall slightly, completing the emergency stop, and then quickly started and continued to turn. This fork can actually accelerate the change. It seems that I don't have many trump cards. Li Yu gritted his teeth slightly, activated the growth characteristic and the toughness characteristic, superimposed the burst skill, and accelerated again. Then, the moment he stepped into the next fork, he activated the deformation feature, thickening the blood vessels and softening the worn parts of the bones and joints. At the same time, the Pluto feature cooled the body temperature. In the blink of an eye, all the divine features he mastered burst out, and his body speed was increased to an incredible level, almost invisible. If I can still catch up with this, then there is only one last trump card left. Just as he was thinking this, the front suddenly became empty and the airflow in front suddenly became smooth. Wow! Li Yu used the magnetic explosion feature to slightly explode in front, slowing down his momentum. Out, he observed the surrounding environment and confirmed that he had left the maze. On the opposite side, the long-legged Sai Yizhen was stunned. Li Yu turned on his personal communication and found that the signal was back, and the time was displayed. It was exactly 35 minutes. The last section of the journey actually took me 5 minutes. Li Yu felt a little strange. In his perception, that extreme burst only lasted for 2 or 3 minutes. It was really strange. Brother Yi, you're so fast, Sai Yizhen asked, trying to restore his shocked expression to normal, maintaining his elegance. Li Yu nodded and said, not fast anymore. This maze is indeed magical. It took me so much effort to get out. By the way, why don't you feel any special, mysterious enlightenment? Sai Yizhen stared at Li Yu with a complicated expression, and said, you just need to re-enter the maze range, and you will feel something. Okay, thank you Captain Sai. Li Yu nodded, turned and walked towards the entrance of the maze. Sai Yizhen quickly took out the communicator and sent a message, something big has happened. Someone has walked out of the Wushan maze within an hour. Come quickly. There were many senders of the message, all of whom were senior figures of the Kunlun ship. Buzz. His head sank slightly, and then all kinds of thoughts, puzzles, and deep confusions that had settled in his mind all came to his mind. At this moment, Li Yu clearly felt that as long as he wanted to improve a skill or a realm, it seemed that he could do it right away. Soon, he made a decision. Improve fighting skills. Divine genes can be condensed at any time, not 1 or 2. Most of the other skills are proficient and skilled, and relying on memory fragments, they can be slowly brushed to perfection. But the perfect level fighting skills have long felt full but not overflowing, but have not been able to break through a layer of window paper. He had inspiration before, thinking that the ultimate in subtlety is the direction, and he tried it. But because it is too difficult to make fighting ability settle to the level of millimeters and microns, he has not found a reliable training or reference method. And memory fragments can never brush up to memory fragments above perfection. Therefore, it has been stuck before and has never broken through. But now, with the help of this Wushan maze, there may be a possibility of breakthrough. What is the scenery above perfection? Thinking of this, he firmly chose the doubts corresponding to the perfect fighting skills. Immediately, as he made a definite choice in his mind, a bright golden light suddenly burst out from the Wushan maze and fell on Li Yi. Seeing this scene, Sai Yizhen was shocked again. Edit the message immediately and send it quickly. It's Wushan golden light. It's the legendary Wushan golden light. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Arrive quickly. As the golden light was cast, a majestic shield seemed to burst out from inside and outside Li Yi's body. directly separating the surroundings. In the dark, Li Yu seemed to see a magnificent gaze, like a fleeting light, sweeping over him, and then retracting. The moment he felt the gaze, he had a strange feeling in his heart. So that's it, the perfect level of fighting skills is not yet settled. Instead, it is as powerful as flowing water, free and easy. Only after reaching the power of flowing water can the power be settled to millimeters or even microns. Perfect level fighting skills are impeccable and flawless. Any operation at the fingertips can be done accurately, and any fighting skills can be used at will. The skills based on the hands can be used on the feet, and the skills of the feet can be used on the hands. The subtle changes in strength can be applied to any part of the body, even to equipment. Force like flowing water means that the force can be superimposed on the whole body at will and can be mobilized at will. Assuming that Li Yu's hands can burst out 1 force, his legs can burst out 2 force, and his waist can burst out 1.5 force. Then, in the perfect stage, he can also superimpose the 3 forces, but the sum will inevitably be lost, and the final result is about 3, which is a loss of 1.5. But now, all can be used, reaching 4.5. Of course, this is just Li Yu's preliminary judgment, but the actual data still needs to be tested. But after reaching the realm of force like flowing water, there is no doubt that under the same physique, the combat power that can be burst out will naturally be a level higher. After slowly digesting the large amount of perception generated in his brain, Li Yu slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he got out of that special perception state and found that there were dozens of masters in front of him. There were Kunlun ship uniforms, other unfamiliar fleet uniforms, and the ship emblems on their shoulders were all kinds of patterns. In addition, there are old acquaintances, Long Qizhan, Hu Yidan, Zhang Bailey and others from the Khufu ship and the Sun Chaser. Why are there so many people? Was the golden light just now so loud that the news spread? So other fleets that were hitchhiking also came to join in the fun? In an instant, Li Yu figured out what happened. In front, the leader of the Kunlun ship, a 2-meter tall, thick-waisted, long-armed, dignified middle-aged man, stepped forward and said, "Mechanic Master Li Yi, let me introduce myself. I am the captain of the Mecha team of the Kunlun ship, Fang's Hillen, the captain of the Kunlun ship? A heavenly strong man?" Li Yi's heart moved slightly, and he looked around and said, "Hello, Captain Fang, I didn't know so many people gathered here." Fang's Hillen smiled slightly. "You are the first human to activate the golden light of Wushan since the Federation discovered the Wushan labyrinth. I think you should understand how everyone present feels when looking at you, a man who has made history." Li Yu nodded and said, "I can understand it to some extent. However, what is the Wushan golden light? Since no human has ever been able to stimulate it, why do you know about it?" Fang's Hillen said, "Because relevant documents and materials were found in the ruins of the earth, which recorded this extremely wonderful Wushan golden light." Li Yu's heart moved slightly, and he asked, "Besides the golden light, what kind of strange phenomena will appear if you walk out of the maze within 3 hours? In addition, what does the golden light mean?" Fang's Hillen smiled and said, "Except for you, in the past 100 years, it has basically been white light, green light, and purple light, 3 colors. Among them, white light has the worst effect, green light has a medium effect, and purple light has the strongest effect besides golden light." Li Yu frowned slightly. "Although this has indeed helped me a lot and allowed me to comprehend something new, but if you say it is the most effective, I don't think it is necessarily the case. Is there an error in the translation of the document? It can't be wrong. You walked out of the maze within an hour, which is rare in 100 years. The Wushan golden light projected to you must be the most effective," Fang's Hillen explained. "This effect may not be seen on the spot. It may be that in some extremely profound and sublime way, it allows you to obtain the skill direction with the highest growth potential. It is also possible, according to our previous long-term tracking observations, the understanding given by white light is basically short-term, green light is medium-term, and purple light is long-term, almost endless understanding." Li Yu nodded, indicating that he understood. Fang's Hillen smiled and said, "Let's put this aside first. I wonder if you are interested in discussing a cooperation with our Kunlun ship." On the other side, someone suddenly shouted, "Captain Fang, we respect you as a strong man of the heavenly rank and didn't interrupt you, but it's inappropriate for you to talk about cooperation directly like this. Our other 13 ships also want to discuss cooperation with Li Jijia Division, I think. How about we bid reasonably?" Fang's Hillen saw someone interrupting, His face sank slightly, but he didn't stop him, but waited patiently for others to finish speaking. As someone took the lead in shouting, people from other ships also spoke loudly. That's right, we have to talk fairly. Although Master Li has gained great benefits, you didn't mention any of these benefits and just talked about cooperation. Isn't that unfair, Master Li? Wuxin Jingyuang is not just about letting you comprehend skills. There is also a big secret related to the remains of the earth behind it. Don't rush to agree to Captain Fang's conditions. Why don't you listen carefully to the conditions of our other ships first? What do you think? It was also very embarrassing. Li Yu's most trusted old driver was still in the Wuxin maze. If Lang Zhishan was here, at least Li Yu could learn more about the situation. As for the people on the Kufu ship and the sun-chasing ship, they can be asked in detail later. After thinking about it, Li Yu said, in this case, why don't we talk somewhere else? One by one. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Cooperation. Taking this opportunity, Li Yu also checked the information a little and recognized the team emblems of those fleets. There are a total of 9 teams within the defense bus range of the Kunlun Starfield. In addition to the 2 known ships of Kofu's Yuri, the remaining 7 ships are Jinghui, Zhuhai, Fushan, Yuguang, Shanbo, Wudong, and Dejiang. There are also 3 ships from the adjacent defense star field, Henge, Shiantu, and Bailong. A total of 12 members of the main ship seem to have hitchhiked to participate in this youth mecha competition. At the same time, Li Yu also roughly understood the so-called important secret of the connection with the golden light of Wuxin in his conversation with them. At this moment, outside a quiet tea room on the Kunlun ship, there are more than a dozen people scattered in the courtyard, queuing up to wait for the results of Li Yu's conversation with other members of the ship. Most of them look stable and stand calmly, and a few of them have a flash of anxiety from time to time. A group of people talked to Li Yu in public. Although it was open and transparent, Li Yu also lost enough opportunities to understand and think. So Li Yu chose to communicate alone one-on-one. After a detailed conversation with Feng Zhiling of the Dragon Head ship, he asked other ships to decide the order of meeting him. As the saying goes, people are more worried about the lack of people than the inequality of the people. If Li Yu points out one by one, there will always be people who are dissatisfied. But if they are allowed to decide the order of meeting in a way that they agree with in the detailed conversation between him and Feng Zhiling, then the responsibility is not on Li Yu himself. In this way, even if others question his favoritism, it does not matter. After understanding the detailed cooperation instructions given by Feng Zhiling, Li Yu already had a general understanding of the cooperation. In other words, Wuxin Jingyuang is the key to unlock a huge partition of the Earth's ruins, Li Yu thought. Feng Zhiling nodded and said, that's right, the Earth ruins have a total of 7 major divisions, with a total of 49 small areas. Among them, the divisions that we humans have occupied are the Longhu Division and the Xingmeng Division, and there are also the unoccupied Hengming Division, Taibei Division, Yuhong Division, Zhaoguang Division, and Jinaiao Division, and each division represents a supreme divinity, the strongest divinity? Above the heavenly position, hearing this, Li Yu's expression moved slightly. Feng Zhiling said, that's right. There are currently 2 known ways for a heavenly rank to break through. The first is to combine low-sequence divinity and condense multiple divine nuclei. Then, there is a chance to condense a high-level divine nucleus, break through the limit of the original divinity, and condense into the strongest divine nucleus. The second is naturally to use the strongest divine radiation in the ruins of the earth to directly breed the strongest divine nucleus. Li Yu asked, which of these 2 ways is better? Feng Zhiling said, each has its advantages and disadvantages, but what I can tell you is that in our human camp, 70% of the strong people who rely on the strongest divinity to achieve a breakthrough above the heavenly rank, and 30% of them rely on a combination of low-sequence divinity to achieve a breakthrough above the heavenly rank. Among them, 5 of the top 10 masters in the current human strength ranking are formed by relying on low-sequence combinations, and 5 are formed by relying on the strongest divinity. But no matter which case, after achieving a breakthrough above the heavenly rank, it is still necessary to continue to condense the strongest divine nucleus, Li Yu said thoughtfully. In other words, these top masters who rely on low sequence combinations can also receive the strongest radiation from the Earth's ruins in the future. Feng Zhiling smiled slightly and said, "That's right. The strong who rely solely on the strongest divine genes will have to receive low sequence divine radiation again in the future. The progress will be slow, because their bodies have evolved to extremely high strengths, and low sequence divine radiation is difficult to play a role. This is just like the divine gene is more difficult to condense later. Because the evolution is not deep at the beginning, it is easy to be affected by the divine radiation and quickly generate divine genes. But in a later stage of evolution, the body has reached a relatively perfect stage to some extent, and the divine radiation of other roots is difficult to produce an effect. This is why the evolvers are all pursuing the upgrade of the divine mecha and improving the divine quality. Because the divine radiation brought by the control of the divine mecha has the most far-reaching impact on the evolver himself. Li Yu asked, "What if we can collect 7 kinds of the strongest divine radiation?" Feng Zhiling smiled and said, "Of course there are many strong people trying, but unfortunately, there are many difficulties. The biggest one is that the sub-areas of the Earth's ruins are difficult to occupy, and there are many difficulties inside that need to be challenged. Among them, Wuxian is the divine item we excavated in the Jin'ai sub-area, and it is also the key to occupying the sub-area. You have the Wuxian golden light. You can travel freely in the Jin'ai sub-area, and the difficulty is much reduced, and this is why many main ships, including our Kunlun ship, want to cooperate with you, of course. Wuxian golden light probably has other secrets related to the Earth's ruins, but you may need to discover them yourself." Li Yu suddenly realized, do the main ships also have personnel participating in the exploration of the Earth's ruins? Cooperating with me is equivalent to having an exploration pass for the Jin'ai sub-area. Feng Zhiling nodded and said, "The senior personnel of the main ship, such as the captain and the captain, will generally go to the Earth's ruins to garrison if they do not have a new place of employment after being rotated out. First, the resources for upgrading are naturally the most abundant there. Second, we also need to continue exploring the remains of the Earth and dig out more secrets of the divine civilization. Basically, the mysteries of the divine civilization we have dug out so far are only a small part of its vast civilization. There is still a lot for us to explore and inherit." Li Yu understood that the so-called cooperation is to cooperate with the captains and captains of each main ship. The people who went out of the Kunlun ship would naturally form a circle. The so-called cooperation with each main ship is better to say that it is cooperation with the big guys behind the main ship. As he said. Feng Zhiling explained the cooperation in detail again. Our Kunlun ship has 2 old captains who have completed the cosmic life in the ruins of the Earth, and 4 former captains of the heavenly rank who have retired for a long time. Their comprehensive strength is second to none among the major exploration teams. With the help of your Wuxian golden light to enter the small sub-area, the items obtained from the exploration will be divided equally, all knowledge will be shared. In addition, the Yaochi ship you came from has been in service for a long time and has accumulated a lot of masters, but because of the long service, the 2 old captains who retired before are too old and can no longer continue to explore the ruins of the Earth, so they are currently in a dormant state and will only be awakened when the human war reaches the most critical moment. There is also a former captain, whose strength is not bad, but there is only one. Unless your Captain 10 retires, otherwise, you can get very little support from the older generation of the Yaochi ship, so, you choose our Kunlun ship, which is definitely promising. You can even bring the old captain of your ship to join us in the exploration, which is also good." Li Yu said, "What I wonder is why the ruins of the Earth are not unified in command and deployment for exploration. First of all, there is a limit on the number of divine mechas. Even for exploration, you need to queue up, because the number of teams that can enter each time is limited, and the benefits are too great, and each has its own way of exploration. It is divided into countless small teams of strong people. This is our own reason," Feng Zhiling said, "and the ruins themselves are different from ordinary ruins. The interior is too magical and complicated. The more people there are, the better." "I understand. I will contact the ship to learn about the conditions and details of the cooperation mentioned by Captain Fang, and then give a reply." "How about it?" Feng Zhiling nodded and said, "Of course, this is your right. In addition, Captain Fang is not worried that I didn't get a place in this competition. With your talent, even if it doesn't work this year, it will definitely work next year and the year after. In 2 or 3 years, there will be little change, and we can wait." "Okay, I understand." After Feng's Hillen, Li Yun met with representatives of various main ships and talked in detail. Among them, the information obtained was generally not much different, but the details were different. In short, Li Yu did not gain anything else, but he became much more familiar with the overall situation of the Earth ruins. Among them, He Tongyan, the senior mecha master from the Yugong ship, left a deep impression on Li Yi. Because He Tongyan was the only senior mecha master who had actually visited the ruins of the Earth. He was also the 10th place winner of the Youth Mecha Master competition last year and got a place. According to him, the reason why he came again this year was that the personnel on the Yugong ship were rotated, and there was no other suitable person to lead the team to the border star. At this time, He Tongyan only heard his analysis. The ruins of the Earth are like an endless treasure. If Master Li cooperates with the Kunlun ship, the benefits will be swallowed up. I think it is better to cooperate with our Yugong ship. Although our Yugong ship has only one old captain who has completed the cosmic life, he is still in his prime. Besides, you have Wuxin Jingguang, and the difficulty of exploration is originally very low. There is no need to distribute more profits at once and let the people of Kunlun ship make money for nothing. It is better to take it slow and transform it slowly. We can divide the accounts according to contribution. For example, in the partition with difficulty A, you can directly take 70% of the profits with Wuxin Jingguang, and 50% for difficulty B and so on. The more difficult it is, the higher your contribution ratio will be. The easier the partition, because our own strength is enough to solve it, so the contribution will increase accordingly. Conversely, in the partition with difficulty S, you can get 80% of the profits. We can talk about the specific sharing ratio, but as for the method, I suggest that it should be divided in detail according to the difficulty or the specific internal situation, but the basic logic is that the more difficult it is, the higher the proportion. Do you agree? Li Yu said, your plan is indeed relatively reasonable. I will consider it carefully. How about the reply time after my Mecha Master competition is over? This way there are too many variables. If there are other changes, I'm afraid we won't be able to finalize the profit-sharing plan quickly. He Tongyan hesitated. It doesn't matter, because I can also choose not to cooperate and go on my own. Li Yu smiled and said, of course, if it is not necessary, I will definitely not eat alone. The so-called risk is shared by everyone. Seeing this, He Tongyan did not insist and smiled. Okay, since you have your own firm opinion, that's good. Then I will wait for your good news in the Youth Mecha Master competition. Although you are only a mid-level Mecha Master now, you can solve the Wuxin maze. You must be gifted and have outstanding combat effectiveness, but I still have to remind you that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in each fleet, and dark horses may appear every year. Don't take it lightly. Like the several upper-level Mecha Masters I met last year who were unlucky, they had great hopes of entering the top 10, but I had bad luck in the middle, and I met several strong men in succession, which consumed my strength and ultimately failed to make the top 10. It is also possible. Li Yu nodded. Then thank you Captain He for your reminder. Li Yu said that he needed to wait for the reply from the superiors of Yaochi ship for all the invitations for cooperation, and that he also needed to consider it, so he would talk about it after the competition. Everyone had their own eloquence, either pointing out the shortcomings of cooperation with other ships or trying their best to list the advantages of cooperation with themselves. However, Li Yu was determined and unmoved. After about half a day, several people finally left one after another, and repeatedly reminded them that they must not agree to the invitations of other ships at will before the competition was over. In this regard, Li Yu naturally agreed. His idea was very simple. Since everyone was begging him, it meant that the value of Wuxin Jingguang was far higher than he could imagine. If he agreed rashly, it would be a waste of this great opportunity. He was not without a backer, so he naturally sat on the Diaoyote. Putting the matter aside for later, Li Yu finally got a free time to return to his temporary residence and carefully experience the news brought by Yuanmen. According to everyone, the insights that Wuxin Jingguang gave me must be profound and endless, but why is my feeling not so obvious? Although it did allow me to quickly master the wonderful state of power like flowing water, why does it feel slightly inconsistent with the effect they described? Is it because the difficulty of the state above perfection is much higher than I imagined, so it gave me this illusion of general effect? In fact, if it is purple light or green light, it may not be able to be mastered immediately, or is there another mystery, or does it need to trigger something specific, or do I need to go through some actual combat before I can have other insights? While thinking, Li Yi entered the dream plane, intending to see if there are any related memory fragments above perfection. I couldn't brush it out before, but now with the insights given by Washin Jingguang, it will probably work, right? With this consideration, Li Yi searched. 15 hours after Li Yi left the Washin maze, Liang Zhishan finally walked out of the maze and returned to the temporary residence of everyone on the Kunlun ship. At that time, he had already figured out how Li Yi obtained the Washin golden light from a lot of communications with him to make friends. Knock knock. Knock on the door. It's me, Liang Zhishan, I'm here. Li Yi opened the door and saw Liang Zhishan, who looked haggard but excited, and smiled. Instructor Liang, it seems that you have gained a lot. Liang Zhishan smiled and said, no matter how big the harvest is, it can't compare to one of your fingers. Now you are precious. Everyone has to hold you in high esteem, fearing that something will happen to you. Instructor Liang, that's exaggerating, it's not an exaggeration. The remains of the earth are the foundation of our human development. You have Washin golden light, which is equivalent to becoming a strategic top talent for our entire human race. Even if you were originally just an ordinary person who knew nothing, others had to hold you in high esteem. As he spoke, Liang Zhishan had already entered Li Yi's room. I heard that you have rejected all those cooperation invitations and are going to reply to them after the competition. Li Yi nodded and said, that's right, very good, that's the way it should be. Are they belittling our strength in various ways? Don't believe them, how can they know our true trump card? Liang Zhishan smiled and said, to be honest, even if you don't cooperate with them, our Yaoqi ship will support you enough. But this matter is very big after all. Let's contact the main ship as soon as possible to see if the captain and the captain have any ideas. Specifically, I will let Chen Kai-Ongzi negotiate. With your friendship with her, I believe I can get you something very good. Then I'll trouble Instructor Liang. Li Yi expressed his gratitude. Why are you polite? You will be the pride of our Yaoqi ship and a walking business card in the future, Liang Zhishan said. Next, prepare well for the Youth Mecha Master competition. You still have a lot of room for improvement in your strength. Don't think you are invincible. Chapter 137 Beheading. The next day, Tengjili and his group who entered the Washin maze also walked out of the Washin maze one after another. The temporary residence of several people was next door, so they could visit each other in no time. Li Yi also took the time to ask them about the route inside the Washin maze. Of course, they did not challenge it without thinking of any way. For example, some people kept leaving marks on the wall with heavy punches, some people marked the smell, and some people with good spatial memory tried to remember. In short, each of them had their own tricks and showed their skills. But they soon found that whether it was a mark or a smell, it would soon lose its trace. If you leave the fork in the road with one foot and then go back with the other foot, all the marks left will disappear. Therefore, you can only rely on memory to walk hard. As a result, after walking hard for a while, your memory began to become confused and you couldn't figure out where you were. In the end, you can walk out, one is luck, and the other is feeling. Relying on the metaphysical way of walking, you unknowingly walked out of the fork in the road. After everyone communicated with each other, they realized the key to getting out. As long as you give up thinking and walk around casually, you can walk out of the maze unknowingly. Basically, after spending more than 10 hours of anxious time, everyone was surprised to find that the longer they stayed in the Washin labyrinth, the lower their brain's thinking energy would be. It was not until they left the Washin labyrinth that they barely regained consciousness, but they were already exhausted. And this is the weird part. Because according to everyone's physique, they are generally the best among the middle-level evolvers, and some have just entered the ranks of upper-level mecha masters. With this kind of physical fitness, even if they continue to move for 7 days and 7 nights, there should be no problem. Everyone thought about it carefully and was terrified. In response, Tengjili said, "It's really scary. Could it be that the so-called progressive instructor Liang is that he suffered enough mental torture in the Washin maze, and when he entered again, he had some resistance, so he could shorten the time to enter? So he could get the enlightenment gift of the Washin maze?" Liang Zhishan shook his head and said, "Of course there was mental torture, but it's hard to say that I improved after experiencing mental torture, because there was a year between my 2 entries and exits, and during this year, my strength also improved a little." Everyone discussed it for a while, and Li Yi left the discussion without asking more questions. He continued to digest the enlightenment of being as powerful as flowing water. Although he has perfectly achieved the realm of being as powerful as flowing water, Enlightenment is achieved by a method similar to initiation after all. The essence is not something he has realized himself, and it is different from the essence of memory fragments that comes from himself. This is a truly external thing. Therefore, he also strives to digest this enlightenment thoroughly and turn it into his own real thing. The way to digest it is to rely on actual combat, training, and meditation. After all, he was not in his base camp now, so he chose to meditate and digest the memory fragments accumulated in the past. The reason why I didn't swipe out the memory fragments related to this perception in the dream plane is probably because I haven't really mastered this perception yet. Although it feels like I can use the state of force like flowing water at any time, there's always a subtle sense of separation. I just don't know if other people who have obtained the purple light and blue light of Washin have similar perceptions. While thinking, Liu continued to meditate, grinding that special external perception like grinding inkstone, bit by bit, digesting it into his body. In a passage leading to the middle ship, Sun Yizhan leaned sideways on the handrail on the conveyor belt, with an expression of wandering in the sky. Suddenly, someone walked to the conveyor belt next door, coughed lightly, and the sound condensed interline, and said to Sai Yizhan, "Tell me in detail, what is the situation of the person who obtained the Washin golden light?" Sai Yizhan said lightly, "A mediocre middle-level mecha master of the Yaoqi ship. What do you want to do?" The man said with a smile, "How can a person who can obtain the Washin golden light be an ordinary person? He must be a genius that is unique in the past few decades of mankind. I want this person's detailed information, including subsequent itinerary information." Sun Yizhang frowned and said, "No, within my control, don't cause any accidents. If you want to make trouble, you can do it after leaving the ship." The man smiled and said, "Don't trust me so much? Don't worry, I don't want to make trouble. I just want to understand the situation of this super genius. If necessary, see if he can be transformed into our camp." Sun Yizhang said, "It's up to you. Just don't affect me. My lurking level is higher than yours, and there are important tasks waiting for me in the future." The man said, "Don't worry, I know the rules. You are the heavenly seed that we successfully sent in with great difficulty. How can I give up so easily?" Sun Yizhan said, "Very good, I hope you will do what you say, otherwise, don't blame me for killing you directly and fabricating evidence to prove that you are a member of the true Saint Church." The man was stunned, and then laughed. "You don't look like we have been baptized by the true Saint Steel Pillar," Sun Yizhan said as a matter of course, "so my lurking level is higher than yours. Otherwise, even if you are stronger than me now, so what? Your status in the church is always lower than mine." While speaking, Sun Yizhan walked out of the conveyor belt, and his eyes never glanced at the next door from beginning to end. And when he spoke, his lips moved very secretly, as if he had never said anything. The man stood outside the conveyor belt. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then turned and left. On the other side, the people on the Yugong ship were visiting the internal open facilities of the Kunlun ship. Someone beside Yi Tuomian asked in a low voice, "Oldie, how is the cooperation negotiation going? This kid Li Yi is really ruthless." Yi Tuomian glanced over and found that the person who was speaking was Yi Yan, an acquaintance of the Fushan ship. "It's the same as you guys. Why do you come to inquire now?" Yi Yan said speechlessly. "Everyone on the ship is fooling around. No one is willing to tell the truth. It has wasted too much of my time. In fact, everyone is the same. No one has come to an agreement. This young man is very determined. Our ship can't produce anything good. I guess we can only give it to others." Yi Tuomian nodded and said, "After all, he is not stupid. He will understand the principle of waiting for the right price." "I get angry when I say this," Yi Yan said. "That old bastard Feng Zhiling really set a bad example. He actually wanted to get something for nothing in public. He made us so passive." Yi Tuomian smiled and said, "You are right. Feng Zhiling is indeed an old bastard. There are quite a few elites who have been fooled by him to the Kunlun ship these days, but it turns out that fooling is fooling. When they arrived, the resources were not sufficient as promised. My former subordinates kept asking me if they could be transferred back to the Yugong ship. It's hard to take back what has been spilled. You definitely can't take it. If you really take it, you'll be a sucker." Yi Yan sneered. "Those who are fooled away easily are either bad or stupid. It's better to leave them in Feng Zhiling's hands. In this way, we can also give priority to people who are loyal and not stupid." Yi Tuomian said, "Feng Zhiling wants to raise Gu, but he is too eager for quick success. I don't think his approach is right. The Kunlun ship, The leading ship will sooner or later have big problems. Yi Yan nodded and said, let's wait and see. In the conversation between the two, Fang Zhilin, the powerful man of the heavenly position, did not have much respect. Instead, he was full of contempt. Time flies, and 4 days have passed. A supergiant ring-shaped creation comparable to the size of 7 or 8 moons, with a hollow in the middle, all was releasing the eternal blue flame, standing quietly in the void. A starship as majestic as a giant mountain suddenly flew out from the center of the ring-shaped creation and slowly left. In the center of the huge ring, the mountain-like starship looked like rice beads from a distance, which was really terrifying. This ship was naturally the Kunlun ship carrying many contestants. After crossing the Stargate, you can see that there is a seemingly endless group of asteroids in the distance, which is very dense. And in the center of the forward route, there is a slightly lonely border star. At this moment, Li Yi and his group stood on the third dome of the Kunlun ship, looking at the shocking scene in front of them. As they got closer and closer to the border star, the huge border star, which was comparable to hundreds of Mars in size, also appeared in front of them. The surface of the border star was like a rough man's face, with pits and pits, and huge tentacles like vertical objects slanting everywhere. With their naked eyes, they can directly see these huge vertical objects. It can be seen that those tentacle-like vertical objects are at least several thousand meters high. Then, looking past the border star, a ring-shaped object emitting a faint blue flame can be seen standing quietly in front of them. It seems that the thing is the alien Stargate that always presents a curved orbital motion with a border star. Liang Zhishan smiled and said, how is it? The front is our main battlefield for the next 2 months. Is it shocking? Very excited, Tang Zhuli clenched his fists and said, I have been training hard for so long. This is the first time I have encountered a scene so close to a real interstellar war. I am indeed a little eager to move, Zhang Bailey on the side also said. I was injured too early in the ruins last time. I have to practice well this time. Liang Zhishan looked at everyone and found that they were all excited and a little nervous. He nodded slightly. Although he is also a contestant, his position on the Yaoqi ship is more of an instructor for everyone. Therefore, seeing the state of the Mecha Masters who are participating in actual combat for the first time is so excited, he naturally praised it in his heart. His eyes swept to Li Yi's side and found that he was much calmer. Liang Zhishan patted Li Yi on the shoulder and said with a smile, work hard, strive for 8 and guarantee 10. Before leaving the ship, Liang Zhishan was arranged by Chen Kaiyongzi to fight with Li Yi several times, helping him to condense the 13th divine gene, which is also the 5th Pluto divine gene. Therefore, he knew Li Yi's strength and was confident that he would be in the top 10. Tang Zhili immediately looked at Liang Zhishan and asked with a smile, then instructor, how much do you think I should strive for and how much do I guarantee? Liang Zhishan pondered for a while and said, strive for 50 and guarantee 70. Tang Zhili also made progress during this period. He has condensed the 19th divine gene and became a superior evolver. Although he has not yet been certified as a superior Mecha Master, with his fighting foundation and previous accumulation, I believe that becoming a superior Mecha Master is only a matter of time. Therefore, he is also quite confident that even if he can't get into the top 10, the top 20 can always be okay, right? Hearing Liang Zhishan say this, his face suddenly fell and he asked, Instructor Liang, I have advanced to the upper evolutionary level. How can I not compete for the top 20? Liang Zhishan nodded and said, let me tell you this. When I participated in the competition last year, I had already condensed the 22nd divine gene. Guess what my final ranking was? Tang Zhili hesitated and said, more than 20, wrong, 39. Liang Zhishan said with a smile, in theory, those who can become upper evolutionaries before the age of 40 are already top elites. There is no doubt about that, but you can't stand the participants this time. They are basically all the young Mecha Masters of our Federation. Some people may start participating in the competition at the age of 30 and have participated in 8 or 9 sessions. They are strong and have deep accumulation. Some people may be like Li Yi, who is gifted and has the strength of an upper Mecha Master in his 20s. Some people are born in the Xianhui Quan family, have a solid foundation, are knowledgeable, and have been taught by Xianhui strongmen since childhood. Think about it, how old are you among these people? This is your first time. You are already 37 this year. You can compete for the top 50 because you have a good foundation in fighting skills. If you lack all kinds of skills and have 19 divine genes, it may be difficult to get into the top 100. There are at least 5 people on the 72 main ship, and normally there are 10 people. There are 20 to 30 people. There are nearly 1,000 young masters. You can compete for the top 50, which is a great honor for your ancestors. In the next 2 or 3 years, if you work harder, you may be able to break into the top 20, or even have a burst of luck and reach the 10th place. Tang Jili was hit by Liang Zhishan, and his face became more and more ugly at first. Later, he was relieved and nodded, "Yes, I still have 3 chances. In 3 years, I have so many B-level divine cores to exchange, so I have a chance to overtake." Li Yu patted the shoulder of the elder brother Tang Jili and said, "Come on, brother Tang." Tang Jili smiled bitterly and said, "Come on, you should do more to show our Yaoqi ship's prestige. We, the elder brothers, don't have much chance." Zhang Bailey said, "I envy you, Tang Jili. If it's hard for you to be in the top 50, then it's even more troublesome for me. I hope I can strive for the top 100. While talking, the small starships that everyone was riding on also began to leave the Kunlun ship and set off for the border star. Behind their small starships, there were other small starships waiting in line to leave the warehouse. For a while, on the middle ship deck of the Kunlun ship, various colors of flames washed and flickered, and more than a dozen small starships flew away one after another. Outside the border star, a medium-sized cruiser came from a distance and sent a transmission signal to the landing starship. The ship was connected, and then a serious voice sounded, "We are the 3rd cruiser of the border star garrison corps. Please leave the control authority of the starship vacant and put it in autopilot mode. We will temporarily take over your control authority, then wait for the authority and personnel review to be confirmed before you can enter the border star. Otherwise, if you enter without permission, the crew's orbital gun will be fired directly and kill without mercy." Liang Zhishan frowned, picked up the communicator, and asked the starship's pilot, "Is this a routine procedure? Why haven't I seen this kind of scene in the past 2 years?" The pilot said, "I don't know. The communication AI in the ship has just identified the enemy authentication password and the authority authentication password and confirmed that they are correct." Liang Zhishan said, "Okay, since the enemy authentication password is fine, let's do as they say." The pilot said, "Okay, then I will release the safety valve of external authority and let them in." Li Yu felt something was wrong and said, "Instructor Liang, why don't you wait a moment? I see that other starships didn't intercept us, but they specifically intercepted us. Is that weird?" Liang Zhishan narrowed his eyes slightly, remembering that Li Yu had a new variable of Washan Jingguang, and now there was a different inspection process, which was indeed a bit weird. Did the news leak out so quickly? Is there a ghost on the Kunlun ship? Can the authorization authentication password be disguised? But this is a very high-level confidentiality technical means, even a high computing AI cannot crack it. With a flash of thought, Liang Zhishan immediately said, "Wait, don't worry, transfer the communication authority to me, I will communicate with their people." The driving officer said, "But I have already operated it just now." Liang Zhishan and Li Yu looked at each other, and their scalps were numb. Damn. Was the house stolen? Is there something wrong with the driving officer? Or was it replaced by someone else? Is the cult playing tricks? Everyone, enter the hangar immediately and start the divine mecha as soon as possible, Liang Zhishan ordered decisively. Li Yu was well prepared. Before Liang Zhishan took action, he suddenly started, went down all the way, and ran to the hangar at the rear. The rest of the people were just slightly stunned, then reacted and immediately started running. While running, an alarm sounded from the ship, "Warning, warning, the ship will enter the closed mode in 10 seconds, and all channels will not be open. Please stay in place and fasten your seat belts to prevent injuries caused by huge shocks. Please stay in place and fasten your seat belts." Everyone found that the channel in front was slowly closing with a warning sound, and Li Yi and Liang Zhishan in front had already jumped to the top and jumped over before the channel door closed. "Fuck. Are you trying to catch us in a jar?" Tang Jili punched the channel door. Boom. 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 Seeing this, several people did not hesitate to directly launch divine skills to blast the channel door open. After all, they were a group of outstanding middle-level evolvers. When they exploded, no matter how strong these steels were, they were not divine mechas, so they would naturally be smashed quickly. At this time, 2 C-class divine mechas flew out from the sides of the cruiser in front, and with the help of the slender tail flames behind them, they quickly rushed to the starship. Immediately afterwards, The two divine mechas reached out and destroyed the outer defensive armor of the starship, as well as the particle energy cannon. Then, they were about to raise their hands to move the starship away. At this moment, a violent flame burst out. The ape suit mecha and the Pluto mecha jumped out first, with flames flashing behind them, and flew towards the two C-class divine mechas in front. Seeing this, the two C-class divine mechas simply abandoned the starship, jumped up, opened their upper and lower jaws, and condensed the divine energy cannon. Shoot! Suddenly, two fiery red divine energy cannons broke through the vacuum, passed through the debris ejected from the starship, one shot straight at the Pluto mecha, and the other aimed at the ape suit mecha. The Hades mecha took off the 100-meter armor-piercing broadsword on its back, and the divinity continued to infuse it. The flames of the thrusters on the shoulder armor became brighter and brighter. Then, cut. The divine energy cannon shot and was directly cut off by the divine sharpness of the armor-piercing broadsword and offset. At the same time, the Hades mecha continued to accelerate, like splitting a long river of flames, cutting straight down, and in an instant it accelerated to the front of the C-class divine mecha on the opposite side, and then cut hard. The knife flashed sharply. In an instant, the head of the C-class divine mecha was cut off from the neck, and the head and body were separated and flew away. But at this time, the Hades mecha reached out and grabbed the head of the divine mecha in his hand. So far, a captive was obtained. On the other side, the monkey suit mecha faced the divine energy cannon shot in, and seeing that there was still its own starship behind, it also directly activated a divine shield and directly offset it 100 meters in front of it. Then he jumped out and spurted out a divine energy cannon, sweeping across. But the two sides were not close, so the opponent's C-class divine mecha also easily accelerated on the spot and then avoided the cannon. Chapter 138 Interrogation. The remaining C-class divine mecha saw the two divine mechas coming in a threatening manner, but it did not intend to retreat. It opened its upper and lower jaws, gathered divine energy, and shut out. Flames flashed. The fiery red divine energy beam swept across the starship below again. It did not continue to attack the two divine mechas, but aimed its spearhead at the starship. Fortunately, the monkey suit mecha had not jumped out of the range of the starship. It jumped up, and the pale blue hemispherical divine shield in front of it was expanded to its maximum, covering the starship in front. The teammates had not come out yet, so naturally they could not be buried here. This is another group of elites of the Yaochi ship's young mecha division generation. The next moment, the energy cannon touched the divine shield, splashing countless small flames, falling on the starship, directly melting through the protective coating, and the first and second protective shells were about to be melted out. On the other side, the Pluto mecha reached out and grabbed the opponent's mecha head, then leaped up, and the flames behind it suddenly exploded, and it accelerated to kill the C-class divine mecha. Seeing this, the C-class mecha stopped spraying, and its body flashed flexibly. Before the Pluto mecha shot far away, it sprayed to the far corner, and jumped away lightly like a swimming fish, avoiding the impact of the Pluto mecha in advance. The Pluto mecha turned sharply, and the flames behind it suddenly exploded, superimposed with a wind and fire divinity in its body, and accelerated to kill the opponent. The opponent was only 70 meters high, and his skills and reactions were more flexible and agile than the other C-class, and he was decisive. But for Li Yi, under the same size, even if the technical and tactical level was extremely superior, he was not his opponent. Unless the driver inside was a strong man who was just one step away from the heavenly position, he would be a little afraid. However, the opponent was still quite slippery and did not hold back. After several chases, the opponent kept a certain distance and always avoided the close approach of the Pluto mecha. Obviously, he also saw the terrible consequences of being close to the Pluto mecha in the quick death of his companion. Normally, once the opponent has no intention to fight and keeps dodging after the chase, it is difficult for the divine mecha of the same level to catch the opponent in the space scene. But Li Yi is not an ordinary person, and he has his own way. With a thought, he manipulated the Pluto mecha to make a fake move and pretended to be deceived by the opponent. Then he turned around suddenly, bursting out microelectric characteristics, stimulating the nerve reaction speed to speed up a level, and at the same time launching a burst skill to increase the body load. Suddenly, in the silent space, the flame behind the body of the Pluto mecha increased its intensity again, and it exploded like a huge spark. Under the impetus of this explosive force, the Pluto mecha swung its sword in a circle, cut through the sky, and landed on the opponent's shoulder. On the other side, the small starship of the Yugong ship was just not far behind the Yaoqi ship, preparing to go deep into the border star. In front of the control platform, Tuangmian noticed the explosion flash in the distance, and his eyes moved slightly. "Captain, zoom in on the detection system and see what's happening at the 10 o'clock position," the captain said. "It's a battle of divine mechas. One is a small starship belonging to the Yaoqi ship, and the other seems to be a cruiser of the border star garrison corps. Hey." The authentication authority password of the cruiser was showing normal just now, but it suddenly disappeared after a refresh. "What's going on?" Tuangmian's face changed slightly. "Temporary invasion? Or was the incident exposed and the evidence destroyed?" "Captain, adjust the direction and get closer to that side. In addition, quickly record the authentication information of that cruiser to prevent them from destroying the records." After speaking, he jumped up, climbed out of the control panel passage, ran to the upper hangar of the starship, and shouted, "A brother ship has been attacked. Everyone immediately start the divine mecha, leave 5 to guard, and follow me for support for the other 3. Tuangmian was the 10th in the last class. He has currently condensed 26 divine genes, only one away from the upper limit. The divine mecha is a Thor sequence B-class 88-meter angry electric mecha, with black and white colors, black bottom leather armor, white outer steel armor, broad shoulders and thin waist, long arms over the knees, and unusually long thighs. The head is topped with an electric-shaped crown helmet, and an angry look is revealed under the helmet. There are angry lightning lines on the tip of the forehead, the eyes are wide open, and the cheeks are bulging, making a gritting of teeth. With the opening of the outermost hangar roof, the angry electric mecha first activated a universal thruster behind it, suddenly jumped, and moved forward rapidly under the propulsion of the flame flow behind it. Several units in the back also started quickly, and flames flashed one after another, enveloping the mecha and shooting out rapidly. As the best young mecha divisions in a ship, most of them have a corresponding thrusters. And the few who are not equipped naturally stay in the ship on their own initiative to defend against enemies outside the ship. Soon, the people on the Yugong ship rushed to the battle group and saw a scene that shocked them extremely silently. An excessive amount of thruster jets burst out in front, spreading like cosmic fireworks. Then, a pure black divine mecha slashed with a sharp sword, cutting a 70-meter high C-class divine mecha in half, from the shoulder to the waist, into 2 oblique parts. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils shrank sharply. What a strong killing power! That Pluto mecha is the boy who got the golden light of Wushan, a divine mecha of the same level. With one sword, it was like cutting tofu without any obstruction. Normally, when divine mechas of the same level fight, unless they are programmed mechas like the ruins, the most common result is to break through the defense and continue to wear down the opponent. Right, the opponent's action is obviously not a programmed mecha, and the divine control is obviously very flexible. Even the defense of the outer armor can't resist that slash in a second, so strong. On the public channel, everyone was silent for a while, and then there was a lot of low-voiced discussion. Everyone couldn't hide their shock. Because their divine mechas, except Tuangmian, were B-class, and everyone else was C-class. In other words, if they fight against a pure black mecha, they probably won't even be able to resist its attack. Tuangmian said in a deep voice, the subtlety of that slash is the super explosive thruster speed behind him, which accelerated him to an incredible speed in a very short time. The opponent didn't react, and the divinity couldn't be quickly activated to enhance the defense. Then, he can also accurately focus all the kinetic energy on the sharp edge of the blade, so that it can penetrate the blade, and thus be indestructible. Don't say C level, even B level, or even A level, can be cut off with one slash, someone asked. In other words, if he didn't have that huge burst of flames, he wouldn't be able to slash such a powerful blow. Tuangmian nodded and said, in theory, it is true, but what you can't confirm is whether the opponent has any trump cards. As he spoke, 4 divine mechas approached the Pluto mecha. Combined with the change in the authority of the cruiser just now, the situation is already very clear. The cruiser is likely to be fake, or it has been usurped by cult members. As for the target, if there are no accidents, it is most likely Li Yi who possesses Wushan Golden Light. Since everyone has contacted Li Yi, and for the sake of cooperation, they naturally investigated Li Yi's relevant situation. Therefore, it is easy to get the corresponding exclusive mecha, which is almost public information. It can be seen at a glance that the pure black mecha is Li Yi's exclusive vehicle, the Pluto mecha. However, although they want to assist, The battle was over when they arrived at the battlefield, so there is naturally no talk of assistance. What's more, the other party has just been attacked and may be a frightened bird. Therefore, the 4 divine mechas approached to an appropriate degree, about 7 or 8 kilometers away, and then stopped. At this distance, even if both sides use divine energy cannons to bombard each other, there is enough time to react and defend, so it is not a big problem. There is no need to worry about close-range rapid harassment. For both sides, it is a relatively gentle and safe distance. Li, I'm Hitonian. I saw the flames flashing here and confirmed that there was a battle between divine mechas. I was about to come to help, but I didn't expect that you would end the battle so quickly. How is it, have you captured all the opponents? The Pluto Mecha was suspended in the vacuum, keeping the same distance as the small starship, observing the several divine mechas in front. Having just experienced an attack, it is natural that the first person approaching the battlefield cannot be easily trusted. What's more, the other party is someone who has just met for a short time, and the degree of danger may be high or low, so we have to be on guard. After thinking for a moment, Li Yi sent a message, Captain He, can you see what happened on our side? What do you think? He Tuangian replied, of course, the other ships around are fine, only you have problems. There is no doubt that they must be targeting your Wushan Jingguang. However, although there were many people present at the time, they were all core members of each ship, and there were not many unrelated passers-by at the time. Logically, they should have been checked and the news should not have been leaked. In this way, there must be a traitor among our group at the time. Li Yu praised, Captain He is worthy of being a clear-minded person. So, what do you think we should do next? He certainly did not believe Hitonian immediately. What he said just now was naturally to test Hitonian. As the saying goes, the more you talk, the more mistakes you make. If the other party really has problems, I believe it will soon be exposed through words. Moreover, the battle here will definitely not be hidden from the surrounding monitoring facilities. Most likely, a real garrison will come to confirm the situation in a while. At that time, the situation will mostly be safe. But just in case, it is undoubtedly the safest to keep the divine mechas started at all times and stay in the cockpit. Hitonian said, wait for the garrison corps to come, preferably with their superiors present, so that it is safest. Theoretically, this is one of the most powerful groups on the human border. Even if there are people in the lower level who are quietly brainwashed, converted, or lurking by the cult, the upper level personnel are unlikely to be converted. After all, the strength is there. Of course, if such strong people are converted, this is the opponent's territory, and there is no way to attack them. Li Yu nodded, I just mean this. Although I am very grateful to Captain He for coming to help, the situation is unclear now, so I can only be rude for the time being. It doesn't matter, we are all comrades in arms of the brother ship, and there may be a possibility of cooperation in the future, right? Hitonian responded with a smile, not caring about Li Yi's caution. Instead, he thought it was good to be cautious. After a while, the other teammates on the starship also gradually recovered the remains of the 2 C-class divine mechas and loaded them into the small starship. Although the outer armor of the small starship was removed, the particle energy cannon was destroyed, and the defense coating was melted by the divine energy cannon with flame characteristics, and the air leaked out. However, the main structure is still intact. The central cabin was previously tampered with by the other party and entered the closed ship mode, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise, and the air did not leak out completely. Therefore, the internal circulation system can still operate. If everything goes well, as long as they repair it a little, their base camp will still be there. Moreover, they also seized this cruiser by the way. If it is confirmed that it is a disguise, then they can legitimately seize a small starship worth at least 5 billion star coins. Of course, even if this cruiser is a real thing, they can take this opportunity to exchange military merits from the garrison corps. It's not bad. As for the previous pilot of the small starship, it is naturally taken down for the time being to prevent this person from having problems. Soon, the authentic cruiser of the garrison corps was confirmed to have arrived. Upon inspection, it was found that it was indeed not any cruiser in service in the garrison corps, but an old ship that had been retired for nearly 30 years. However, although it was retired, the overall appearance of the new generation of cruisers was slightly different from that of the old ships in terms of size and paint. Therefore, with a slight adjustment, it would soon be possible to pass it off as genuine. As for how the other party obtained the retired ship and the authorization authentication password, the cruise commander of the garrison corps said. We will deal with it properly, investigate it quickly, and give you an explanation. We cannot let you come all the way to support a battle and feel disappointed. In response, Liang Zhishan said firmly, we want more than just an explanation, but we hope that you can quickly find loopholes in the defense line and personnel configuration and rectify the problems. At the same time, follow the clues to find all the cult members and eliminate them immediately. Almost all the strong men in the Federation are watching this competition. I hope you don't want to make any mistakes in such an important occasion, the cruise commander said. I know, please rest assured. As for the captives and the pilot they captured, they did not plan to hand them over immediately. Instead, they planned to land on the border star and interrogate them once. After all, this is their own starship. If they give it to someone else, they will not feel at ease. Moreover, as long as they keep good compliance records, they will not be afraid that the interrogation results will not be rejected by the supervision department and cannot become valid evidence. The small starship was lifted by the divine mechas of the crowd and landed in the designated landing area, and then the interrogation began. Liang Zhishan and Li Yu were in charge of the main trial. Zhang Bailey was responsible for checking the polygraph test behind him and conveying information to the two with gestures. First, the pilot. Name, Chen Wei. Why did you accept the other party's authority vacancy order before I gave a confirmed order, which almost led to a capture by the cult and caused the starship to be severely damaged? At least 1 billion star coins will be required for repairs, Chen Wei said. I am the pilot. I judged that the other party's authority was fine, and you also approved it before, so I just executed it directly. Is there any problem? Liang Zhishan tapped the table with his fingers anxiously, his eyes showing pressure, staring at Chen Wei, and shouted, no, you obviously found the problem, but you followed the action. You are a cult member, right? Tell me, who converted you? Time, place, specific circumstances, and describe in detail. Chen Wei was very calm and said, no, I just followed my duties. You can think that I made a mistake in judgment, but you can't label me a cult member. This is unfair. I am innocent. Li Yu looked at Zhang Bailey and found that the results of the two polygraph tests were true. This means that Chen Wei believes that he did not lie, or indeed did not lie. Li Yu said, Chen Wei, do you think that the most you can do is let the military court sentence you for dereliction of duty? Is this the best result you can accept? Chen Wei said, that's not what I meant. I really think there's nothing wrong with the other party, so I left the authority vacant. Li Yu said, people die for money and birds die for food. It can be seen that you are not a member of a cult, but you were bewitched and bribed, right? Didn't you gamble a lot of working hours before, which exceeded your limit? In order to fill the vacancy, you had to take a risk and follow the other party's requirements to press that button at the critical moment, right? Chen Wei's pupils shrank slightly, and he said nothing. Li Yu said thoughtfully, it seems that I was right. So, how many hours have you lost in total? Is it tens of thousands? No, it seems to be hundreds of thousands. You are really bold. Do you think that if you win the bet, you can lie flat on the ship for the rest of your life? Then, you can also use the hours you win to exchange for divine radiation, so that you can become an evolver, right? Chen Wei has not spoken, but Li Yu doesn't care. He keeps asking questions and observing the slightest changes around his face. Before long, Li Yu has basically outlined the complete situation in his mind. He gave Liang Zhishan a look and left the interrogation room. Li Yu said, the clues about Chen Wei's situation are not very useful. Let's interrogate the two fake Mecha masters we just captured. Liang Zhishan was surprised and said, you are good, just like an interrogation expert. You just asked a lot of questions. Are you observing his micro-expressions? Honestly, is it useful? What is your current conclusion? Li Yu said, in fact, I observed not only micro-expressions, but also the microelectric changes in his brain, as well as the movements of the micro-muscles on his face and eyes. Only by comprehensive judgment can I keep trying out the keywords that will cause him to react. Chapter 139 Mentor. Liang Zhishan frowned as he listened. Such a fancy trick should be difficult to implement, right? Li Yu said, go back and ask the people on the main ship to check his recent working hours, capital flow, and his usual habits, and we can roughly confirm the situation. How do you know he likes gambling? Li Yu said, first, he looks very calm, but the adrenaline in his body is soaring, and the microelectric reaction of his brain is much more active than that of non-evolved people. This shows that his calmness is not the calmness of indifference, but the calmness after careful consideration and premeditated calmness. Second, his fingers are unconsciously doing finger exercises, the kind of finger exercises that gamblers do to practice hand speed. Based on the above 2 points, it can be confirmed that he is most likely a gambler. As for how to confirm how much he lost, just report a related number and observe his reaction. Generally speaking, people have unique instinctive reactions to guessing numbers. For example, if someone says they want to guess the password of your capital account and the balance of funds, will you subconsciously compare whether this number is consistent? Then, just see if he has subconscious actions or reactions to certain numbers, and Chen Wei's subconscious action is to touch the nails of his index fingers together. Liang Zhishan said thoughtfully, that sounds much more reliable. Although I haven't learned any skills in this area, I have heard of similar things more or less. From this perspective, this is indeed more useful than a lie detector AI. After all, that thing can only test whether someone is lying, but cannot test a more detailed psychological state. In that case, then the next person will be handed over to you for trial. Li Yu said, Instructor, you will be the first to be tried. I need to observe his situation clearly before I can find out something in a targeted manner. Liang Zhishan said, okay, let's do this. As he spoke, Teng Jili walked in with another mid-level evolver who had his hands and feet locked with fine steel. The driver of the C-level divine mecha was a mid-level leader who had condensed 18 divine genes and the Vulcan sequence, and was quite powerful. Fine steel certainly couldn't lock up a mid-level leader. As long as the divine characteristics erupted, it would only take a few minutes to tear the fine steel apart. Therefore, Li also severely injured the evolver in advance, and then used the penetrating ice fist to freeze the organs of the two captives except the heart, and kept them alive. In this way, he could also avoid a sudden counterattack. Moreover, just in case, there are two activated divine mechas nearby watching. Only then did they begin to interrogate the two. They had already checked in advance that the two had no official identity, and were illegal residents without formal nationality, and had no citizenship. Otherwise, even if they were captives, submitting them as evidence videos seemed too miserable, and there was suspicion of torture. The evidence of the two's crimes was sufficient, the battlefield videos were clear, and the authority tampering had been determined, so the miserable situation in the interrogation videos was irrelevant. Name. The other party did not answer, lying on the table, looking up and glancing at the two, dying. Li Yu and Liang Zhishan looked at each other and thought at the same time, it's bad. It seems that the beating was too severe, and the other party seemed to have no strength to speak. No wonder, they really have no experience in capturing human evolutionists. Even if they are aliens, there are other ways to deal with them. But facing captives who are mid-level human evolutionists, there seems to be few precedents. And although they are sure to win over their opponents, there is no guarantee that their opponents have mastered some special divine characteristics and turned the tables in one fell swoop. Li Yu thought about it, stretched out his right hand, covered the top of the man's head, and activated the microelectric characteristics. Zzz. With a very fine light blue arc flashing, the captive's body was slightly numb, and he seemed to have recovered a little spirit. He was a little energetic, but also a little uncomfortable. Tell the truth, if you don't want to wait and enjoy the stimulation of more than a dozen characteristics, just say it nicely. Li Yu smiled. Of course, he has more than a dozen characteristics, and a divine gene may not only provide one characteristic. However, the divine gene that can provide multiple characteristics is not specialized enough, and the power is weaker than a single gene with one characteristic. But with Li Yu's exquisite operation skills, it is enough. The other party didn't say anything, and Li Yu simply activated the two characteristics of microelectricity and magnetic explosion this time. While keeping his spirit hanging, he also destroyed his body. The captive screamed, and then his whole body twitched, his eyes rolled wildly, and he fainted not long after. Even Liang Zhishan, who was standing next to him, was secretly amazed. This guy usually looked quite decent, but now he was very clear about his lynching. But it was no wonder. After all, they were evil cult members who intended to kill them, and they were the cancer of mankind. A little thunderous means was still polite. After a while, Li Yu stimulated the powerful vitality of the prisoner's outstanding middle-level leader with the growth characteristics. Soon, the prisoner continued to wake up. Liang Zhishan knew that he couldn't let Li Yu work all the time, so he immediately said in a deep voice, "Tell me, where are you from? Where did you get the news from? Who did you receive the instructions from?" Is your purpose to capture us, or to kill us? The captive sat up a little and panted, I have no name, I come from the holy land of nothingness, and my purpose is very simple, that is, to capture the person who possesses the golden light of Wushan. The Wushan labyrinth is obviously an item of our holy land of nothingness, so we naturally have to take it back. It's that simple. If you have finished asking, just give me a quick death. The flesh is just a shackle for crossing the world. You destroy it for me earlier, and my achievements will be complete. At the end, the captive began to speak incoherently. It was just 4 words over and over again. Kill me. The two looked at each other and clearly saw that the captive's mind was getting more and more confused. Liang Zhishan said, it seems that his thought stamp has been triggered. Most likely, as long as the secret is revealed, his language mode will turn into language mode of promoting the true saint, and then he will speak without thinking. His logic is chaotic, like delirium. In this case, all the captives we have captured before have this mode. But, as far as I can remember, it seems that we have never captured a strong man at the level of a middle-level leader before. It's really unimaginable that a middle-level evolver can be controlled so deeply. Li Yu asked, since it is such a powerful effect, could it be that the one who planted this person's thought stamp was a heavenly powerhouse? Liang Zhishan nodded and said, maybe. It seems that we can only transfer the captive to the supervisory department. They are experienced and may be able to pry open some information. The supervisory department of their Yaoqi ship will naturally not come here. The only supervisory department that can be found now is naturally the local supervisory department on the border star. No hurry. Intelligence can come out of more than just their mouths, Li Yu said. Since their words can trigger the effect of the thought stamp, let's change the method for the other person and seal his mouth. We guess the situation and observe his reaction. Maybe we can get some results. Liang Zhishan was slightly stunned, and then said in surprise, okay, then I'll do as you say. Let's see if your fancy observation method works. Although he said it was a fancy observation method, he had already recognized its effect in his heart. Soon, they followed the same method and brought the captives who were not so seriously injured to the interrogation room. Immediately, Li Yu reached out and wiped the captive's mouth, and the Hades divinity was stimulated, freezing the other party's tongue into a bluish-white ice cube. The captives were all stunned, and only felt a tingling pain in their mouths and cold air in their brains. Li Yu suppressed the power to a very low level this time, but he didn't expect that the other party was seriously injured and his divinity was weak, so he couldn't protect his body at all. This frostbite seemed very uncomfortable. He immediately frowned slightly, stimulating the microelectric properties to stimulate its tongue to prevent it from really dying, so that no other questions could be asked later. Then, Li Yu began to speak. Regarding your situation, your companions have already explained most of the situation. You came from the holy land of nothingness. Your purpose is to capture me and take me back as the carrier of Wushan golden light, right? Your boss, oh no, it should be said that your instructor, the mentor who led you into the true saint church, asked you to carry out this death mission, right? But you didn't expect that the careful plan was quickly discovered by us, and the Starship Authority that you worked so hard to get was also quickly taken back. Oh, it turns out that the authority has nothing to do with you. It was given to you by the mentor. Your mentor is really amazing. He can even get the senior authority of our federation. It seems that the mentor most likely has other disguised identities and is a senior staff member in the federation, but you don't know what the mentor's disguised identity is, right? You have also suspected the mentor and thought that his purpose is not pure, right? It seems that he was convinced and moved by some of his actions, so he began to believe in the true saint church. You were originally the descendant of a ruined powerful family in the Federation, and you inherited some characteristics of the divine gene in your body, but it was not pure. You became an evolver and walked on this road for so many years. The original purpose was revenge, right? You bought some fragments of the divine nucleus on the black market, and upgraded all the way by the compound route, but when you became a mid-level evolver and had the strength to take revenge, the result was, the target died? No, it seems that he didn't die, but became a high-level evolver. You were desperate, right? So, under the guidance of the mentor, you finally became a believer of the true saint church? And you also completely accepted the transformation of the steel seal. Liang Zhishan was on the side, watching Li Yu whisper like a devil, and in the captive's ear, in a long tone, he told the situation that he had guessed and half-asked, and he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. This kid, Why is he like a devil who knows human nature every time at this time? Or is it that geniuses are like monsters when they reach the extreme? Is that why he had this feeling that was beyond shock and almost horrified? 4 or 5 minutes later, Li Yi's questioning ended, and the expression on the prisoner's face also remained in a state of horror. His eyes widened, bloodshot eyes burst, and his temples kept throbbing. The two left the interrogation room. Liang Zhishan patted Li Yi on the shoulder and said with a wry smile, "You kid is really a monster. Now I doubt if I have no secrets in front of you." Li Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, instructor, I will only use this trick on cults and extremely evil elements. As for ordinary people, even if I guessed some secrets, I would definitely not say anything." Liang Zhishan's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, "What secret did you see of me? Can you reveal it?" Li Yi said, "Keep it secret." Liang Zhishan knew that Li Yi would not say it, sighed, and asked, "Then how did you know that there was a person like the mentor? Also, how did you know that he was a ruined nobleman? How did you know that he wanted revenge, and the target of revenge was stronger than him?" Li Yi said, "First, if you want to convert others with ideological stamps, the stronger the spirit, the harder it is to convert them. You must have a stronger person, and not just 1 or 2 levels stronger, and use various psychological offensives to succeed. So, it is natural to guess such a teacher." Second, combat effectiveness. The actual combat ability of these two people is not weak. They have obviously been through a lot of fighting, and they are street-style, slippery and fierce. In other words, the growth environment of these two people is similar to mine. Moreover, this person's divine skills are relatively rough. It doesn't seem like he has been specially trained by the fleet. It seems that he has optimized it by himself using genetic skills. Third, revenge is just the first guessed keyword, and it happened to be guessed right, but the reason for guessing revenge is also because this person's eyes are fierce, and he seems to have a goal as determined as before. This is considered a matter of luck. Liang Zhishan nodded and said, "Well, if the result you tested from that person's micro-reaction is true, it means that the cult is obtaining living forces from the people in large quantities, and most of them have mature operating routines. This is very dangerous, and it should be attached to our transfer information." Li Yi nodded, indicating that he had no objection. After transferring the captives to the local supervisory department of the Border Star, several people began to arrange the repair of the starship. They only brought 2 mechanics this time, and only one specialized in starship repair. Even if there is bionic AI to assist, the lack of materials is a big problem. Fortunately, the Yaochi main ship made a lot of money from the Shianshu ruins this time, and it was rich, so it was very happy to pay the repair money. At this moment, in the main base of the Border Star, the small starship was sent for repair, and several people could only drive the divine mecha out to find a new place to stay. Teng Jili asked, "We have been through such a big thing, it is clearly the negligence of the local cruiser, why don't they arrange a hangar for us?" Liang Zhishan said, "It is said that it is arranged, but it will take some time to make room, now we can only move freely. But it is good this way, the competition will not start for another 4 or 5 days. We can go to the space battlefield first to see if there are any alien mecha divisions that have come here, and get familiar with them." Teng Jili asked, "Instructor Liang, can you handle it?" Everyone has a general idea of Liang Zhishan's strength, stronger than them, but not overwhelmingly strong. It is not safe for such a person to take them to wander in the space battlefield. Liang Zhishan said calmly, "Don't be afraid. There are heavenly rank experts rotating in the space battlefield. If there are any supersized experts, they are probably heavenly rank experts, which has little to do with us." Teng Jili scratched his head and said, "But aren't you afraid that heavenly rank experts will kill us in seconds and leave calmly? In this case, even if we have heavenly rank experts present, it will be useless, right?" Liang Zhishan was stunned by the question and said, "It was fine in previous years, not this year." Teng Jili interrupted Liang Zhishan and said, "Don't talk about previous years, we have already had trouble this year." Li Yi also said, "Instructor Liang, wait until our base camp is settled before going out to play. After all, this year is different from previous years. Maybe there are other eyes watching us." Liang Zhishan gave up after hearing Li Yi say so. In previous years, going to the space battlefield to kill 1 or 2 alien mecha divisions that harassed us was almost a routine action. Now thinking about it, it is indeed true. Li Yi is now the most popular of the popular ones, and there is no need to go out and take risks. At that moment, several divine mechas went to an unused fighting field in the main base and began training. Before they could fight, they could practice the feeling of fighting. As for the temporary place to stay, this place is not bad. Anyway, they are here to participate in the competition, so they don't have to participate in other regular military activities. Late at night, everyone who was resting in the cockpit suddenly heard a huge shock. Boom. Boom. The shock and explosion sounded in succession. Notice, there is a large-scale harassment by alien troops. This is a normal combat matter. Mecha divisions who have not been assigned to the combat sequence, please do not leave your residence or post without permission, and conserve your energy. Don't worry about the external combat situation. Notice, the battle will be resolved by the combat sequence. Mecha divisions who have not been assigned to the combat sequence, please do not leave your residence or post without permission to avoid causing combat chaos and false markings in the enemy identification system. The notifications sounded everywhere. Li Yi and his companions, who originally wanted to start the divine mecha instinctively, were all stunned. In the cockpit of the monkey suit mecha, Liang Zhishan woke up from his sleep and smiled. It seems that we are lucky. We can encounter the alien army on the first day. I have come so many times, and this time, I have only encountered it twice in total. Take this opportunity to start the divine mecha and observe the alien divine mecha remotely. This is a rare opportunity. Quick, turn on the remote detection system and see if there are any alien mechas in the sky. Everyone immediately started the divine mecha and started the remote detection system as instructed. Suddenly, on this idle mecha fighting stage, 11 divine mechas all lit up with scarlet light, looked up over the glass plate of the dome, and observed the sky tens of thousands of meters away. I didn't find it at the position I was observing. Me either. I have it here. Hurry, adjust the position. There are 4. After a few words, everyone quickly found the divine mecha in the battle. A closer look at its style shows that the alien divine mecha is basically the same as the one commonly used by humans. They are all the 4 common sequences of wind, fire, thunder and ice. Fuck, they are really so similar. No wonder we are told not to attack, someone murmured. Li Yi also frowned. He had heard that the main weapons used by aliens are the same as those of humans, which are divine mechas from ancient ruins, but he never felt it was real. Now it is hard to distinguish this enemy. Liang Zhishan said, it can't be helped even if they are similar. Who told us that our technological level is far inferior to that of the ancients? If there were no aliens as an external enemy, we could certainly relax and slowly develop our own technology and develop our own styles of combat weapons, but the aliens are eyeing us covetously, so we can only do this. But don't be afraid, all of us who need to go up to fight will be installed with the enemy identification sequence code, which is designed by our experts for the information detection system. The effect is not bad. Wait for the local corps to install their enemy identification sequence system for us in the next 2 days. Liang Zhishan mentioned this information detection system, which reminded Li Yi of something. Li Yi hurriedly asked, Instructor Liang, can we go to the main base's military merit library to redeem it? Liang Zhishan smiled and said, of course you can, but the discount on your corresponding permissions will be reduced. For some exclusive items, there will definitely be no discount at all. Li Yi nodded and said, that doesn't matter. What I want is general knowledge, and there should still be discounts. What he wanted to redeem was knowledge about the analysis of information patterns. When he exchanged for the L-level Zanpakukan in the War Merit Bank, he had thought about exchanging for this thing. He had tens of thousands of war merits, but because he had accumulated a lot of resources before, he almost forgot about it. Now he can exchange for some local specialties that are not available on the Yaochi ship on the Border Star. Chapter 140 List. Li Yi said that he would go to the local War Merit Library to exchange, which also aroused everyone's curiosity. Yes, this Border Star is located in the conflict zone of 2 major civilizations. With the years of war, it is more or less possible to see some items with alien characteristics, right? Those who can participate in this competition are basically the main force of the last exploration of the Xianxu ruins, and naturally have a lot of war merits that have not been used. Li Yi asked, by the way, can my A-level Zanpaku sword be exchanged? Liang Zhishan said, yes, as long as it is not damaged, it can be exchanged for divine weapons at the original price. This is something that all war merit libraries can do. Do you want to exchange it for war merits or other divine items? Li Yi said, it's not decided yet. If possible, I plan to exchange my Zanpaku sword and wind and fire thrusters for high-level thrusters. That's right, The A-level thrusters are indeed not enough for your improvement speed, and we are likely to encounter a lot of space battles here. If the thrusters are more powerful, there will be many benefits, Liang Zhishan nodded. Then wait until their harassment war is over and it's safe outside, then we'll go over. Everyone made up their mind and continued to observe the battle above. Boom. At this time, a bright light flashed above the main base like daylight, instantly illuminating the surrounding area of 100 kilometers. The divine mechas stared intently and found that it was two A-level divine mechas bombarding each other in the air. Two huge divine energy cannons, one from tens of thousands of meters high, aimed at the main base, passed through layers of floating cloud platforms, and shot to the near side. The other was launched from a near-ground position at an altitude of 3,000 meters from the main base and intercepted upwards. The two met head-on and exploded loudly. It was also a coincidence that both were divine energy cannons of the Vulcan sequence, with similar properties, so after the explosion, they could still maintain their advancement, just like boxers fighting each other, stuck in a stalemate, moving up and down, and fluctuating continuously. From the perspective of everyone looking at it from the side, it seemed as if there was a pillar of light piercing the sky, connecting the earth and the sky, poking out of the surface of the planet, and setting off a turbulent wave of air that could be observed with the naked eye in outer space, like a huge cotton ring escaping in all directions. The artificial ozone layer of the entire border star also rolled violently. So powerful, is this the divine energy cannon of the A-level divine mecha? It feels like even the sky is about to split. Zhang Beilei's eyes widened and he muttered incoherently. Liang Zhishan said, if the A-class divine mecha is allowed to fire the divine energy cannon at full power, it is likely that one shot will be able to penetrate a meteorite with a diameter of 100 kilometers. This is also the reason why the A-class can only be controlled by a celestial being. Without such high mental strength and physical fitness, the total amount of divinity and the load required to fire such a lethal divine energy cannon would probably overwhelm the driver. Teng Zhili lost his voice and said, in other words, if that divine energy cannon hits the main base will be destroyed, Liang Zhishan said. The main base has large-scale divine shield activation equipment, so it is not afraid, but for that strong man, it is natural to intercept it if it can. After all, the deeper the defense system, the better, Li Yi said thoughtfully. Are there many cases like this where the strong men come directly to attack? Liang Zhishan said, it was not often the case when I came here before, but now, I'm afraid it's hard to say. As everyone was talking, the A-class divine mechas that were bombarding with divine energy cannons in the sky began to accelerate towards each other. The divine mecha of the human below, with flames like circles behind it, a tail flame cut through 100 meters, holding a 240-meter-long gun, seemed to break through the sky. The alien mecha above also had a 200-meter-long sword, and with the help of gravity to dive, it was obvious that the speed was even better. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart was in their throat, and they were so nervous that their eyes did not move for a moment, staring at one side. The space charge battle is the most dangerous. With a superposition of kinetic energy, if you're lucky, you can even cross the level to kill the opponent. Even the strongest veterans may make mistakes and overturn. In space, two meteors instantly passed by the surrounding Yontai ships and collided suddenly in the turbulent layer. Boom. A loud sound that shook the sky and the earth was heard. Fuck, what's going on? So fast, this attack is evenly matched. It seems that our heavenly rank strongman is stronger and has overcome the disadvantage of gravity acceleration. In the eyes of the crowd, the A-level divine mecha of the human side rolled back 100 meters, and then suddenly rushed forward and killed the opponent who was also shaking. As the distance was shortened, the visual effect of the charge suddenly plummeted. In place of it, the ingenuity and danger of the close combat between the two came. From their side, although they could see clearly from a distance, it was not that exciting after all. Li Yi was thoughtful, and compared the strength of the two with the programmed mechas he had encountered in the ruins before. He thought to himself, both are A-class with a length of 180 foot 90 meters, and their strength should be stronger than Mo Chenlong. From the intensity of the battle and the game, it is obvious that a normal A-class human can beat 2 or 3 programmed A-classes, and if the skills are good enough, it may be able to beat more, and our A-class divine mecha, estimated, the comprehensive strength is probably about equal to 2.5 flesh and blood giant mechas. After taking into account the comprehensive combat experience bonus, it is roughly equivalent to 3 flesh and blood giant mechas working together. As for his opponent, it should be around 2.8, Slightly weaker than ours, but there is no essential difference. While thinking, after a brief fight between the two sides in space, the alien A-class divine mecha seized the opportunity and suddenly left the battlefield. As this A-class divine mecha retreated, the other B-class and C-class alien mechas also retreated quickly, moving very quickly. Tengjuli was surprised and said, "They are withdrawing so soon? It has only been a short time since we started the battle. The battle has been going on for less than 10 minutes, and it is over already." Liang Zhishan nodded and said, "The border star is our base camp. Although their overall strength is better than ours, it may not be the case on the border star. Once we spread out our formation, their harassment forces will soon be annihilated by us, so they naturally cannot stay for long. This is also the essence of harassment warfare. Their basic purpose is to sneak and attack from time to disturb us. If they kill one or two divine mechas, they will naturally gain more." Several people were a little surprised. Li Yu had already mastered the skills of Legion Command and Legion Management in Cabin Number 9, and naturally had corresponding insights into the situation of the battle. After observing the actual combat, he had a deeper understanding of the experience he had gained before. Liang Zhishan said, "Okay, since the battle is over, let's have a good rest. After the martial law is over, we will go to the War Merit Library to have a look. There are no stars around the border star. The illumination of the outer vacuum mainly relies on the eternal and huge brilliance of the two major stargates in the east and west. However, since the distance is not too close, it is about twice the distance between the Earth and the Sun. Therefore, the overall environment of the entire border star is not bright. Therefore, the border star is basically only slightly better than the polar night environment. In addition, with the artificial laying of the simplest algae carbon-oxygen cycle ecology, the entire border star has a relatively weak artificial ozone layer. Powerful evolvers can survive on the thin oxygen cycle, but if it lasts for a long time, it will also damage the physical body. If it is not necessary, most humans live in various war bases. Only in a few exceptions will they go out. Only in the base will there be good and sufficient artificial light. The entire main base occupies a large area. By analogy, it is roughly transformed from a giant mountain equivalent to the Himalayas on Earth. The internal space is quite large. At this moment, everyone arranged for 2 people to keep the divine mecha turned on to stay at their temporary station, and the rest of them kept their physical bodies and took the special train to go all the way to the other direction of the main base. The total distance is about 80 kilometers, not far, but not close. This also shows the spaciousness of the main base of the border star. As we walked along, we could see many of the latest generation of 20-meter class man-made mechas, walking around. Some were carrying goods, some were patrolling around, and the internal rhythm was hurried and orderly. Everyone observed the scene along the way, and some were amazed. The man-made technology of the main base seems to be progressing very quickly. There are already 25-meter-high man-made mechas that are quite flexible. After observing all the way, Tengjuli suddenly sighed. Li Yu also discovered this and said, "It seems flexible, but it seems that it still cannot make many complex tactical movements. It can only be regarded as a large tank." Liang Zhishan said, "Not bad, this technology has advanced quite fast. In the past 2 years, 20-meter class ones have just started to be mass-produced." Amid the discussion, they soon arrived at the War Merit Warehouse. A place is nearly 10 times larger than the Yaochi War Merit Warehouse, like a huge turtle house covering a very wide area. Although no other personnel were arranged to guide them this time, with the guidance of the local AI, everyone did not feel that the journey was too troublesome. Although the Battle Merit Library of the Border Star is huge, the exchange-like curtain system and the interface of the Yaochi ship are basically the same. Li Yu quickly exchanged the information cracking and analysis of information collection system at a discounted price of 370 battle merits. After that, he began to check other information. The 7 kinds of divine character fighting skills updated by the main ship mentioned by Mochen long before were also listed. 13 lightning fists, exchange for 1,500 combat merits, a main combat killing skill that combines offense and defense, suitable for the Thunder God sequence, or evolvers who have mastered lightning characteristics to learn and use. It has extremely strong combat effectiveness, can make fists and feet burst out terrifying lightning, bless fist power and damage, can be used as a mecha skill after proficiency, and has a chance to break through the defense of divine mechas of higher levels. Fire meteorite self-sacrifice strike, exchange for 1,000 combat merits, An extreme burst self-sacrifice skill. Suitable for the Vulcan sequence, or evolvers who have mastered the characteristics of fire, burning, and explosion to learn and use. Suitable for making a critical blow in team battles. Suitable for extreme bursts when on the verge of absolute weakness to reverse the situation. It is recommended to use it as a divine skill as much as possible, which can break through the defense of divine mechas of higher levels. Non-Vulcan sequence can also be learned and used, but the explosive power will decline due to the difference in divine characteristics. Paper kite step, exchange for 900 combat merits, a close-range maneuvering skill with very high dodge efficiency, suitable for the wind god sequence, or for evolvers who have mastered various characteristics such as tornadoes, hurricanes, storms, shocks, breezes, etc. to learn and use. Suitable for guerrilla warfare and kite tactics, it is one of the best choices for facing high-level strong enemies. Evolvers with non-related characteristics can also master and learn, but the effect will decline. Through Shock Ice Fist, exchange for 2,100 combat merits, very powerful control skills, ultimate skills, and captive skills, suitable for the Ice God sequence, or evolvers with related characteristics such as freezing, ice, and absolute zero to learn and use. To learn this skill, it is best to have a proficient foundation in the shock word skill, and mastery is the best. It can be suitable for a variety of combat occasions, can be used as a decisive blow, and can also be forcibly controlled and capture divine mechas. The learning difficulty is relatively high. Please be prepared to spend a long period of time to master it. Li Yu has already directly understood the principles of these four doors by observing the actions of Feng Xiansong and others. After practicing privately, he has also completely integrated them into his own skill system. In other words, thanks to this, he saved 5,500 combat merits in this wave, which is very happy. As for the other three divine fighting skills, he also took a look. Absolute Fluid, exchange for 2,500 combat merits, a universal defensive skill that can achieve absolute defense within the same level, suitable for all evolvers, as long as you master the precise control of divine energy. And the total amount of divinity reaches the conventional standard of upper evolvers, you can master it. The defensive effect is 20% greater than that of ordinary divine shields. If you perform better, it can even reach several times the defensive effect. Heavenly evolvers are particularly suitable for this technology. It is very difficult to learn. Please be prepared to spend a long time to master it. Seeing this, Li Yu was slightly stunned. Isn't this a trick invented by Tuz Hanyu? He changed his mind slightly, and then suddenly realized it. It is also reasonable. Tuz Hanyu went to the main ship to develop before, and contributed his own proud tricks. I believe he can also earn a lot of combat merits. Even if Li Yu is willing, it seems that it is not impossible to organize his commonly used tricks into such technical and tactical knowledge and use it to earn combat merits. This is also an idea to earn merits, but my skills and tactics are quite difficult to learn. I can't get them without perfect skills. It will probably take a lot of time to organize them into knowledge that ordinary evolvers can learn. No, I heard Mo Chenlong say before that this kind of knowledge itself needs to be engraved with the help of thought steel pillars. After all, the use of divinity is too mysterious and difficult to describe and convey with words. The skills themselves should not be sold at such a high price. For example, the information analysis book is only 400 merits, which should be a reasonable price. For this kind of knowledge and skills and techniques, the most expensive part is probably the part of the engraved knowledge of the use of divinity. If the knowledge is engraved with the help of thought steel pillars, it will most likely affect the increase in soul strength. Let's look at this later. Anyway, if the absolute fluid is worth 2,500 merits, then wouldn't he have earned 8,000 merits for nothing? Thinking of this, he felt much happier. Li Yu continued to read. Comprehensive Charge Technique, exchange for 3,300 combat merits, a powerful and dangerous charge technique, suitable for all evolvers. No requirements for characteristics, only need to have a superb control foundation for divine energy and a superb foundation for the Guan character technique, suitable for all divine mecha space charge battle scenes, can greatly improve the lethality and defense breaking power of space charge battles, break the surface with a point, and kill across levels, can solve the problems of excessive kinetic energy loss, reduced efficiency, and lack of precision in ordinary space charge battles, and raise the power of the charge to a higher level. This is a good technique. Before Li Yu mastered the realm of force like flowing water, he would consider exchanging this technique for reference in learning. As for now, His force like flowing water can perfectly superimpose the accelerated kinetic energy, suppress the kinetic energy loss to the limit, and bring the power transmission to a lossless state. Both power and precision can be perfectly achieved. Naturally, there is no need to exchange this one now. Rounding off, it seems that another 3,300 combat merits have been earned. Next is the 7th Divine Character Fighting Technique, Zhurong's Charged Skill, Optimized version, exchanged for 3,900 combat merits. Special skills that can greatly stimulate the potential of divine mechas, suitable for evolutionists with relevant divine characteristics such as Vulcan sequence, combustion, and explosion to learn and use. The problem of continuous loss of divine mechas has been improved. It can greatly compress divine energy to achieve the effect of super-limit explosion. In extreme cases, it can even break the defense of divine mechas across 2 levels. Evolutionists with non-related characteristics can also learn, but the effect will decline to varying degrees. It clearly states that it can break the defense of divine mechas across 2 levels. Liu touched his chin. It looks good. If I have remaining combat merits, I can consider exchanging it. He did not make a decision immediately. The top priority now is to upgrade the wind and fire thrusters by 1 level and then replace them with a land skateboard, so that the adaptability of both air and land can be much higher. Immediately, he flipped down and looked for the corresponding thrusters. Chapter 141 Schedule. The first thing he looked for was naturally the C-class gravity thruster. This thing is currently the most suitable for his Pluto Mecha. Although he has not yet mastered the gravity-related characteristics in the Pluto divinity, according to the situation of the celestial god sequence, it will most likely be generated later. Moreover, even if it is not, the adaptability of the Pluto divinity is slightly weaker, which is enough to control the C-class gravity thruster. In addition, the main characteristics of the Pluto divinity he has mastered are absolute zero. There is also a new characteristic whose effect is not yet fully clear, which he temporarily named the ice prison characteristic. The reason why the characteristic effect has not been fully understood yet is purely because this ice prison characteristic seems to be unable to be simply stimulated and used. He judged that it needs to encounter some special scenes to play a role. Therefore, he can only name it the ice prison characteristic based on his intuitive feeling. In addition, the exchange of C-class gravity thrusters is 0.98 W. This price is slightly more expensive than similar C-class divine equipment. The reason why it is expensive is that it is rare. Whether it is the Yaoqi ship or the battle merit library on this border star, there are only 2 in stock. The second is naturally the effect. Gravitational thrusters have a certain degree of increase in propulsion effect around large celestial bodies or in surrounding environments with significant gravity. In general, they are much better than wind, fire, flame, or iron thrusters of the same level. If you change to other sea-level wind and fire thrusters, it only costs 0.82 W. If it is just Fention or Vulcan thrusters, it only costs 0.72 W. Secondly, among sea-level thrusters, iron thrusters are also good, with a combat merit value of 0.79 W. There are also B-level space-time thrusters, which are rare and powerful. It takes 55,000 combat merits to exchange them alone, which is quite terrifying. If it is just pure B-level Vulcan or Fention thrusters, it only costs about 1.2 W to get it done, which is not expensive. As for the comprehensive effect, the B-level Vulcan thruster is actually similar to the C-level gravity thruster, only slightly better. If it is changed to the surrounding environment of a celestial body with large gravity, the effect may be weaker than it. Therefore, after comparing them, Liu quickly decided to exchange for the C-class gravity thruster. It's a pity that if the giant clam had not been taken away by the parasite that looked like the gourd man, I might have mastered the space-time characteristics and exchanged for the space-time thruster. By the way, even the border star has only one space-time thruster. Looking at the time recorded above, it has been on the shelf for 3 years, and no one has been able to exchange it yet. This also shows how rare the divinity with space-time characteristics is. However, the gravity thruster is not bad, and it is also a thruster that is very suitable for fighting in an interstellar environment. With this thing, the combat power he can exert on the divine mecha can be further increased. After exchanging the gravity thruster, the next thing is the land skateboard. He had been greedy for a long time when he saw Zhuo Ying exchange this thing before. This thing is uniformly the standard version of the E-class or D-class, but there is no C-class or above. I don't know if there is no stock or this type. Exchange for military merit. The E-class is 1,800 military merit, and the D-class is 3,600 military merit. On the page, a foldable skateboard image popped up. The overall color scheme was black, which was consistent with the Pluto Mecha, which was not bad. Liu carefully checked the configuration. Under the same displacement distance, it could directly reduce the loss of divinity by 50% and reduce the load of the Mecha by 40%. The data was almost doubled compared to the E-level. This thing can directly reduce the loss caused by running, which is not bad. It is also a general-purpose divine item, which does not require too high control and is very suitable. After thinking for a moment, he exchanged it directly. In this way, he spent nearly 14,000 military merits in one go. Fortunately, he had more than 40,000 in his hand this time, otherwise he would not dare to continue to look at the exchange list. Liu began to check the other contents of the exchange list. The key content to check was naturally the related technological items seized from the aliens. After all, there were many divine civilization technologies cracked by the aliens. If he could find one that was cracked not long ago, he could sleep next to those items and absorb the cracked memory. Swipe, swipe. The pages with light backgrounds were constantly swiped away by him. He scanned the various information on the page like a passing glance. Suddenly, a 0.6 meter long gun-like weapon attracted his attention. The reason for this was, of course, that its style was completely different from the common style of humans. The gun head was pointed, the handle was angular, and the coating color on the surface of the material was a gradient gray-brown that humans rarely use. The surface looked rough at first glance, but in fact it had a strong grainy feel, and it seemed that it was deliberately made to make the friction more conspicuous. Interesting. Could it be that the friction of aliens' palms is weak? High-burning laser gun, exchangeable for 820 combat merits, alien gun-type technological weapons, also usable by non-evolvers, with a range of 5 kilometers, built-in high-precision aiming equipment, can shoot 10 cm long lasers, can instantly penetrate 20 cm thick steel plates, and also has a defense-breaking effect on 20-meter class artificial technological mechas, no need to charge, can fire 100 shots a day, exceeding will enter passive cooling time, if forced to shoot, will permanently reduce the gun loss, technological weapons cracked and manufactured by aliens from ancient ruins, humans have no means of imitation, in stock, 10. Liu secretly smacked his lips, no wonder the price was 820 combat merits. A gun can allow non-evolvers to directly break through the defense of a 20-meter class mecha, and no need to charge. This effect alone is enough to make a group of non-evolvers have great combat power. The feature of not needing to be charged is probably because there are armored divine core fragments inside. The fragments are used to generate the same lethality as the divine characteristics, and then the number of uses is controlled, so that it can be reused. After all, if a divine core fragment is kept intact, it can stably release divine radiation for a long time. Unless it is overexcited, it will accelerate destruction. The biggest difficulty of this laser gun is how to guide the characteristics of divine radiation and then transform it into an effective laser. Thinking so, this laser gun should have a cracking process in it. The problem lies in the year of this gun. After thinking for a moment, Liu clicked to view the details. This thing is not expensive, just right for him to experiment and see if he can absorb the cracked parallel memory. There are other divine weapons and divine equipment that are suspected to have been cracked by aliens, but the overall exchange price is not low, at least starting at 2,000 or 3,000. Compared with this laser gun, it is the one with the lowest trial and error cost. Soon, Liu turned out the pictures of all the alien laser guns currently in stock. Then, he clicked on the picture and kept zooming in. After zooming in to a level of detail below the millimeter level, he carefully observed the traces on it. Fortunately, the pictures now are ultra-high-definition lossless pictures, otherwise he would not be able to rely on pictures to observe. According to the information provided on the light screen, the 10 alien laser guns were basically seized at different times. Some were more than 10 years ago, and some were in recent years. But the year of seizure is not necessarily the time of production, so he still patiently looked for the one he wanted. It would be best if there were traces of manual modification, a little older, but not that old. This kind is the most suitable. If the year is too new, it may not have cracked the memory, and only the memory of mass production is not acceptable. It can be seen that the outermost traces of these 10 laser guns are mainly human fingerprints. Looking deeper. This one seems to be the #1 gun in the laboratory? Or did someone just happen to repair it manually? Li Yu's eyes moved slightly, and his eyes stayed on this laser gun that had been seized for more than 23 years. I saw that the barrel, grip, and activator still had palm prints of aliens in very subtle places. There were no fingerprints, only palm prints. This palm print is very special, and it seems to have been left inadvertently when the overall material softened under heating. It is very subtle, and most of the traces have been wiped off, but it does exist. As for why this gun is determined to be the first gun from the laboratory, because the style is subtly different from the other 9, it is either a replica, or there is a generation gap, it has been iterated, and it is not a version. Or it is a trial work that has been released from the market. Another detail proves the possibility that this is a trial work. That is, there are many traces of manual adjustment. Take a gamble and exchange this. If you are lucky, the human side can also obtain the manufacturing process of this laser gun. If you are luckier, maybe even the scientific principle of how to stably stimulate the radiation of the divine nucleus into laser can be figured out. After thinking for a moment, Li Yu directly chose to exchange. Click. The AI in front of him said, "Since the alien laser gun you exchanged is currently in stock, you can pick it up locally. Please choose whether to pick it up now." Li Yu clicked to pick it up. After a while, accompanied by a slight tremor, a tracked robot slowly drove over from the side and front. The 2 mechanical arms on it grabbed a 0.6-meter-long rough laser gun and came to Li Yi. "Please confirm whether you have received it successfully within half an hour." Li Yu gently picked it up, only to feel that it was unusually bumpy and not suitable for gripping. If the skin is thin, it will probably be scratched if you grip it hard. Liang Zhishan was a little surprised when he saw Li Yu exchange the laser gun. "Why did you exchange it? For a fighting master like you, there's not much room for you to use this gun, right?" Li Yu said. "Anyway, I have a lot of military merits now, so I exchange it for a new and interesting thing to collect. Moreover, this thing has good lethality, and it probably contains fragments of divine nuclei, so it is worth it." "Well, if you didn't say that last sentence, I would have scolded you for wasting money. You can make it like this with a lot of military merits. But since there are fragments of divine nuclei, it won't be a big loss." Liang Zhishan didn't know the price of this thing, but he thought it wouldn't be more than 200 or 300 military merits. Li Yu was also very tactful and didn't continue to be Versailles. He said that this thing had 800 military merits, which would probably scare Liang Zhishan to death. After all, even Liang Zhishan, as the captain of the exploration team, only earned a little over 10,000 in the last exploration of the Xianxu ruins. After confirming that the thing was exchanged, Li Yu continued to search. Soon, he found 3 other alien technology items that were not big in size, but the exchangeable war merits were all within 1,000. After research, he determined that these items had a high probability of having a large factor in cracking ancient technology, and the years were relatively suitable. They were the miniature star map, the soul strength detector, and the universal language converter. Among them, the universal language converter was the item he was most looking forward to. Perhaps whether his decryption skills could be perfected depended on this thing. The exchange price was 989, the highest unit price among the 4 items. It just so happened that the 4 items added up cost him just over 3,000 war merits. Then he exchanged the Zanpakuto to offset 1,800 war merits. At this point, he still had 28,000 in his savings. He was not going to exchange the rest, as he would not be able to chew more than he could chew. Moreover, there were not many suitable items left. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the competition finally officially began. There was a mobilization meeting and opening ceremony on this day, and all the participating divine mechas were required to line up and fly out of the warehouse to create a magnificent and majestic effect. But this day, Li Yu felt that the 13th divine gene was about to be generated, so he simply asked for leave and did not go to the opening ceremony. At this moment, in the training ground of the main base, Li Yu sat cross-legged, quietly accepting the radiation of several divine nuclei around him. These were naturally the semi-mecha B-level divine nuclei he had obtained before. At the same time, the immortal nucleus in his arms was also continuously releasing divine radiation, slowly penetrating into Li Yu's body. Suddenly, deep in the gene sequence in the body, there was a divine gene, which slowly released a faint glow in another relatively remote corner. Li Yu closed his eyes and felt it, mobilizing his mental power, and slowly stimulated the divinity of this divine gene. Then, his eyebrows moved slightly and he opened his eyes. Another characteristic of slime creatures? The explosion rate is quite high. He stood up, found a wall, and suddenly punched it. Bang! The fist hit the wall, but it bounced back like rubber. This special property can give objects super strong surface tension, let's call it super elasticity. The previous deformation property, combined with this super elasticity, can make the body perform all kinds of incredible movements. Unfortunately, if I want to make the divine mecha, which is already extremely hard, soft or hard, my size force is not enough. Changing myself is very simple. Liu nodded slightly, and he had already thought of a way to improve the explosive skills with this deformation and super elasticity. With the improved explosive skills blessed by super elasticity and deformation properties, it is likely that his physical combat power will be raised to a higher level. At that time, the load that can be tolerated will naturally increase accordingly. Liang Zhishan, who came back from the opening ceremony, looked a little gloomy. Liu, who had just condensed the divine gene and was practicing the new version of the burst skill, directly grabbed Tengjili and asked, "What happened?" Tengjili said, "After the opening ceremony, Instructor Liang received a notice from the supervisory department that the two prisoners suddenly died." Liu frowned slightly and asked, "How did they die?" "One was mentally disturbed, and the other should be okay," Tengjili said. "The supervisory department didn't say." The instructor directly questioned the supervisory department on the communication whether they tortured too harshly, and started a quarrel with the other party. Liu said thoughtfully, "The supervisory department is experienced, they shouldn't torture them to death, right?" Tengjili said, "Who knows, anyway, there is no precedent, because the cult members that were captured before were at most initial level evolvers, and very few were mid-level. We have caught a big fish for them, and they killed them. Even if it was an unintentional mistake, the instructor's anger is understandable, right?" Liu looked at Tengjili in surprise. He had always had the impression of this man as a good guy, but he was unhappy about it now. Tengjili said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm usually easy to talk to, but I also have a temper." Liu smiled and said, "Okay, Brother Teng is domineering?" Tengjili curled his lips and said, "No, if you are really domineering, you and the instructor will go directly to their headquarters to argue with them. Not only did they kill the prisoners we fought so hard to capture, but they didn't even apologize and were so arrogant. I've always heard that people from the supervisory department are not easy to mess with, and now I see it." Liu frowned slightly. Tengjili continued, "I think the instructor is ready to take this loss. After all, this is their home court, and you have the hope of getting into the top 10 if you offend them. They will come up with some excuse to block our game. Even if we want to settle the score, we have to wait until the competition is over and ask our captain to come forward." Liu nodded slightly. "That's good. When we have time, we can find time to investigate what they did. What if they didn't make an accidental mistake, but made a deliberate mistake? That would be the most terrifying." Tengjili also agreed with this and said, "It's best if they just made an accidental mistake." Liu changed the subject. "Is the schedule information out?" Tengjili said, "It's out. There are a total of 982 contestants this time, 771 mid-level mecha masters and 212 upper-level mecha masters. It's really scary. It is said that because our ruins development has made good progress recently and resources are sufficient, this year's upper-level mecha masters are the most in history, nearly one-third higher than in previous years. So, this will be divided into 3 rounds. The first round is a points competition, which is divided into 12 groups. Each group has 80 to 82 people. Through a free-for-all mode, the 10 strongest people in each group will be decided. The second round is the captain competition. The top 120 players need to form 10 groups, with 12 people in each group. Whoever gets the top 10 rankings among the 120 people will become the captain and recruit team members. The third round is the exploration competition. Each team captain will lead the team to explore the surrounding stardust corridors to see if they can find sleeping cosmic creatures, or corresponding resource stars, or even the legendary heritage relics, Liu said thoughtfully. In other words, basically the top 10 places can be decided in the second round. Tengjili said, "Almost, but not safe, because in the third round, the captain may fail and be counterattacked by the team members, or a group may be extremely lucky and explore the real heritage relics, which will add too many points, and it is possible that all members of the group may not be in the top 10. Liu understood. To put it bluntly, It is the result first, and then the strength. Even if you don't have the strength, or your performance is a little bit inferior in the beginning, as long as you succeed, you can win. Li Yu continued to ask, what are the rewards for the top 10? Military merits, Teng Jili said, military merits, and B-level divine weapons, A-level divine cores. Anyway, that's about it. As he said that, Teng Jili took out a paper flyer and handed it to Li Yi. Li Yu was happy. Why is it so formal? He opened it and saw that the first prize was 100,000 military merits, B-level divine weapons, and 3 types of A-level divine cores. He nodded immediately and said, this is not bad, each one is very attractive, especially the 3 types of A-level divine cores. I don't have such a collection. There is another line at the back, which shows the names of the optional divine weapons and the types of divine cores, which is very detailed. Moreover, there is actually a rare sequence, the A-level divine core of the God of Life. Seeing this, Li Yu immediately shook the flyer and thought to himself, then let's set the goal as the first place, and try to fight for it. Chapter 142 Beating. The first round of the competition was held outside the main base. The combat area was the Super Rift Valley in the west of the border star, which was 5,000 meters deep, 800 meters wide, 6,000 kilometers long, and ran from northeast to southwest, occupying nearly 1/3 of the length of the western continent. The 2 walls of the Rift Valley were as smooth as a mirror, as if chopped by a giant axe. For thousands of years, it has not been eroded by wind and frost and become rugged and bumpy. It was like an ancient god who used a giant sword to cleanly split the ground in half, which was a magical creation. On the opening day, a total of 982 tall and mighty divine mechas set out from the main base, breaking through the long night, accompanied by gorgeous flames all over the sky, all the way to the west. In an instant, the sky above the border, which had been dark all year round, was like countless meteors passing by, shining for a while. The 11-member team of the Yaoqi ship also set out one after another. According to the competition rules announced in advance by the competition, the mechas need to arrive at the designated sub-area at the designated time and wait for the start command. Once the command is issued, they must fly to the bottom of the valley at the fastest speed and seize the movable area. This round of points competition can be said to be a variation of positional warfare. There are countless steep terrains at the bottom of the Rift Valley. The first 1,000 meters of the 2 side walls are as smooth as mirrors and as strong as iron, and the surrounding airspace belongs to the silent zone. All divine mechas cannot take action once they are in this area. Once they take action or destroy the 2 mirror walls on the left and right, they will be eliminated directly. 1,000 meters below the side walls, the mirror walls begin to become rugged and uneven, with sharp stones standing horizontally. 3,000 meters below is the bottom of the valley where countless sand and stones have accumulated, forming a huge sand swamp area. With a huge tonnage of the divine mecha, once it lands, it will immediately fall into it and it is difficult to struggle out. It can only rely on thrusters to get out of this place. But according to the rules, once the divine mecha falls into the sand swamp, it cannot use thrusters to get out or divine energy to push out, otherwise it will be directly eliminated. If you want to continue fighting, you can only find a way to climb out by yourself. Around the sand swamp, there are hundreds of boulders with a diameter of 20 to 30 meters randomly scattered, which can be used as temporary landing points for divine mechas. According to the rules, the first wave of divine mechas that land on the boulders will automatically add 10 points. Then, if you defend the landing point for 1 minute, you will add 1 point, and if you defend it for 10 minutes, you will add 10 points. That is, the time starts from defending the landing point of the boulder, and the points will be added by the same number of points as long as you defend it. If you are knocked down in the middle or out of the position, half of the points you added before will be deducted. The attacker will not get any points. You must grab the landing point of the boulder seat before you can start calculating the points, and you will not get the 10 points you got on the first wave of grabbing points. In addition, if you deliberately attack the boulder under your feet and make your opponent lose his foothold, it will be considered a violation and you will be eliminated. Of course, this does not mean that the defender does not have to worry about the foothold being broken, because no matter what kind of battle, someone may choose to fight to the death. Finally, when the 24 hours are over, the first round of the melee will also be declared over, and the top 10 strong players in each group will be directly decided. Li Yu was assigned to the 6th Division, located in the middle of the Rift Valley. Liang Zhishan, Teng Jili, and Zhang Bailey were assigned to different divisions. Coincidentally, almost everyone on the same ship was not assigned to the same division, which shows that the organizers of the competition system put a lot of thought into it. On the way to the Rift Valley, the Yaoqi ship also discussed the rules. Zhang Bailey said, "Instructor, the rules this time are so complicated. Have there been similar ones in previous years?" Liang Zhishan shook his head and said, "Every year is very complicated, and the theme is different every year. The theme of the first round last year was guerrilla warfare, the year before last was interspersed warfare, and the year before last was space assault warfare. The theme changes every year. However, this year's positional warfare may be a bit disadvantageous for Li Yi to strive for the top 10, Teng Zhili asked curiously. Why? Is it because of Li Yi's total amount of divinity? Liang Zhishan nodded slightly and said, yes, this is the biggest problem. There are so many upper-level mecha divisions this year, and there must be many top masters with close to 26/27 divinity. Li Yi may be able to deal with such a master, but not necessarily with more. After all, he is only in the middle position. Even if his fighting skills are very strong and close to art, it is difficult. Secondly, the biggest problem with positional warfare is that it limits the opportunities for the defenders to move around. Think about it, with Li Yi's strength, if he can't win and runs away, who can catch him? But now, in order to earn points, we can't just run away at will. We have to hold on and can't fight roaming. We have to fight head-on. The last one is the sand swamp. If we are accidentally knocked down, how can we get out? Zhang Bailey flattered him a little. The instructor is worthy of being an instructor. He just heard the rules and immediately analyzed so many things. Teng Zhili fell into deep thought and said, there are indeed many difficulties in saying this. It seems that we must burst out with all our strength in the early stage, defeat a few opponents violently, scare them, and let them pick on the weak persimmons. This may be better, Zhang Bailey said. Indeed, those who are weak like us can only pick on the weak persimmons and fight roaming. If we find a weaker one occupying here, we will immediately rush up and occupy it for 1 minute. In the end, a little bit will make a lot, and see if we can rank higher, Li Yi said. In fact, this rule has the most choices for a group of people with neither strength nor weakness. Moreover, there is no need to rush at the beginning. You can roam around at will and wait for some weak ones to be shot down in the first half. In this way, even if you don't score, you will not lose your freedom and can continue to participate in the competition. As long as we wait until the second half, we can gradually exert our strength. By then, there will be fewer obstacles and fewer people, and we will have more or less chances to win the top 10 places in each group. Zhang Bailey smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid there will be the same group of people who want to fish in troubled waters in the second half. Li Yi said, that's normal. There must be some, otherwise the first group of defenders will definitely be in trouble. But from another perspective, the people who fish in troubled waters are mostly those who have the hope of competing for the top 10 in each group, but the hope is not great. In this case, you can observe the movements of other slackers in the silent area and observe their chosen opponents in advance. It is estimated that few people will conceal their true goals. At that time, we can judge which people are the least targeted, and then seize a few minutes of space before this wave of people take action one after another, and basically win most people, Teng Zhili said thoughtfully. That makes sense. If the weak in the early stage can grab the position, it is estimated that they will not be able to hold on for long. Those who can leave the position must be strong. Therefore, the situation will probably show a two-tier differentiation trend. The first part is the top strongmen who firmly occupy their positions. The second part is the second-rate strongmen who are sometimes beaten out of their positions and move flexibly to other positions. The third part, they can occupy their positions for a while by chance, but they will quickly cut out and leave if they can't hold on. The fourth part can only wander around and observe in the outer circle. The fifth part is the group waiting for the second half. The strength difference is estimated to be the largest. They may be very strong or very weak, but basically, only the people in the first two parts can get most of the points, and then some of the people in the first two parts will be eliminated and optimized. Therefore, if the strong are lucky enough to fight their brains and die together, the opportunity will be left to those of us who are slightly weaker. Li Yi praised, yes, that's almost the case. After all, fighting is not purely based on strength. If the strategy is used well, the weak can also defeat the strong. While talking, the other people on the Yaoqi ship were also thoughtful and quickly formulated their own battle plans. After arriving at the Great Rift Valley, everyone separated according to the originally assigned divisions. Liu was assigned to the 6th Division. At this moment, in the cockpit, from a panoramic perspective, the divine mechas in the same division are in full view. Among them, there are 5 B-class mechas with a height of more than 85 meters, and the tallest one is 92 meters. It is pure white, with armored wings on its back and feather armor on the outside. Its body is slender and fit, and the face on its head is almost the same as that of a human face, giving it a sense of perfect face. From a distance, it looks like a huge angel, full of sacred and noble aura. It is also the one that has attracted the most attention from everyone present. Most of its strength is similar to that of Mo Chanai, whom Liu had seen before. There are 11 divine mechas around 80 meters, each of which is magnificent and powerful, and is also an existence that cannot be ignored in the 6th Division. There are 15 mechas around 75 meters in size, which is similar to the Pluto Mecha. There are 23 mechas around 70 meters. The remaining 29 are all around 60 meters. From the perspective of proportion, there are many strong ones and few weak ones. Liu nodded slightly, thinking, those who have B-class divine mechas should mostly come from regional leaders like the Kunlun ship. For the most part, C-class is still the mainstream. During the observation, Liu also found old acquaintances. Hu Yiden's Telomere Mecha on the Sun Chaser, and Zhang Tuangyao's Burning Cloud Mecha on the Khufu ship. It was a coincidence. Both sides also found each other and nodded slightly. Without giving the mechas time to observe, at this moment, dozens of flying AIS soared into the air with a buzzing sound, and a broadcast was heard. The 183rd Youth Mecha Master Competition is officially started. As the word open sounded, all the divine mechas that were ready had already stood on the side of the vast side wall, took a step forward, activated their thrusters, and fell suddenly. Whoosh! Countless huge divine mechas flew and landed like dumplings. The Pluto Mecha used gravity thrusters for the first time in actual combat, which was extremely efficient. It took the lead and passed the first group, and the speed was getting faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, the distance of 5,000 meters was reached in a flash. Boom! Liu had long aimed at a good boulder near the side wall. At this moment, under the push of the gravity thruster and the wind and fire divinity at his feet, he was like a huge phantom, sweeping to the ground. Under the terrifying impact speed, the Pluto Mecha immediately launched a kite step, and within a millimeter, it rolled over, and with the force of flowing water, it instantly dissipated all the impact, and landed lightly on the boulder without making any extra landing sound. In order to prevent the target boulder from being smashed by too fast speed, the first group in front was decelerating rapidly. Seeing this scene, they immediately realized that the Pluto Mecha was a strong enemy and adjusted their directions. It was unwise to fight against such a strong enemy at the beginning, which would only give other strong enemies an advantage. However, there were naturally some who relied on their own strength and killed the Pluto Mecha without stopping. The first one was 83 meters long, very close to Class B, purple and blue in color, with a strong aura of lightning, obviously a divine mecha of the Thor sequence, and with a bang, it drew its sword and slashed. The opponent had a huge impact force, and it didn't seem to be afraid that his attack would smash the boulder, causing both parties to be directly eliminated. It seemed that it was because it saw that the Pluto Mecha was strong enough to resolve the impact, and didn't want to abandon the battle and escape, and directly saw through the biggest weakness of the Pluto Mecha at the moment, and simply used such a conspiracy to force Liu into a dilemma. The driver of this Vulcan sequence Mecha was so experienced in making judgments between tiny differences. However, Liu was not afraid at all, but secretly praised the opponent's decisive judgment in his heart, and then controlled the Pluto Mecha to swing the armor-breaking sword, lowered his arm and long sword, and calmly waited for the opponent to approach quickly. Then, the Pluto Mecha raised its arm and swung its long sword through the air. At the moment when the opponent's C-class sword came with surging kinetic energy, the armor-piercing sword was like a brocade, and it was the first to arrive, sticking to the opponent's C-class sword with extremely exquisite sticking skills. Then, the wrist shook again, and the opponent's impact direction was directly deflected. Like a small force pulling 1,000 pounds, it drew a small circle and threw the 83-meter Thor sequence mecha into the sand swamp. Boom! The Thor sequence mecha fell headfirst and slammed into the sand swamp upside down. In a blink of an eye, it immediately sank more than half, and continued to struggle, but it sank deeper and deeper. Not long after, it was completely sunken, extremely embarrassed. Just a simple move, and sent a strong opponent into the sand swamp? The strong men around who saw this scene were also dumbfounded and shocked. Logically speaking, whether it was the kinetic energy from above, the size difference between the two sides, or the dilemma of the Pluto mech. With these disadvantages stacked up, the Pluto mech must have lost. But the result was not only surprising, but the artistic word-sticking skills and the timing of exerting force also made the strong men who knew the goods both fearful and shocked. Originally, there was still some thought of taking advantage of the situation, but now there is no such intention at all. Unless the Pluto mech is besieged, it can be considered to beat the dog when it is down. Otherwise, after it shows its thundering means, most people dare not take the lead in attacking, lest they send themselves away. In the cockpit, Liu also secretly exhaled. The previous attack, if it were him before, would definitely not be so perfect. In order to deflect the huge kinetic energy carried by the opponents so easily, the boulder under the feet of the Pluto mech must also bear part of the vertical force, and there is a risk of being broken. But he is naturally not the same as he was yesterday. After mastering the state of force like flowing water, he could not only fully superimpose his own strength, but also instantly shift the direction of his force when facing a touchable opponent. Finally, with his already strong eyesight and predictive ability, it was a piece of cake to complete this almost incredible move. Moreover, there was good news. The group of still stubborn perceptions of force like flowing water was digested a lot, and some of them had been completely integrated and truly became his own. It seems that compared to meditation, actual combat is the most efficient. Liu nodded secretly. The perception of Wuxin Jingguang was so stubborn that it was a bit beyond his expectation. I don't know what the specific situation of other people who have obtained Wuxin Ziguang and Wuxin Qingguang is. Because those people basically keep the information confidential, non-related personnel cannot know. Therefore, he had intended to investigate and inquire before, but unfortunately returned in vain. Otherwise, he would be able to figure out whether this was a problem with Wuxin Jingguang itself, or whether he had a special talent to identify the difference between this false perception and true perception. If it is really the latter, then the things those people have mastered may have hidden dangers. I hope I'm just overthinking. While thinking, 3 divine mechas of about 70 meters in length happened to come from the other side. Seeing that the Pluto mecha was temporarily empty, they knew that Liu's side was probably not weak and had probably already shocked the others. But they still killed them without hesitation. There was no other reason, it was just pure confidence in their own strength. Very directly, the first one opened its upper and lower jaws, opened its mouth to condense the divine energy cannon, and shot it far away at the Pluto mecha with a pop. In an instant, a dark red energy column crossed the gap between several wandering divine mechas and sprayed in front of the Pluto. Bang! A series of dark blue fluids flowed in front of the Pluto mecha, offsetting the dark red divine energy cannon. It was a defensive divine fighting skill, absolutely fluid. With a total amount of divinity of Liu at this moment, it was enough to fully perform this move. Seeing that the Pluto mecha directly offset the divine energy cannon, the 3 divine mechas that joined forces were not surprised at all. They continued to rush forward with divine weapons. Immediately, 2 swords and 1 gun, each with a different angle, stabbed at the same time. Seeing that 3 70-meter class divine mechas besieged the Pluto mecha, other wandering divine mechas immediately became restless. This is a good opportunity to beat the fallen dog and eliminate the strong. Immediately, 3 more divine mechas, with flames flashing behind them, rushed from all over the surrounding area. Here we come, as expected, this kind of chaotic scene, the temporary shock cannot be solved once and for all. In the cockpit, Liu's eyes were focused, and he controlled the Pluto mecha to circle around and turn the armor-breaking broadsword, clang clang clang, knocking down the first 3 stabs, and then circled around and chopped, forcing the 3 most current divine mechas away. Then, he opened his mouth and sprayed out a divine energy cannon that had been brewed in advance, shooting straight from bottom to top. When it was fired, it swung backwards in a nearly blind sniper posture. In an instant, this dark blue beam of light, as if it had predicted in advance that the divine mecha would follow suit from behind, swept across the thruster mounted on its shoulder armor at an almost tricky angle. Crack! Immediately, the thruster ejection port was suddenly frozen, and the divine mecha lost its balance. In addition, it was already in a state of rapid rush, and it suddenly rushed into the sand swamp in front of the Hades mecha. Boom! Countless slippery gravel was splashed, directly blocking the route of the other divine mecha that was forced to retreat and was about to move forward again. The Hades Mecha seemed to have anticipated this scene. Without even looking at it, it turned around and swung its sword in a circle to block the other sword. At the moment the two collided, sparks burst out from the tip of the knife, imitating Zhou Changling's skills. Sparks suddenly exploded, and countless violent flames burst out, directly blocking the opponent's vision. Immediately afterwards, he raised his foot, superimposed the Guan technique, and kicked forward fiercely. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Fierce Battle. The long legs of the Pluto Mecha kicked with great force, containing the undamaged whole body strength brought by the realm of force like flowing water, which was extremely terrifying. The moment the opponent was kicked, bang! The opponent's abdomen was directly shattered, and a huge hole in the defense was broken. Countless extremely hard biological fiber bundles were visible to the naked eye, in a broken state, like a scattered ball of wool. This divine mecha, which suddenly activated its divinity, couldn't even block it for a moment, and was directly carried backwards by the huge force. It was only thanks to the continuous explosion of the thrusters behind it that it maintained its balance for a while. But even so, the driver must have borne the corresponding ultra-high-intensity load and could not immediately counterattack. Seeing that the Pluto Mecha was so fierce, the other divine mecha had the intention of retreating. But seeing that his temporary teammates were so desperate, it seemed unreasonable for him not to take action, and he was about to grit his teeth and kill. Who knew that after the Pluto Mecha killed two enemies, it was in a fierce state, and it was the first to arrive and slash down with a knife? The opponent could only turn the knife to take it. At the moment of receiving the attack, seeing the sparks on the tip of the knife reappear, the divine mecha was immediately horrified. Knowing the powerful back move of the Hades mecha, it simply retreated and fled. In the cockpit, Li Yi smiled slightly. He saw the opponent's hesitation, so he attacked fiercely and scared the opponent away. From the first three machines attacking to the last three machines suddenly attacking, in just a few seconds, the thrilling scene on the field was naturally known to the parties involved. At this moment, seeing that one of the divine mechas participating in the siege was hit with a huge defense hole, one fell into the sand swamp, one escaped, and the rest of them also hesitated. In such a battlefield, hesitation will naturally lead to defeat. Boom! The Hades mecha did not move, and the 100-meter sword turned the direction of the grip, turned to the backhand grip, made a gesture of putting the sword into the waist, and stabbed it back fiercely. Swish! Behind him, a divine mecha that rushed over did not expect the tricky angle of the bayonet. When it reacted, its entire huge body had already crashed into the tip of the knife. In an instant, the armor-piercing special effect was activated, and the outer armor layer was pierced without any obstruction. Immediately afterwards, the Pluto mecha divine power was madly infused into the broadsword, sharpening the blade, and turning and slashing the knife, giving the divine mecha behind a move to disembowel it. The armor on its abdomen, as well as its waist cortex, connection layer, fiber layer, etc., were directly broken. Crash! All kinds of hard fibers that were half biological and half steel fell to the ground. The Pluto mecha once again hit the divine mecha from behind with its shoulder, and with the Iron Mountain lean, it knocked the divine mecha onto the sand swamp. Gurgle gurgle. Under the huge momentum and tonnage, the divine mecha also repeated the same mistake and fell directly, and soon disappeared. If you want to struggle up, there is no other way except to use the thrusters. But as long as the thrusters are used, they will inevitably be eliminated. Therefore, most of these fallen divine mechas will still lie dormant under the sand swamp and try to climb out. However, without leverage, it is still difficult to climb up with just the huge tonnage, even if the divine energy is stimulated. According to the introduction of the previous competition, the depth of these sand swamps is at least 800 or 900 meters. In the process of slowly sinking, they can only rely on the spraying of divine energy to push up their bodies. But this sand swamp is quite thick and slippery, and the spraying of divine energy may not produce enough propulsion. A large enough gap must be created. With Li Yi's fierce and decisive counterattack, there were only 2 siege divine mechas left on the field, which was not enough to arouse the determination of others to beat the drowning dog. Therefore, after the other 2 divine mechas confronted the Pluto mecha for a while, they could only turn around and retreat. Seeing that the Pluto Mecha had completely established its status as a strong man through these two moves, some of the surrounding divine mechas that were ready to move gradually dispersed. Although this divine mecha is only 75 meters high, it is a little lower than other B-class and 80-meter high mechas. But now it seems that it is not easy to bully. Not long after, there was a large area around the Pluto Mecha, which was much quieter. So far, Li Yi has also ushered in a longer breathing space, quietly earning points, and can easily sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. At this moment, on other boulders in the same area, the battle is still going on fiercely. Bang! The angel-like divine mecha is all wide, and its movements are high-spirited and beautiful. Every punch and kick is like a holy scroll, with unparalleled grandeur and holy white light, defeating the opponent and knocking him into the sand swamp. Even without using the divine weapon, it relied on the tyrannical dominance of the B-class mecha to repel a group of challengers. After being shot one after another, it soon calmed down, and no other blind people went to cause trouble. In the cockpit, Li Yi observed its movements and had seen the general situation of this angel mecha. The overall fighting skill level is very high, it is absolutely proficient. In terms of pure skills, it is 3 points stronger than the veteran strongman Chu's Henryu who created the absolute fluid. Among the masters that Li Yi has encountered since his debut, this person has the highest skill level, second only to himself. Most of them are the Fate God sequence, or the Alien God sequence, which is similar to Zhang Zuoyun's destined power. However, there are still slight differences. In Li Yi's experience, it is mostly a maximized defense-breaking version of the destined power. With a blessing of this characteristic, the fighting power that the opponent can exert is mostly not inferior to him when his early fighting skills just entered the perfect stage. As for now, let alone whether he has mastered the force like flowing water, even if he has not mastered it, under the same fighting conditions, he is still confident that he can defeat the opponent. There is no other reason. In addition to skills, Li Yi also has vision, practical experience, and the same perfect forward-looking prediction. In addition, there are many masters in the next two divisions that Li Yi has paid attention to. It was a 90-meter-long B-class Vulcan sequence divine mecha. It was fiery red in color, with a wide upper body and narrow lower body, forming an inverted triangle. Its face was covered with hard armor without a nose or mouth, and its lower jaw was smooth, revealing only 4 pairs of diamond-shaped eye sockets, which flash 8 kinds of gradient red light. It was covered with sparse steel armor, and through the fence-like vertical bars below the steel armor, one could see the exposed fine scaly skin, which was covered with a little bit of bright red armor, just like blood highly condensed on the skin, with a strong sense of biomatter. The overall feeling to Li Yi was like a mecha-like flame snakeman. It was much more fierce than the snake-headed mecha he had encountered in the Xianshu ruins before. Just looking at its moves, it was ruthless and cunning, and it would aim at the neck, head and other vital parts at any time. Its movements were swift and fierce, like an angry venomous snake, and it was really fierce. It didn't take long for the surrounding enemies to be swept away. Seeing that the enemies were so scared that they stopped gathering, it continued to make provocative moves, not taking the enemies seriously at all. Its fighting style also attracted Li Yi's attention. The other one was an 89-meter-long alien god sequence mecha. This mecha was tall and strong, with thick shoulders, white armor wings on its back, long black hair on its head, cracked on both sides of its mouth to the ears, and 2 rows of sharp white teeth like rocks were exposed at the bottom, and its face was as ferocious as an evil ghost. The armor worn on various parts of the body was a simple joint armor, covering only the shoulders, elbows, knees, and other important joints. The rest of the body directly exposed huge biological muscle fibers. Looking closely, those biological muscle fibers were made of bundles of finer fibers spirally wound, like artificial straw ropes. Looking at the whole, it was like a dead body on the battlefield of ancient cold weapons, with disheveled hair and hungry ghosts resurrected. This evil ghost-like divine mecha, when it attacked, there were gusts of cold wind and ghostly aura. Holding a ghost-headed broadsword, it chopped horizontally and vertically. Even if it did not hit the opponent, its overflowing cold wind characteristics could instantly delay the opponent's movements. Then, using the speed advantage, he quickly cut off the opponent's body. He cut one by one, and the head and limbs were broken, which was extremely fierce. Soon, the powerful character who led the siege was chopped half crippled and had to go back to repair, and was directly eliminated. The other weaker ones, after being so shocked, naturally knew that it was not good and turned to other positions. These two B-level divine mechas are the strongest B-level divine mechas that Li Yi can find around him at present. Although the strength of other B-levels is also good, from Li Yi's current perspective, they are still a little bit worse. Although they are also powerful characters who control B-level divine mechas, they are still lacking in characteristics, experience, skills, style or momentum. In a blink of an eye, most of the day passed, and the intensity of the battle also decreased a lot. During this half-day, there were other wandering divine mechas to challenge Li Yi, but they were all swept down by the Pluto mechas in a few moves, very easily. Seeing this performance, those who were carefully observing their opponents in the division naturally listed the 75-meter Pluto mecha as the one that should not be provoked the most. So far, the divine mechas occupying the 10 boulders in the division have basically stabilized. According to Li Yi's observation, excluding himself, only the angel mecha was as stable as a mountain throughout the whole process, and it was not hit out of the boulder from beginning to end. Among the other 8, 3 were more stable, and they were only hit out for a moment and quickly grabbed back. But because they were hit out, half of the points accumulated before were deducted. The other 2 were hit out several times under the siege. After fighting for most of the day, the points were only a quarter of the accumulated points before, or even less. The positions of the last 2 were the most fiercely contested. Basically, a strong person had occupied it for 1 or 2 minutes and scored 1 or 2 points. Because they were beaten back, they were deducted half, and finally got 0.5 points or 1 point. This is not uncommon. At this moment, the time has come to the second half. Some divine mechas that had been slacking off before, or even secretly connecting, began to go down to the silent zone in 2s and 3s, and killed the targets that had been selected before. Li Yi thought that he had shocked so many times before, and the second half should be easy. But the fact is that after half of the second half, the remaining divine mechas began to rush towards the 2 strongest masters in this division. Li Yi was slightly stunned when he saw this, and then he suddenly realized, the remaining divine mechas that have not been eliminated add up to more than 40. This terrifying number, as long as a small number of people who are connected in series lead, the rest will naturally be swept over. Too many numbers will naturally overwhelm the fear of strength. At this time, it is the strongest who are more likely to become the target of the group, because if they don't fight the strongest but the weak under the situation of gathering together, it will be a waste of effort. Moreover, their dignity as strong people does not allow this. Among them, about 20 divine mechas rushed to Li Yi's side, and the other half rushed to the angel mecha. In fact, now that 3/4 of the time has passed, Li Yi has already earned enough points. Even if he leaves here on his own initiative, he can still stay in the top 10 after all. There are only so many boulders, and the other opponents are not strong. Even if he is deducted half of his points, he will still have more than the third-placed person. Because the third-placed person has already left the boulder once and deducted half of his points, even if he comes back in the middle, the time wasted and the points accumulated from the beginning are not enough. However, Li Yi has been sitting in vain for so long, and he has long wanted to do something big and take the opportunity to practice. Even if there are 20 divine mechas besieging him, it is impossible to rush in all at once. With this pressure, perhaps he can stimulate the divinity and generate another divine gene in his body. Although the last one was generated only in the past 2 days, it is unlikely to be generated immediately now. But the accumulation that should be there is actually there, but it is just difficult to detect. Knowing this, Li Yi's fighting spirit soared and his eyes suddenly brightened. Immediately, when the divine mechas rushed over one after another, the Hades mecha opened its mouth and sprayed out the shockwaves that had been secretly accumulated without even a little bit of power accumulation. Swoosh! The dark blue light column passed through the gaps between several divine mechas, and as the head of the Hades mecha rotated, it was swung around. Suddenly, the freezing waves were divided into countless segments, and with a rapid rotation of the head of the Hades mecha, they arced and splashed out like a rainstorm. In an instant, under the new group attack tactics developed by Li Yi, these divine mechas could only temporarily avoid the edge. This move was difficult, and its fundamental difficulty was how to quickly divide the divine freezing waves into uniform and difficult to disperse energy waves. After all, after the freezing waves left the body, except for being able to continue to stimulate, they were basically out of his control. But Li Yi was able to control the Pluto mecha. At the moment when the freezing wave was shot out of his mouth, He used his superb body control to bite his upper and lower jaws at a high frequency, cutting the freezing wave into hundreds of dense and endless freezing bombs. Although this trick reduced the power of the freezing wave, it could make the enemy afraid to move forward because of the huge increase in the coverage area in an instant, and screened out some of the opponents who were dragged along with the crowd. The remaining small part had a strong fighting will and directly used the divine shield to offset the freezing wave. There were only 7 divine mechas that rushed straight at this moment, and the pressure on the Pluto Mecha was naturally greatly reduced. After all, there were so many masters beating him up. Although Liu wanted to experience high-intensity combat, he would not joke about the top 10. It would be funny if he was directly knocked down into the sand swamp or was directly injured. At this moment, 3 divine mechas came first. The Hades Mecha was not afraid at all. It circled its blade around itself, protecting its body while accumulating strength. Sparks burst from the tip of the blade, exploding into a sky-high fire curtain like fireworks, blocking the 2 divine mechas in front. Since he only had one divine gene of the Vulcan sequence, and the divinity of the Hades Mecha was obviously the opposite. This move was actually a feint, which could only dazzle the eyes. The power it exploded could not even break the defense, let alone blow the enemy back. However, since the previous move of the Hades Mecha shocked everyone present, the people rushing over were brave, but they were also afraid of its moves. When they saw the sparks burst, they did stagnate. At that moment, the Hades Mecha seized the opportunity, opened its upper and lower jaws, faced the other opponent, and directly fired a shock wave of freezing. The distance between the 2 sides was only 200 meters. Under the condition of shock compression, the firing rate of the freezing wave was quite amazing. At this distance, if you don't have the ability to predict, you can't avoid it at all. Boom. Immediately, the 72-meter divine mecha froze instantly, without even the time to open the divine shield, and directly froze into an ice block and fell into the sand swamp. At the same time, the divinity of the Hades Mecha frantically gathered on the armor-breaking sword, stimulating the blade tip, extending forward, and then slashing horizontally. Swish! This blade light was like a big ship that split waves and slashed through the waves. It instantly surged to 300 meters long and swept across the 2 divine mechas in front. This slash was very fast in the realm of force like flowing water. Moreover, the blade light was stimulated by a large amount of divinity, extending and sharpening rapidly, and its lethality and attack range should not be underestimated. In an instant, the one that was slightly forward was slashed by this knife, and its body was neatly split into 2 parts. The other one saw the opportunity early and retreated quickly, and there was a temporary teammate blocking the knife, blocking it for a moment, but it barely avoided this unexpected knife. The tip of the blade light gently scratched the opponent's chest armor, drew a circle, and then dispersed. The explosion at that moment was almost the limit of Li Yi's total divine energy. Otherwise, he would have to stimulate the blade light a little longer and directly cut into the opponent's chest armor. But now, it can only cause a shallow and invisible slight knife mark on the opponent's chest armor. This result is also quite good. It has instantly killed 2 powerful mechas of about 75 meters, making both of them directly eliminated. However, the current situation has obviously not scared away those people on the periphery. The outer divine mechas that avoided the first wave of shock wave bombs have rushed over one after another. In front of them, the other 4 faster ones also rushed over quickly, and directly fired divine energy cannons from 4 different positions. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 4 divine energy cannons of red, blue, purple and green burst from all directions, cutting through a distance of more than 1,000 meters and shooting at the Pluto Mecha. This time the evasion route was directly blocked, and the Pluto Mecha could not leave its foothold. It seemed that there was no other way except to resist. But such a strong man burst out the divine energy cannon with all his strength, and the 4-way combined force was difficult for even the absolute fluid to resist. But at this critical moment, the Pluto Mecha tilted the armor-piercing sword, and a dark blue fluid suddenly appeared outside the sword, entwining and flowing. Immediately afterwards, the Pluto Mecha activated the spin skill, and it spun rapidly on the spot like a gyroscope. In an instant, the dark blue fluid formed a layer of extremely strong and bright dark blue light curtain outside the body under this rotation. The next moment, 4 divine energy cannons hit the spinning Pluto Mecha one after another. Then, they were easily bounced off and offset by the rapidly rotating dark blue light curtain. Seeing this scene, all the divine mechas present were stunned. This is obviously not the same thing as the divine shield. But how could a mere spin skill have such a strong defensive power? Is it because of the dark blue light curtain? Chapter 144 Decision. For this move, Li Yu first predicted the corresponding attack, then simultaneously concentrated the absolute fluid and toughness characteristics to cover the blade, focused on launching it, and superimposed the defense of the absolute fluid. After that, relying on the realm of force like flowing water, he increased the rotation speed of his body to the current limit with the spin word skill. In this way, he can instantly deflect the combined force of the opponent's 4 divine energy cannons. Otherwise, the divine shield alone, or the absolute fluid, will definitely not be able to defend against the terrifying energy cannons of the 4 sea-level divine mechas. The divine energy cannon is a long-range big move that every mecha master can launch as long as they can withstand the load after mastering the divine energy of the divine mecha. But if it is fired at close range, the lethality is naturally not to be underestimated. Under the unexpected situation, the effect is even more outstanding. However, because the divine energy cannon faces the same level of masters, it needs to be brewed and accumulated in advance to produce the effect of breaking the defense. If the opponent's divine shield is opened, it is obviously useless. Moreover, because the launch characteristics are too obvious, it is also easy to be dodged. Like Li Yi, it is not easy to easily achieve a flick shot or a predictive hit due to his mastery of physical control skills. It is even more difficult than hitting the opponent. Only when the distance is too close, or if you prepare in advance an ambush, the killing efficiency of the divine energy can reach the maximum in the same level. Or when you encounter a crushing scene or a beating scene, it is also suitable to frequently launch the divine energy cannon. However, the consumption of the total amount of divinity is many times higher than that of pure mecha skills and divine mecha skills. Therefore, in the scene of the same level battle, the mecha master is still more willing to fight with mechas or divine weapons to determine the outcome. Therefore, the besieged divine mechas will naturally feel how outrageous it is that the Pluto mecha can bounce off the combined force of the divine energy cannons of the 470-meter mechas while having to hold its position. It is simply out of this world. At this moment, after the Pluto mecha quickly deflected the opponent's divine energy cannon, it quickly stopped its action, opened its mouth and sprayed out, launching another torrential rain of shock and freezing bombs. In an instant, countless freezing bombs flew wildly under the rapid swing of the Pluto mecha's head. Snap! 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 The divine freezing bombs that missed hit the rugged walls on both sides of the rift directly, freezing most of them, condensing into ice and frost, and the cold air was chilling. Some of them who were unable to dodge in time, whose bodies were only about 60 meters in size and slightly weaker in strength, were still shaken by the kinetic energy of the freezing bombs even with the divine shields, and their bodies floating in the air under the thrusters almost hit the wall. After a while, the Pluto mecha stopped this torrential rain of shock and freezing bombs. In the chilling air, everyone suddenly discovered that the surrounding environment had become a completely icy area under the coverage of this wave of divine energy bombs. Except for the divine mechas of the ice god sequence. The rest of the divine mecha seemed to feel the stagnation that was constantly rising. At this moment, Li Yu had completely understood the use of the ice prison divine. When the first wave of the rainstorm divine energy bombs fell into the side wall and created a large amount of frozen ice, he had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Combined with his previous feelings, he immediately understood how to use the ice prison divine. That's right, that is to create an ice prison environment that is absolutely beneficial to him. He used the ice prison divine as a trigger to trigger those divine freezing bombs just now. Now that a large area of the environment is frozen, a special breath of extreme cold, extreme prison, extreme ice and extreme freezing slowly circulates around. Suddenly, those divine mechas that remained in the air under the thrusters immediately felt the sluggish operation of the divine mechas, and the thrusters were like old machines, stuck from time to time. In a moment, these divine mechas that were originally waiting to continue the siege realized that something was wrong and knew the danger hidden in the scene. Some of the smarter ones left this environment without hesitation and turned to the other defenders who were besieged. With someone taking the lead, the other divine mechas also fled. Originally, the battlefield was not so windy, but because of the previous experience of several divine mechas being in trouble, the besieged mechas finally woke up and knew that it was impossible to do anything, so it was better to pick the real soft persimmon. The several 75-meter divine mechas leading the way hesitated for a moment and flew away. Suddenly, the front of the besieged Pluto mecha became quiet again. In fact, It is not that there are no divine mechas that can destroy the ice prism created by the Pluto Mecha with the characteristics of fire. After all, this ice prism is only caused by one of the gods, and even with the blessing of the Pluto Mecha's main body, the power is still not fierce enough. However, after personally experiencing the difficulty of the Pluto Mecha, they knew that if they continued like this, other strong men would only take advantage. Especially those on the periphery, who seemed to be driven, but in fact there were many who pretended. Therefore, the first wave failed to defeat the Pluto Mech, and the result was basically doomed. On the other side, the Angel Mech, which was under concentrated fire, actually held on and forced back a group of besiegers, forcing them to face reality and pick the weak ones. When the Pluto Mech forced back the enemy, the Angel Mech was actually observing the actions of the Pluto Mech at leisure. Seeing this, Li Yi's heart moved slightly, and he thought to himself, this Angel Mech is indeed a strong opponent. Its size and total divinity are obviously better than mine, and it has mysterious and powerful tricks to repel this group of opponents. Unfortunately, I have only condensed 13 divine genes now. Even if I have the foundation of breaking the limit twice, my pure physique can only touch the edge of the upper evolutionist at most, which is quite different from the opponent. Li Yi was able to defeat so many upper Mecha Masters' siege, relying on his realm of force like flowing water, the flexible use of various characteristics, and the forward-looking and strong predictive ability. In terms of shortcomings, it is indeed obvious. While thinking, the Hades Mech turned his attention to the Devil Mech and the Snake Mech that he had been paying attention to before, and observed their actions. Obviously, in addition to their division, the Slackers in other divisions also gathered their strength to try to knock out the strongest players with the highest points, greatly lowering the threshold for the top 10. After all, if they only defeated the 9th and 10th, the people who could compete for the top position would still be the same few with high scores, and everyone would lack motivation. But if they surrounded and beat up the strong players who were close to full marks, such as the 1st and 2nd, then the points required to enter the top 10 would naturally decline, and it would also give hope to other players with fewer points. In this case, it also led to a convergent result. That is, players who were close to full marks would inevitably undergo another siege test with a stronger consensus. Obviously, the Hades Mech and the Angel Mech have already undergone the test. As for the other Devil Mech, they left the position early and did not seem to be obsessed with the first place. The Snake Mech, on the contrary, is still fighting hard, and it is interesting to provoke the opponent while fighting hard. As time passed, the first round of the points race finally came to an end. In the 6th division of Li Yi's side, he and the Angel Mech tied for first place. The other strong men, the top 10, were basically B-level or divine mechas above 80 meters that Li Yi had noticed. For those below 80 meters, in the entire division, including the front and back divisions, only 4 or 5 divine mechas below 80 meters took the top 10, and the only one who took first place was Li Yi. As for the results of other divisions, Li Yi didn't care much, and didn't listen carefully to the announcement of the AI in the competition field, and went straight back to the training ground. For him, although he had experienced many challenges in the first round, the actual difficulty was not great. Even if he slacked off and became a member of the guerrilla camp, I believe he could take the top 10 with the least pressure. By the way, Hu Yiding and Zhang Tuangyao in the same division were not weak, and they also occupied the position for a while. The points between them were mainly hovering between 11th, 15th and 6th. They did not instigate the attack against Li Yi and the Angel Mech, but focused on picking up the weak persimmon. Therefore, in the final moments, Hu Yiding finally knocked out the 10th ranked Mecha Master, directly squeezed out the opponent's position, and won the top 10 rankings in the group. Zhang Tuangyao was a bit miserable. He fought a guerrilla war with a bang, and finally raised his points to 11th. He succeeded in running as a runner-up and was eliminated in one round. After all, his hard power was a bit biased. Although Zhang Tuangyao has been promoted to senior Mecha Master for almost a year, his comprehensive strength is indeed weak among the captains of the previous 3-ship exploration team. His strength is only slightly stronger than Maruhu. However, with a division score of 11, he can roughly rank in the top 180, or even close to 150, which is not shameful. After all, there are more than 200 senior Mecha Masters this time, and there are many who can fight against senior Mecha Masters as the best in the middle. In general, this performance is not a disgrace to his title as the captain of the second team of the Kufu ship standing team. Hu Yiding was able to squeeze into the top 120 with a 70-meter Mecha body, which is already the result of excellent technical and tactical performance. Her actual combat level is indeed good. When the three ships explored the Xianxu ruins, she performed well many times, far surpassing the veteran upper-level mecha masters such as Guan Shanliu. This also shows how powerful the 120 strong men who stayed behind are. Basically, they are the most elite group of people under the age of 40 in the Xingyu Federation. Of course, this part of people naturally excludes some more talented people who have successfully entered the Earth ruins before their 30s. Those people have already won the top 10 in the previous competitions. The more powerful geniuses may not be over 30 years old. Li Yu also heard about this kind of situation when he heard Liang Zhishan and others chatting after they came back. In addition, two people from the same ship also entered the top 120. Naturally, they are the veteran upper-level strong men, Liang Zhishan, who had his last chance to participate in the competition, and Teng Zhili, who participated for the first time and had good comprehensive strength. Although Teng Zhili had just entered the upper-level mecha master not long ago, he had solid skills and tactics. With Li Yi's advice, he also adopted guerrilla tactics and specialized in hitting soft persimmons, and successfully stabilized the 9th position in the division. Therefore, although his hard power was not as good as Hu Yideng's, his overall ranking was one level higher than Hu Yideng. As for Zhang Bailey, his regional ranking was finally fixed at 17, and his overall ranking was 221, making him the last of the top mecha masters participating in this competition. When he talked about this, he was still very ashamed and vowed on the spot to increase the intensity of training by 3 times. Li Yu comforted him, when you were exploring the 6th level before, you walked through the gates of hell and missed a lot of spoils and rewards for military merit. Your strength was delayed for a while. This result can only be attributed to bad luck. Just come back next year. Liang Zhishan laughed and said, Li Yi, you'd better not comfort the guy who won the first place in the division, lest Bailey is even more sad. Zhang Bailey didn't feel anything at first, but his face fell when he heard it, and he said speechlessly, damn it, instructor, if you didn't mention it, I could still selectively forget that Li Yu won the first place in the division. I think you did it on purpose. Liang Zhishan laughed loudly, you are not a child anymore. You should reflect on yourself when you are beaten by young people, don't you know? Zhang Bailey spat, what the hell do you know? You, Liang, are older than me, and you were beaten by young people, weren't you? Liang Zhishan laughed and said, I don't care. I'm in my last term. And don't you find that the rules this year are very favorable to us? If Li Yu becomes the captain in the 2nd round, then with his strategic strength, he may lead the whole team to the top 10. Hearing this, Teng Zhili's eyes were shocked and he realized, yes, as the captain, Li Yu will definitely not choose those who are not trustworthy when selecting team members. At that time, the main members will most likely be the members of the 3 ships who have cooperated with him. Li Yu also nodded and said, that's right, as long as I grab the position of captain in the 2nd round, I will indeed give priority to selecting acquaintances from the 3 ships. After all, for a team like ours, trust is far more important than strength. Having strength but no trust will only do harm. Liang Zhishan asked, then do you have other candidates to look for at that time? As far as I know, of the 2 ships of Kofu's Yuri, only Lin Huai, Zhang Pengting, Hu Yideng, and Lin Xiao who have won the top 10 in the division and can participate in the 2nd round. Zhang Bailey was surprised. Zhang Pengting and Lin Huai have not even made the top 10? Aren't they in a very high position? Liang Zhishan explained, before, of the 3 leaders of the 3 ships of the Xianxu ruins, only Chen Kaiongzi won the position by hard power. Zhang Pengting is the son of Zhang Guanlin, the captain of the Kufu ship, and Lin Huai is the daughter of Lin Xian, the captain of this Hiri ship. In short, they are genuine Xianhui power families, and superior people born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Do you understand? As soon as these words came out, Teng Zhili and Zhang Bailey frowned. Liang Zhishan's last word superior clearly had a bit of yin and yang, which showed Liang Zhishan's completely different attitude from before. However, the two did not think much about it. Liang Zhishan may have seen too many unequal powers and responsibilities, and he was just angry. After all, although Zhang Pengting and Lin Huai were conscientious and responsible in their work, they were indeed not outstanding when they were in the Xianxu ruins before. Even Lin Huai made mistakes and was responsible for the deaths of several logistics personnel. This kind of thing is difficult to sort out. Zhang Bailey frowned slightly and stopped thinking about it. He was about to change the subject. At this time, Tang Jili smiled and said helplessly, if that's the case, I might also be considered a Xianhua Yiquan family, but the benefits I can feel are very small. Several people looked at Tang Jili in surprise. Li Yi said thoughtfully, Brother Tang and Captain Tang have the same surname. Listening to your subtle tone, you can't be Captain Tang's illegitimate son, right? Zhang Bailey was dumbfounded. You're overthinking it, they're just distant relatives. Tang Jili laughed and said, because the direct descendants of Captain Tang are not very powerful, I have the opportunity to receive some care from him. Of course, these cares are more of his personal care, and have nothing to do with the allocation of resources on the ship. Liang Zheshan's mouth twitched for a long time, and asked, why have I never heard you talk about this? Tang Jili said, it's not a very important matter. If the instructor hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have mentioned it by the way. Liang Zheshan said, no wonder you look like you don't have strong talent, but you're making progress faster than others. If we hadn't had Li Yi's sudden rise, most of the new generation of our ship would have been led by you. Tang Jili shook his head and said, I can't do it. I just took fewer detours under the guidance of the captain. To lead the new generation, I still have a lot to do, Liang Zheshan said with a smile. Of course, now we naturally look at Li Yi. Relying on you is just a choice when there is no tall man, Tang Jili said speechlessly. Instructor, just stop talking about insults. If you say that, everyone except Li Yi is short, Liang Zheshan said. Chen Kai-ongzi is not bad either. That woman is full of energy and her strength is unfathomable. However, I can't see through her. Although she is careless sometimes, she has secrets. Li Yi asked curiously, Instructor Liang also thinks that Instructor Chen has hidden strength? Liang Zheshan said, it's obvious, and everyone knows it. But, why is she hiding it? I don't know, my authority is still a little low, I don't deserve it. Li Yi wanted to ask a few more questions, but seeing that Liang Zheshan was not interested, he tactfully stopped mentioning Chen Kai-ongzi. Obviously, Liang Zheshan suffered a lot from Chen Kai-ongzi. He changed the subject directly and said, speaking of which, in the second round, are there any noteworthy or reliable people? Instructor, do you know any? Introduce them so that I can directly pick them then. Liang Zheshan nodded and said, although I just talked about Lin Huai and Zhang Pengting, in fact, it's not bad to pick these two. Don't worry about the command troubles that may arise from the fact that they were your nominal superiors in the exploration team, Li Yi. They are both very sensible in such occasions. Besides, in terms of strength, you can beat them now even if they join forces. We speak with strength, and they will definitely respect you and follow your orders. After that, among the people I'm familiar with, there are two from the Jinghui ship and the Zhuhai ship. They also made it into the top 10 this time. You can consider them. They are Su Weilu, who ranks 5th in the division and 56th in the overall ranking, and Tan Haode, who ranks 4th in the division and 39th in the overall ranking. Hearing this, Li Yi was slightly surprised. Tan Haode, Liang Zheshan nodded and said, you're right. Tan Haode is Tan Horn's biological brother. Li Yi frowned immediately. How come he remembered that Tan Horn mentioned before that he was the only quasi-mecha master in the family? And his brother cheated on him? Liang Zheshan said, although Tan Haode's relationship with Tan Horn is complicated, Tan Haode is trustworthy and has good strength. You can consider him. Li Yi asked, Instructor, can you tell me what their relationship is? Chapter 145 Taboo. Liang Zheshan said, it was only when I was selecting people for the special class that I saw Tan Horn's file and understood the relationship between the two. Let me put it this way, Tan Haode and I are of the same period and also came from our Yaoqi ship. After graduation, he transferred to the border defense line for garrison. After a few years, he formed a family with a mid-level mecha division of the Zhuhai ship and was transferred there to develop. The Tam family was involved in some taboo experiments in the early years, which violated the taboos of federal law and led to its decline, and during this period, because the results of the taboo experiments had already been produced, the Federation did not directly deal with the results of the taboo experiments, but let them grow freely, or in other words, waited for them to survive on their own. But during this period, something happened. Li Yi frowned slightly and asked, the so-called taboo experiment, is it related to human cloning? Combining what Tan Horn had said before. This guess emerged in Li Yi's mind inadvertently. Liang Zheshan said, it is related, but it should not be. I am not sure what this taboo experiment is, because it is an S-level confidential event, and I only know some outlines of the event. In short, the final result is that the Tan family fell apart. Our Yaochi ship accepted Tanhoran and trained him as a normal Mecha Master candidate. The Tanhaod that Tanhoran knows is only the Tanhaod in his vague impression, so when he talks about this kind of thing, you need to distinguish whether it is his subjective opinion. Li Yu thought for a moment and said, a taboo experiment, is it an ethical one or a taboo involving major hazards? Liang Zheshan said, as far as I know, it has both, but I really don't know the rest. However, since it has been classified as an S-level confidential event, and Tanhaod is now working normally, plus my past knowledge of him, it is probably reliable, Li Yu said. If it is just that the law does not allow it, it should not be as simple as being classified as an S-level confidential event, Liang Zheshan said. Don't guess. When your authority is raised, you will naturally know what you should know. Li Yu nodded. Okay, instructor, do you have any other suitable candidates to recommend? Liang Zheshan spread his hands and said, no, there are still few people from other ships who cooperate. After all, my strength is not too strong. I just rely on my qualifications and a little bit of brains to barely get to where I am today. Okay, the instructor is honest. The second round will start in 3 days. These 3 days are reserved for the Divine Mecha to repair the damage. Because among the first 120 people, some are at ease, and some try their best. Therefore, it is inevitable that the Divine Mecha will be damaged. 3 days, with the strength of a superior Mecha Master, fully stimulating the Divine Mecha, is enough to repair the regular damage. As for the broken limbs and heads, the Divine Mecha needs to be reconnected, and it will take about a week to complete the repair. The more serious damage is the damage to the main trunk. Because of the large area and the loss of more divine materials, the repair process is longer, about 10 days. Moreover, this is the case when the materials are picked up. If too many materials are lost, the repair time will be longer. These 3 days just gave Li Yu the opportunity to seize the time and generate another divine gene. The intensity of the last battle was good, and he has already felt the signs of the 14th divine gene. Before that, it is the time for the routine thought steel column to strengthen the self-steel stamp. Basically, every time he generates a divine gene, his soul will also gain some benefits, and the toughness will be improved. The self-steel column can be used to improve the strength of the soul. Combined with digesting different types of memory fragments every day as nutrients for the growth of the soul, his soul's strength can form a sufficient margin for the divine gene. Furthermore, under this huge potential difference, the speed of divine gene condensation was very fast. Otherwise, the radiation of multiple divine sequences alone could not achieve his terrifying speed of nearly 1 gene per week. For a normal strong man, 1 gene would take more than half a year to consume, and it was normal to be slower and slower. At this moment, after completing a round of self-enhancement, Li Yu felt that his soul was slightly full, and then he retracted this short needle-like thought steel pillar and began to meditate. Before meditation, he was rarely distracted, his thoughts floating and flashing. Digesting the insights given by Washin Jingguang, by analogy, is not like digesting memory fragments, but rather digesting self-stamps. Perhaps this is a common method of ancient divine civilizations, using methods similar to thought stamps to convey morality, laws, rules and even knowledge. I just don't know if the so-called heritage relics in the Stardust Corridor are also similar methods. My Washin Jingguang directly aroused the covetousness of the cult, but they quickly extinguished the clues during the training break these 2 days. Maybe I can take a walk around the supervision department to observe whether there are any problems with the supervision department. If there are hidden dangers, I can't participate in the competition leisurely and safely. As his mind flashed, Li Yu entered a meditative state and digested his self-stamp. The next day, the 18th standard hour. You said you want to go to the supervision department. Liang Zhishan looked at Li Yu in surprise. Li Yu nodded and said, Instructor Liang, let's go over there and take a look. Don't worry, we won't cause any trouble. We're mainly here to observe their situation and see if there's anything wrong. Liang Zhishan said thoughtfully, do you also suspect that there was something fishy about the deaths of the 2 captives last time? Li Yu said, yes, the 2 captives were at most driven insane by the cult's ideology. It's impossible for them to die. Besides, the supervisory department is good at dealing with cults. How could they be so careless? In short, if there are any signs of danger, we should nip them in the bud. If not, you can participate in the competition with confidence. Besides, at most half an hour. If it's longer, people will definitely notice our abnormality. This is just right. It won't delay your practice and you can relax a little. Liang Zhishan said speechlessly. You call such a dangerous thing relaxation? If they really have problems, aren't you sending yourself into the tiger's mouth? Li Yu shook his head and said, we are acting upright and upright. As long as we don't show any hostility and act casually, they will naturally let down their guard. Liang Zhishan was conflicted and paced back and forth. Because this matter needed to be kept secret, Li Yu only discussed it with Liang Zhishan. No one else explained. Therefore, although the others were curious about what the two were talking about, they were still very tactful and did not come to disturb them. After a while, Liang Zhishan asked, if they really have problems, are you sure you can tell? Li Yu shook his head and said, it depends on the situation. I can only say that there is a chance. After all, we can't step into their territory openly. I just plan to observe the people coming in and out of the surrounding area and get a general understanding. Of course, if there are people who really have problems and some aspects coming in and out, I should be able to tell. Liang Zhishan frowned and asked, for example, what kind of problems? Li Yu smiled and said, let me keep this confidential for the time being, instructor. After all, this is my trump card. Liang Zhishan sighed. Okay, no matter what it is, since you are confident, let's go for a walk. It's agreed that we will only walk around the periphery. Of course, the two of them left as soon as they said they would, and set off immediately. The headquarters of the supervisory department is in the 14th district of the main base, which is only 2 districts away from the location of the area they chose this time, and the distance is not far. At the speed of 2 people, it would only take 4 or 5 minutes. However, after leaving the training ground and walking to the next section 13, you can see many people in starship uniforms, carrying travel bags on their shoulders, trotting in groups together at the starship landing field. Seeing this, Liang Zhishan touched his chin and said thoughtfully, are you in such a hurry to start the starship? The pace seems to be much more hurried than before. Li Yu observed for a moment and said, looking at their condition, they are probably on a combat mission, and they will most likely have to stay away from the border star for a while, which will probably take at least dozens of days. Liang Zhishan asked, you can tell that? Is it because of their travel bags? Li Yu nodded and said, yes, their travel bags are very heavy, completely different from the standard weight we saw before, at least 3 times heavier. If we calculate based on the standard weight of travel bags, it is easy to come to this conclusion, Liang Zhishan said, but this travel bag is just a little more bloated than normal. I can't tell that it is at least 3 times the standard weight. Li Yu nodded. This is a training method for predictive ability. According to the structure of the human body, the shoulders, waist, the change in the pace can actually be used to directly judge how heavy the travel bags are. Of course, if the gravity standard of the place is different, it depends on the situation. Liang Zhishan. Well, no wonder you are invincible every time. It turns out that you have such a deep understanding of the human body and mechanics. Li Yu did not continue, but said, the question now is, why are these starship soldiers so anxious? Could it be that aliens are coming in large numbers? Liang Zhishan said, it may not be impossible. After all, aliens are eager to move every year because of our Mecha competition, intending to take the opportunity to search for the long-lost heritage relics. Li Yu nodded and fell into thought. After the episode on the road, the two soon arrived at the outskirts of the headquarters of the Supervision Department of the Border Star. It was a partition composed of 3 wide buildings of about 30 meters and a total area of nearly 3 kilometers in diameter. To make an analogy, it is like an ancient imperial city. The two were also surprised when they walked to the outskirts. The inspection department of the Border Star is so impressive, Liang Zhishan said, no wonder they are so arrogant. To be able to occupy such a large position, I'm afraid the internal power is not small, Li Yu said. Isn't it many times larger than the inspection department of our ship? Not just many times, but hundreds of times, Liang Zhishan said. The inspection department of our ship has only a dozen full-time staff members and a small office building. Don't look at our ship's inspection department as being very impressive and respected by everyone. In fact, they have very little funding, and often one person is used as 7 or 8 people. If you see them coming in groups, they must have called people from the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Thought Steel Pillar Management Office to help. Li Yu suddenly remembered the situation when he was dreaming and the inspection department came to plant a Thought Steel stamp on him, and he also found it funny. Liang Zhishan also laughed and said, however, although they have little money, they do have great power. Basically, once they are judged as members of a cult, they will definitely not have a good ending. Of course, if they are just suspicious elements, they will monitor them day and night to prevent problems. Basically, our ship has been in service for hundreds of years and is still in service today, thanks to the credit of our ship's inspection department. Li Yu asked curiously, they have so much power, don't they have misjudgments? Who is responsible for supervising them? Liang Zhishan said, generally, the Queen Mother AI and the Captain are responsible for supervision. After all, the inspection department is also the sharpest knife. Moreover, it is not easy to become a full-time employee of the inspection department. You must have a solid and credible resume. So, these people are basically veteran middle and upper level mecha masters who are facing retirement, like Zhou Changling, who is very strong, but too old, his potential is exhausted, and he has no hope of advancement, or those who have suffered genetic injuries and cannot continue to be promoted, but whose strength was originally good, also have the opportunity to enter the inspection department. Genetic injury, Li Yu was surprised. This was the first time he heard this statement. It means that the advancement failed, the divine gene exploded, and the gene sequence in the body was damaged. After all, not everyone's advancement is smooth sailing. Some have toxic accumulation of potions, some use the wrong and mismatched divine nucleus, and some have insufficient soul strength. In short, if the generation is halfway and then fails, there is a certain probability of genetic damage. Any intelligent species is determined by genetic coding. Genetic damage, if only the genes in individual cells have problems, it is not a big deal. It is equivalent to having an extra garbage cell, which can be directly excreted, but if it affects the whole body, it will be different. Liang Zhishan explained, if you suffer a systemic genetic injury, it's just like a genetic disease. You won't notice it at first, but it will develop into a physiological defect later. If you're lucky, it won't affect your advancement, and you'll continue to generate divine genes, which will slowly repair the damage. If you're unlucky, it will affect your advancement, and even worse, you'll have all kinds of physical problems, and eventually there will be no medicine to cure it, and even nanorobots can't successfully treat it. There are all kinds of situations. It's normal that you don't know this, because this was the difficulty that humans had to overcome 200 or 300 years ago when they first discovered the path to divine evolution. Nowadays, the problems that should have been solved have been optimized as much as possible, and genetic damage has rarely occurred, and this period of time is also difficult to reflect through relevant knowledge books. After all, many people's symptoms were not obvious at the beginning, and they might have been mistaken for a kind of divine characteristic, and only started to have problems in their later years. Li Yu suddenly realized. No wonder, now technology has developed significantly compared to the previous few hundred years. Those masters of the older generation paved the way for their younger generation, and they might have failed many times before they finally gave birth to a strong man above the heavenly position on the human side. Then, protect one side and pass on the torch. Liang Zhishan said, this kind of people have outstanding military exploits, are talented at the moment, and have a firm worldview. They will not be easily brainwashed by the ideological stamp of the cult. It is just right to make full use of them to monitor. Li Yu nodded, and he understood where the retired Mecha master went. In other words, the reason why this Border Star Supervisory Department is so impressive is not necessarily because of arrogance, but because it is the forefront of the conflict, so the most powerful people have been irreversibly injured, so it has formed such a large supervisory department group. Liang Zhishan nodded and said, that's right, and the place of war and conflict should indeed focus on preventing the infiltration of cults and even human slaves from the alien planet. I believe that even if there is a problem with the supervisory department, it is not the entire department that has a problem. Most of the time, it is the poisonous insects that are causing trouble. Li Yu said, I hope so. As they spoke, the two walked casually at the outermost edge of the supervisory department. As people who temporarily entered the main base of the Border Star, they naturally had no authority to enter the supervisory department. Fortunately, there are 2 military supplies transfer points around here, and there are many people walking around, which makes the 2 people appear here not so abrupt. Moreover, even if the 2 were not part of the local establishment, they at least had considerable authority and a clean background, so they were not afraid of being treated as cult spies. After walking for just 5 minutes, they found that 3 flying cars from the supervision department drove out, and more than 10 people quickly entered and exited. Liang Zhishan said, how is it? Have you seen anyone with problems? Li Yu shook his head and said, not yet. What he meant by whether there were problems or not was naturally the sensitivity brought about by long-term use of the thought steal column. That is, the sensitivity to people of the same kind. If the mentor he speculated before really existed and had also used similar methods for a long time to brainwash and transform various types of people, then he should be able to more or less detect the people who had been using the thought steal column for a long time. Such people are either beneficiaries of the God Mecha plan or suspicious persons. In addition, Li also planned to observe the actions and personnel status of the local supervision department to see if there were any other suspicious clues. After more than half an hour, the two had no gains and were ready to leave. Liang Zhishan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's good that there was nothing found. This shows that the supervisory department was just arrogant before, and there is no real problem. If there really is a problem, I dare not imagine what the state of the border star is now, a sieve? A leaky iron house." At this time, Li Yu frowned slightly and said, "Wait, the flying car just now went in and out 3 times in a short period of time. It's a bit strange." Liang Zhishan followed Li Yi's sight and found a 7-seater black flying car driving into the gate of the supervisory department at a very fast speed. "Indeed, I have an impression of this flying car. It is top of the line and can go directly into outer space without any problem. But, what is the purpose of this top-of-the-line flying car frequently going in and out of the supervisory department?" Li Yu said, "Every time, it carries at least 500 kilograms of heavy objects. It takes the heavy objects out and then comes back empty. Judging from the speed of the other party, there will probably be 1 or 2 more trips." "Instructor, let's catch up later," Liang Zhishan asked suspiciously. "Where can you find 500 kilograms of things to put in such a small 7-seater flying car? There's not enough space in the trunk, right?" Li Yu said. "What if it is a divine nucleus?" Liang Zhishan was startled and frowned. "That's possible. The weight of some special divine nuclei is indeed extraordinary," Li Yu said. "This is the key. The daily work of the supervisory department can be said to have basically nothing to do with a divine nucleus. The people inside are also a group of people who no longer need divine radiation." Liang Zhishan was reminded by Li Yi and suddenly realized, this is indeed suspicious. "Okay, let's catch up later." As he spoke, the black car had already sped out, with high-speed flames emitting from the tail wing. It was extremely fast and headed towards the direction of the 15th district. The two of them saw this and did not waste any words, and ran at high speed. With their eyesight and speed, they could still catch up in a short time as long as they were not too far away. And according to the frequency and time of its entry and exit, the farthest distance would not exceed 20 kilometers, which was barely acceptable. However, 4 kilometers later, when Liang Zhishan followed Li Yi, chasing the jet tail trace of the car, and saw the west gate of the main base in the distance, he was immediately surprised and said, "This car sent something out? Are we still chasing it? It is too dangerous to go to the border star in the flesh." Li Yu pondered and said, "Let's take a closer look first. At least we know the general direction. Then, instructor, please investigate the owner of this speeding car, or if you have other clues." Liang Zhishan sighed and said, "Okay. Judging from the current situation, this speeding car is indeed suspicious enough. Alice, I just hope this is a misunderstanding." Chapter 146 Second Round. After getting close, Li Yu activated the microelectric characteristics, stimulated the peripheral nerves of the eyes, and enhanced the efficiency of capturing external visual information. Zizzy. With countless tiny blue arcs flickering gently, the clarity of Li Yi's eyes was directly raised to a higher level, and he observed the light trail left by the speeding car outside the gate. Fortunately, the overall environment outside was quite dark, so it was easy to capture the remaining light trail. Liang Zhishan also looked far away, chasing the almost invisible light spot. After a while, Liang Zhishan asked, "After the flying car left here, the speed was increased to the limit. It must have traveled at least 40 to 50 kilometers, right?" Li Yu nodded and said, "More than that, there is no obstruction in the outside world. According to the acceleration, referring to the time interval between the previous round trip, it is probably around 65 kilometers. Liang Zhishan frowned slightly. "I remember that it was like a smooth road all the way out from the west gate. It should be a plateau interface. Why move things there?" Li Yu shook his head and said, "Who knows? Instructor, you mobilize your connections and check the owner of this license plate. Go now. I will observe here for a while, and then leave." so as not to be noticed by the driver of the flying car. Liang Zishan was not big, agreed, turned around and left. Li Yu looked for a while and found that there were light spots flashing in front of him. He turned around and left without looking at it. Li Yu was ready to go back to control the divine mecha, pretending to go out for actual machine training, and remotely observe the actions of the flying car through the detection system. Combining the opponent's speed and direction, and the time intervals of several times, he had more or less calculated the approximate direction. In the future, we only need to search for traces around there, and naturally, we will soon find out what the flying car of the supervision department wants to do. From the clues we have seen so far, there is definitely something wrong with this flying car. A normal supervision department would not act like this. However, Li Yu was also worried that things would go wrong, so he only planned to cruise at high altitude and not approach suspicious areas. After all, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Even if he finds that there is something wrong with the supervision department, it is impossible to detonate it immediately. At least it must be supported by a trustworthy Xianwei boss to be safe. Unfortunately, the Xianwei strongmen he has met and dealt with are only the captain and Mo Chenlong at most, and Chen Kai-Ongzi is just a suspect. Moreover, the captain is not very familiar, and Mo Chenlong is not here. I hope it is really just a small problem, so everything is still within the controllable range. With a flash of thought, Li Yu ran back to the training ground, climbed directly onto the insertion cabin, entered, and started the Pluto Mecha. With his current foundation, he no longer needs to start up for more than half an hour like before. Now, it only takes a few tens of seconds to get it done. On the side, Tangjali and others who were training in the cockpit saw the gravity thrusters on the shoulder armor of the Pluto Mecha generating vibration waves, and immediately asked curiously, "Li Yu, where are you going?" Li Yu replied, "I'm bored. So I'm going to visit the venue in advance. Do you want to come with me?" Tangjali said, "Okay, it won't be very effective if several people are working together now. Let's go." Li Yu originally wanted to go alone, but then he thought it would be better to hide his purpose under the excuse of visiting the venue, so that there would be no trace. After all, if things are not kept secret, they will not succeed. Moreover, the venue for the second round happened to be in the northwest of the mainland, which was just on the way. Boom. The two divine mechas left all the way, following the dedicated entrance and exit channel of the divine mecha, with flames flashing all the way out. By the way, the gravity thrusters will also produce light. When the propulsion force reaches a certain level, it will emit a ring-shaped faint blue fluorescence. Li Yu estimated that the color was probably related to the divine characteristics of the Pluto Mecha. If it is mounted on other types of celestial divine mechas, it may be other colors. But no matter what, the ring-shaped fluorescence of the gravity thruster is much more stable and cooler than the conventional flame. At this moment, above the mountain where the main base is located, a passage suddenly opened up, shooting out two divine mechas that were as fast as phantoms. The Pluto Mecha led the way, and Tangjali's raging wave mecha followed closely behind, flying westward. Tangjali was surprised. "Isn't the big peak in the northwest our second round battlefield? Why are you going west directly?" Li Yu replied, "No hurry, take a look at the surrounding environment." "Okay, whatever you want." When the divine mecha flew out of the base mountain, Li Yu simultaneously turned on the remote detection system and directly observed the area he had calculated before. Soon, he found traces of the landing of the flying car and the suspected underground entrance and exit. Li Yu was slightly startled. Is this dark under the lamp, or is this just the entrance and exit of other subbases controlled by the supervision department? With doubts, he looked around and found that there were actually many footprints of people walking around. Very shallow, on that almost hard ground, it is almost impossible to distinguish with the naked eye. But at this moment, after exchanging the information of the divine mecha information mode analysis last time, Li Yu has mastered some more detailed and rare information modes. One part is the deepening of the mastery of various material traces, and the other part is the preliminary introduction to the traces of airflow disturbance. Therefore, even if they are far apart, they can still make fine judgments on the trace information that is more subtle and undetectable based on the information obtained remotely. During the flight, Li Yu sent the position he just determined to Liang Zishan's personal communication, and left a message. "This is the position I just identified remotely through the Pluto Mecha. It is the target entry and exit point of the flying car. Please communicate with the main ship to confirm the disposal method, or let the main ship put pressure on the border star, and attach the remote trace information obtained from the detection system. Then, Liu no longer paid attention to this matter and flew directly to the big peak in the northwest of the continent. What should be done has been done. And the next step is to believe in the power of the upper-level strong men of the Yaoqi ship. After all, although there are many border defense ships like the Yaoqi ship, it seems that it is not a big deal. But looking at the entire Xingyu Federation, a Yaoqi ship is still a very strong armed force. With the Yaoqi ship as a backing, it is indeed feasible to detonate the problem of the supervisory department of the border star. After flying for 3,000 kilometers, the two divine mechas saw the towering big spike from afar. "Oh my god, it's so long," Teng Jili exclaimed. From the perspective of the panoramic long range, the big spike is like a thin long stick, poking into the dark sky, pointing vertically to the vast night sky. The two thought that this was just an illusion caused by the distance. But when the two approached to a distance of 3 kilometers, they found that the big spike was indeed long and thin. It is about 67,000 meters long and only 500 meters in diameter, like a long needle on the scale of the universe, inserted upside down on the border star. Under this terrifying length, the two divine mechas of more than 70 meters are like a tiny point that cannot be detected, extremely small. Teng Jili looked up and smacked his lips. "I remember that the rules of the competition announced at that time were mainly about speed and summit competition, right?" Liu also felt a toothache. If the flight altitude was more than tens of thousands of meters, he would definitely not find it strange, because it was very common. But if it was such a long pillar of heaven, it would be very strange. This big peak is definitely not the result of natural evolution. With a diameter of only 500 meters, how could it support an altitude of more than 67,000 meters? It has also gone through an unknown number of long years and still stands tall today. After thinking for a while, Liu said, "Are you worried about the high risk of the second round?" Teng Jili said, "Yes, according to the rules of the competition, in the second round, 120 divine mechas will surround the foot of the big peak, take off at the same time, and race upwards. During this period, only the 10 divine mechas that reach the top first can become captains, but the problem is that those who are slightly slower will definitely focus on the first group and shoot from a distance. Moreover, this big peak is horrifyingly hard. As long as it is not hit with a divine energy cannon at full strength, it will most likely not be damaged and will not be ruled out. So, if you want to compete for the top 10, it will not be easy. If you are shot down at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters and the thrusters are frozen, the terrifying load of the fall will definitely cause great damage to your body." Liu smiled and said, "Let's wait and see. I think this competition system is very interesting. The offense and defense transition happens in an instant. It's very challenging." Teng Jili's eyes lit up slightly. "From the looks of you, do you have a solution?" Liu said, "Not really. This kind of situation tests one's ability to adapt to changing circumstances. You need to use strategies, unless you have a speed that exceeds the number of people and can hide in the group behind at any time and look for opportunities to sprint forward. For someone like me, whose total divinity is slightly insufficient and who can only rely on gravity thrusters and various small operations to turn the situation around, I can only sprint at full speed. Otherwise, if other fast and powerful people occupy the top 10, I will have no chance." Of course, to say that there is no strategy, it is not completely impossible. At that time, because there will be no zoning restrictions, you can fly in the second group for a while, follow behind those B-class mechas, wait for them to be focused, and then start to rush at a burst of speed. Create a time difference, and then use the B-class mecha to block the knife. Teng Jili gritted his teeth and said, "This is quite insidious, but I think it's okay." Haha. Liu touched his chin. Therefore, choosing a suitable B-class mecha to block the knife is something that needs to be considered. In fact, the second round only determines the top 10. Those after the top 10 may not have the opportunity to get a counterattack in the third round with the help of a very powerful captain. However, the probability is low and there is no guarantee that they will be selected by a very powerful captain. The weak must also perform well, raise their rankings, and increase the probability of being selected by a strong captain. Moreover, the last 20 who are not selected will not be eligible for the third round. In addition, those who are sure to be selected by a strong person with a good relationship will also fully assist the strong person to reach the top. Therefore, in the actual second round of competition, in addition to avoiding the full-strength divine energy cannon from hitting the big peak, the other times are likely to be a more chaotic melee situation. In such a situation, it is also quite difficult to get into the top 10. This high-difficulty competition mode is indeed worthy of this Youth Mecha Master competition with the most top-ranked strong players in history. The next day, there was no feedback from the Yaochi ship, and the second round of competition had already begun. Since the problem of transporting the flying car can be said to be big or small for the time being, Li Yu is now a little relieved about the external safety of this second round of competition. In addition, after 3 days of chatting with several people in the Yaochi ship, he also knew the origins of the drivers of the 3B class divine mechas that he had been concerned about before. The driver of the angel mech is named Ning Fiyu, who is a senior mech master of the Hench ship. He should be 33 years old. It is said that he is praised as a genius once in a century by the Hench ship. The Fate God sequence is naturally not the angel mech that Li Yi temporarily named, but the moon mech. The driver of the other snake mech is Yu Longhu from the Teng snake ship. The real name of the mech is the human snake mech, which is the opposite of Li Yi's way of calling it. He is a senior mech master, 35 years old, and a rare genius in the Teng snake ship. The driver of the evil ghost mech is Lin Xiu from the Shura ship. He is also a senior mech master, 36 years old, not old, and his name is exactly the same as what Li Yi secretly called him. These 3 people are also the ones that Li Yi focuses on. If any of these 3 people did not make it into the top 10, he would plan to pick them as his team members. After all, his base has people from the 3 ships, which is already rich enough. And he should also pick 1 or 2 more strong players. As for the top 10 in the second round, he was naturally determined to win. At this moment 120 mighty divine mechas have been ranked according to their strength in the first round, and each stood in an area. The distance between each divine mecha is no more than 30 meters. Looking down from the top of the big peak, it is densely packed, like a group of tall ants waiting for orders, and the visual effect is quite shocking. According to the rules, the strong must disperse to avoid a king meeting a king, creating a major battle at the beginning, and directly affecting the surrounding divine mechas. Under the dark big peak, the thrusters behind countless divine mechas have long been brewing, compressing, and flashing, waiting for the order to start. Along the road above the big peak, battlefield cameras with sufficient concealment have been deployed. After waiting for all the divine mechas to be in place, 30 flying AIS flew to various places and began to broadcast the second round of speed racing. Countdown 5, 4, 1, start, boom. Countless flames suddenly broke out. In an instant, one divine mecha after another leaped up under the impetus of various colored flames, like a continuous stream of rockets on the battlefield, suddenly flying straight up. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Among the countless divine mechas, the pure white Yuan mecha vibrated its armored wings, and a clear white light flashed across the wingtips, suddenly bursting out in the night sky, and was the first to break away from the group, like an arrow, instantly pulling away from the group below. Immediately afterwards, the mecha that Li Yu was paying attention to, the human snake mecha, was also wrapped in a group of bursting flames, breaking away from the group, forming a single upward arrow, and its speed was second only to the Yuan mecha. Secondly, the B-level divine mechas that Li Yi had never seen in other divisions also broke away from the group below one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were 14 B-level divine mechas, forming the first group in front one after another. In the back, divine mechas also began to consume their divinity, opening their mouths to spray out divine energy cannons, interfering with the 14 divine mechas in front. As the first divine energy cannon was fired, the others who were weak and had no hope of competing for the top 10 also began to burst out divine energy cannons frantically, shooting upwards. In an instant, under the huge peak that was almost in the eternal night, various colored light beams flashed and shot upwards. The racing melee began. Li Yi, who was in the second group, did not fail to receive cordial greetings from his opponents. However, the second group was relatively gentle. Because the distance between the first group and the second group was getting farther and farther. Except for a few B-level ones who were greatly disturbed by the divine energy cannon, the others all cast divine shields. Although it consumed divine energy, it was indeed safe in the short term. After observing for a while, Li Yi decided to follow behind the Yuan mecha, which was currently the fastest, and prepare to burst out a wave of fire in the next round of concentrated fire to catch up. Normally, in the race between divine mechas of the same level, as long as the speed is not extremely fast, it is difficult to catch up with the first opponent. But in this case, At an altitude of 70,000 meters, they still have to support the divine shield all the way and keep moving at full speed, which must consume a lot of energy. Therefore, when facing concentrated fire, the speed of those strong men in the first group will inevitably slow down. And this is exactly the opportunity that Li Yi has been waiting for a long time. Not long after, the opportunity came. Below, the divine mecha, which has been lagging behind in speed, simply gave up flying straight up and activated the divine energy cannon again, firing loudly. Boom! Countless divine energy cannons suddenly flashed. Amid the rumbling sound, Li Yi's eyes lit up slightly, and he did not hesitate to activate the microelectric characteristics to stimulate the muscles of the whole body. At the same time, the superelastic characteristics and deformation characteristics were added to the blood vessels and heart of the whole body, and then he quickly adjusted his breathing and directly activated the 3.0 version of the burst skill. In an instant, his load capacity on the divine mecha reached its peak. Under this first burst skill, the Pluto divinity he could mobilize also reached its limit. In a moment, a huge and incomparable dark blue fluorescent ring flashed outside the gravity thruster. In an instant, the Pluto mecha seemed to disappear, flying at high speed. The air became thinner and thinner, and the sound of sonic boom shook the sky. Chapter 147, Fighting for the Top. The divine mechas of the second group saw a huge phantom suddenly passing by, disturbing their flames and causing them to fluctuate and bend for a moment. At this moment, the Pluto mecha had completely passed the second group and climbed upward, and was about to enter the first group. Moreover, facing the shooting of countless divine energy cannons, the Pluto mecha turned and shifted at will, and continued to move forward at a high speed, without being touched by a single beam of light. In this way, it circled the side of the big peak, quickly passed the middle of the first group, and chased after the three divine mechas in front. Coincidentally, just after the Pluto mecha stood out, the evil ghost mecha also suddenly emerged, and under the push of waves of deep flames, it quickly approached the first group. However, the evil ghost mecha was not as untouched as the Pluto mecha when facing the concentrated shooting of divine energy cannons from the back. Instead, it took 2 or 3 waves of vertical force divine energy cannons and accelerated forward. This scene made the mecha masters below dumbfounded. Although this would infinitely increase the consumption of the divine shield, it would also save some of the acceleration force, which is a clever way to accelerate. Moreover, the danger is still not low. If the opponent suddenly increases the power and breaks through his divine shield, the one who will suffer is naturally the evil ghost mecha. However, in this scene, the evil ghost mecha seemed to have anticipated it, and every time when the opponent's divine energy cannon increased the power, it suddenly increased the activation of the divine shield. In this way, it stabilized its position and suddenly surpassed the opponents in the middle of the first group and came to the 6th position. The operation was really wonderful. On the contrary, the human snake mecha that Li Yi had paid a lot of attention to before, the second one to rush up, was the first to bear the concentrated fire of the divine energy cannon. The consumption was too high, so it had to fall back to the second group temporarily and wait for the opportunity. This is also normal. Not to mention him, even Li Yi had to operate to the extreme before facing 4 waves of divine energy cannons of the same level mecha, and was in a safe situation. Although the evil ghost mecha borrowed the power easily, no one aimed at it because it was always bearing a divine energy cannon. The distance of 70,000 meters was halfway passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the Pluto mecha had surpassed the level of the third divine mecha and continued to climb forward. When they reached the top few rankings, the divine energy cannons that were lagging behind were becoming increasingly difficult to hit those in the front. Only those in the top 20 could pose a threat to them. Among them, of course, those after the top 10 were the most eager to see the top 10. If they couldn't compete in speed, they could use the divine energy cannon to injure their opponents remotely, and then take the opportunity to surpass them. Moreover, those in the top 10 had to avoid those at the bottom, and in order to prevent being surpassed, they shot at the front few. Although the ones in the middle were relatively safe, it did not mean that there would not be strong people in the front who would run out of stamina and have to be surpassed by the back, and then in order to maintain their advantage, they would immediately shoot while falling behind. Therefore, the top 20 were always on guard against each other, and their psychological game was naturally more intense and rapid. After all, at such a high speed, the driver's reaction speed would be difficult to fully cover and solve some special situations. Even if it was predicted, It might not be possible to completely avoid the collision or the sudden attack of the divine energy cannon. It was also because the big peak had a diameter of 500 meters, and the entire width was acceptable, accommodating many divine mechas flying side by side. Otherwise, the strong man at the front would have no room to dodge. However, although there was space, it was not wide enough to play a large-scale dodge. Flying to the diagonal opposite of the divine mecha, it would also face the divine mecha on the other side. Therefore, for these strong men after the top 10, there is still hope to win the top 10 at this moment. Moreover, if someone takes the lead, they can also fish in troubled waters. Soon, when the top 10 group almost flew to an altitude of 50,000 meters, the 10th ranked B-class mecha lost its patience and took the lead. Boom! A ray of ice blue divine energy cannon suddenly shot out, heading for the 6th ranked Thor sequence mecha. The two were only 700 meters apart. Although this wave of energy cannons was offset by the flying speed of the two, the firing speed of the energy cannons was faster than the bulky body of the divine mechas. After all, it quickly passed through the gaps between several divine mechas and hit the Thor sequence mecha, which was currently ranked 6th. Crackling. The purple-blue translucent divine shield was stretched out behind the Thor sequence mecha, barely resisting this wave of divine energy cannons. Moreover, the Thor sequence mecha seemed unwilling to be attacked from behind. It suddenly tilted its head slightly downward while maintaining its upward flight, opened its mouth and brood, and fired the purple-blue lightning energy cannon. Boom! The firing speed and the speed of the target behind it were superimposed in reverse, and the divine mecha that shot was hit in an instant. The divine mecha didn't seem to have anticipated this change. It only opened the divine shield behind it, but not the one in front of it. In the blink of an eye, the thruster mounted on the shoulder armor was hit by the lightning energy cannon, and its speed plummeted. Moreover, an even more embarrassing moment has come. The divine mechas ranked 11, 12, and 13 were almost in parallel, and they were all staring at his position. Seeing this, they did not hesitate to follow suit and burst out divine energy cannons to hit the fallen dog. Boom! 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 It would have been fine if it was hit by 3 consecutive divine energy cannons, but one of them was actually a freezing wave, which just happened to seal the thruster jet of the 10th divine mecha. The momentum disappeared and it fell straight down. Several divine mechas below avoided it. This fall is a height of more than 50,000 meters. Under the strong gravity of the border star, the fall of 50,000 meters will be completed soon. The divine mecha can only hope to break through the freeze of the jet during this period. It should not be difficult in theory, but it will inevitably become the last one. Even for a B-class divine mecha, it would be really tough to be hit by this. Moreover, as the conflict broke out on this side, it also triggered the concentrated fire attack of the 10 divine mechas at the back. Although the number of divine mechas participating in this wave was less, the distance was closer and the strength was stronger, which undoubtedly had a higher threat. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 divine energy cannons spewed out from their upper and lower jaws and shot straight at their respective targets. Since they were not connected in series in advance, their targets were also different. Basically, except for the first moon mecha, which was too fast and had gradually led by more than 1,000 meters, the other mechas were basically taken care of. The Pluto mecha was in the 3rd position at the moment, and 2 divine energy cannons were fired at it one after another. However, although the distance was close, Liu was doing 2 things at the same time, always paying attention to the situation below. As soon as he saw the movement, he immediately predicted where the fire would be fired. Therefore, it was easy to dodge. And the several mechas below also slowed down under this wave of concentrated shooting and fell out of the top 10 after a while. The divine mecha that was originally ranked 8th also made a mistake and was hit by the energy cannon through the divine shield and hit the head. It was seriously damaged and had to drop out of the top 10. The first group gradually approached the top of the big peak. This position has long been out of the artificial ozone layer and has come to the outer space environment. At this moment, in the dark and silent space environment, a pure white divine mecha vibrated its armored wings and, under the propulsion of the flame of the wingtip thruster, quickly passed the top of the big peak and began to slow down. Then, it flipped and fell on the top of the big peak. Following closely, a purple-blue divine mecha, accompanied by bursts of violent lightning, came to the top of the big peak. The third one was the Pluto mecha with a pure black body and complex patterns on the chest. After all, Li Yi's total amount of divinity was still much weaker than this group of strong men who were basically at the top of the upper evolutionists. After a wave of acceleration, he continued to catch up from the second group and came to the third position. The load was not low. Moreover, this was only the second round. As long as he could stay in the top 10, therefore, he did not use all his trump cards to fight for the first place. After winning the third place, he could already pick a lot of suitable teammates. According to the mechanism of the third round, the top 10 will take turns to pick people. One person will be picked at a time, and the person being picked can choose whether to accept. If not, it will jump to the next top 10 selection, which is equivalent to being rejected, and there will be one less chance. Therefore, this is also a two-way choice. After all, those who are after the top 10 are basically destined to miss the top 10 in the finals. The finals PK is the ranking of these captains. And the team members can only hold on to the hope that the captain is powerful and leads the team to find enough resources, or even inherit the relics. In this way, those who are below the top 10 in the second round will have the opportunity to win the top 10 as a group. Or some people will rely on points to squeeze out the captain's quota at the end of the group and rush into the top 10. On the contrary, assuming that the harvest is mediocre, those who did not enter the top 10 in the second round will naturally have no chance to rush into the top 10 in the finals. Because the points in the team are too few, they cannot be distributed to the team members, at this moment, with the landing of the Pluto Mecha. The fourth and fifth machines that followed were slightly late by 4 or 5 seconds, and they also completed deceleration and landed on the ground. This fifth machine was the evil ghost Mecha that Li Yi had been paying attention to. The next 6 machines were all B-level divine mechas that Li Yi did not recognize. Each one was majestic and imposing. However, the 12th divine mecha that caught up surprised Li Yi slightly. It was the human snake mecha that he had been paying attention to before. It would be best if it was not on the top 10, so that he could pick this guy. As for the others after the top 10, Li Yi also observed them carefully during this process to see if there were other targets with good strength. On the other side, in the monitoring room of the main base, several Xianhui strongmen were observing the various images on the monitoring screen with interest. A middle-aged handsome man with long flowing hair observed the top 10 people with interest and said, 9 B-class mechas have a C-class mecha. What is the origin of this C-class divine mecha? Someone beside him said, General Lu, that is Li Yi from the Yaoqi ship. He is very young and just turned 20 a few days ago, General Lu said in disbelief. How can a 20-year-old have such strength? That observation, prediction, and evasion, without more than 10 or 20 years of consistent training, how can one be so at ease? Another serious-looking Xianhui strongman with a shining light in his eyes said, geniuses cannot be judged by common sense. Existence is reasonable and normal, General Lu said. Old he, do you think it is possible that the Yaoqi ship or this Li Yi forged his age? Even if there is a genius, it is indeed too outrageous to do so. Old he shook his head and said, if you think there is a problem, just arrange someone to check it yourself. There is no need to worry about it, General Lu nodded and said, Xiao Zhuang, you go and check it out. Be as thorough as possible and don't alarm the Yaoqi ship. If you really find that there is no disguise, you won't be embarrassed to meet Lao Teng at that time. The Lao Teng he mentioned was naturally Teng Beixin, the captain of the Yaoqi ship. Xiao Zhuang, who was called, responded and then logged into a special page and quickly searched. After a while, Xiao Zhuang said, I have checked it, it should be real information. The genetic information in the birth record is basically the same as the simulated evolution portrait, so it should be a real person. General Lu frowned and said, is it possible that the birth genetic record information 20 years ago was forged? Xiao Zhuang said, of course there is a possibility of forgery, but it is basically impossible for the genetic information uploaded at birth to be so consistent with the simulated evolution. The so-called simulated portrait evolution is a technology obtained by the Federation after cracking an ancient divine item. It can predict the possible appearance in the future based on specific genetic information. Basically, even if there are cases of obesity, disfigurement, etc., as long as the bone structure is basically the same, it can be determined to be the same person. This technology was only cracked in recent years and is being promoted on a small scale, and has not yet been popularized. Therefore, General Lu had never heard of the efficacy of this thing before. At this moment, Lao He and General Lu walked forward and compared the simulated appearance with the appearance in the archives. They were indeed consistent. Seeing this, General Lu smiled and shook his head. and said, "Sorry, it seems that I have been slapped in the face. I didn't expect that there really is a character who is more talented than me." Hearing this, Lao He was speechless and said, "You can become the #1 general of the border star base, thanks to your thick skin like a pig." General Lu did not seem to be angry at Lao He's ridicule, and said, "I rely on hard power. The top 3 strong men in the heavenly position are no joke." Lao He said, "You are just flattering yourself. It's good enough for you to be in the top 5. General Lu raised his eyes and said with a smile, "How about, let's have a fight?" Lao He said, "No thanks, I'm indeed not as good as you, so I won't humiliate myself." General Lu said, "Hey, then why are you so picky?" Lao He said, "Because you can only fight a little better than me, not much better than me. If you can fight a lot better than me, I will definitely shut up." The people around listened to the 2 heavenly strong men bickering in a shameless manner, but no one dared to laugh. After all, these 2 are not ordinary Cheyenne Wei strong men, but they are also famous among the Cheyenne Wei, and are praised as the 2 with the most hope to break through to the Cheyenne Wei. The Cheyenne Wei is the beginning of the real inhuman. Therefore, there is also a considerable difference in strength within this stage of the Cheyenne Wei. Condensing a divine elemental core is the Cheyenne Wei. The Cheyenne Wei is reflected in the control of the divine Mecha, which is the extreme enhancement of the characteristics, allowing the divine Mecha to burst out with higher characteristic power. A divine elemental core can solidify 3 Cheyenne Wei characteristics. Therefore, stimulating a Cheyenne Wei characteristic is a Cheyenne Wei stage 1. Stimulating 3 is Cheyenne Wei stage 3. After that, if you want to enter the Cheyenne Wei stage 4, you need to condense a new divine elemental core. Generally speaking, in the Cheyenne Wei stage, a total of 3 divine elemental cores need to be condensed to reach the peak and have the hope of breaking through to the Cheyenne Wei. That is, there are 9 stages of the Cheyenne Wei, 1 stage of 1 Cheyenne Wei and 1 characteristic. Originally, there was no such thing as the 9 stages of the Cheyenne Wei in the path of human exploration. Instead, it was a new division made after the first strong man above the heavenly rank was promoted, in order to make it easier for the later ones to be promoted to the heavenly rank. At the beginning, there was only 1 divine nucleus in the heavenly rank, and even 1 nucleus solidified 9 characteristics of the heavenly rank, and tried to use it to be promoted to the heavenly rank, and barely succeeded. However, the strength of the heavenly rank after being promoted in this way did not increase much. Because the divine nucleus dispersed too much power, although there were more characteristics, the overall power declined. Therefore, the method of using 3 divine nuclei to be promoted to the heavenly rank was invented later. This method is also called the 3-core method. The strength of the heavenly rank promoted by 3 nuclei is indeed outstanding, and the record is outstanding in the battle with the alien strongmen. It is also relying on this method that the human side has relied on its absolutely weak position to defend to this day, and technology has developed significantly, and the base of the strong has gradually grown. Although it is still a long way from counterattack, it is indeed thriving. However, the aliens have a strong foundation. For this reason, the human strongmen have proposed to achieve the heavenly position with 6 cores or even 9 cores. It is expected that the strongest divinity achieved in this way will be incredibly powerful. However, after verification, it was found that the more divine nuclei there are, the more difficult it is, so the multi-core method was abandoned. In addition, due to the occupation of the strongest divinity partition of the earth ruins, many heavenly strongmen directly gave up the 3-core method and chose to directly receive the strongest divinity to be promoted to the heavenly position. In this way, although the future potential is not as good as the batch that received the strongest divinity of the ruins after being promoted with a 3-core method, but at least it is above the heavenly position, and it can be regarded as a hegemon who can protect the human side. The 2 who are talking at this moment are also the best of the heavenly position and one of the beneficiaries of the 3-core method. Lu Yanchen, a 9th stage heavenly strong man, drives a 282-meter celestial god sequence C King Mecha of the A level. He Guangzi, a strong man of the 8th stage of the heavenly rank, drives a 273-meter-long A-class Thunder King Mecha of the Thunder God sequence. These 2 are the real pillars of the border star. With these 2 joining forces, even if the aliens with a heavenly rank or above come to kill, they are enough to compete. Although the overall technological means of humans are inferior to those of aliens, they are slightly better than aliens in the development of various fighting techniques and fighting experience. Therefore, even if the aliens have just advanced to the heavenly rank or above, They will not be able to get any good results when facing the joint efforts of these two pillars of the sea. Compared with these two, the others present are basically the first and second stage of the heavenly rank, and some are the fourth stage, so they naturally don't have the nerve to interrupt the two and talk nonsense. While chatting, Lu Yancheng said, "How about this? Let's make a bet on who will be the final winner of this Youth Mecha Master competition. If I win, you are not allowed to interrupt or ridicule me no matter what I say, okay?" He Guangzi said speechlessly, "If you bet on who will harass the alien army that is now gathering, I will think you are a more reliable person." As soon as these words came out, Lu Yancheng frowned and said, "The alien army has gathered again. Why didn't anyone report it?" Xia Ozhuang raised his hand weakly and interrupted, "General Lu, I reported it to you, but you seemed to be distracted by the images on the monitor at that time." Lu Yancheng cursed, "Bullshit, I am a dignified 9th level Xianwei, how could I be distracted so easily?" He Guangzi said, "No, you were indeed distracted, and you kept praising the beautiful dodge of the Pluto Mecha." Speaking of this, Lu Yancheng couldn't pretend anymore, so he could only say, "You saw it, that dodge was indeed beautiful. If it were you or me at the upper evolutionary stage, we would never be able to do it. Moreover, it is even more impossible for us to do it as easily as that kid. That's why I think it's too unreasonable for this guy to be only 20 years old." He Guangzi said, "That makes some sense, but you can't judge a genius with common sense. How about this? Now that the second round is over, let's spread the word and ask the top 10 in the second round to come to our side." Lu Yancheng guessed what He Guangzi was thinking and said thoughtfully, "You want to?" He Guangzi nodded and said, "Yes, I wanted to try it first to see if this genius could learn my unique skills, but it's not appropriate to call one person alone, so let's just call them all over and give them a chance. Whether they can grasp it depends on them." Lu Yancheng's eyes lit up and said, "Don't mention them, even I am jealous of your unique skills. So, how are you going to test them?" Here, Xia Ozhuang reminded in a low voice, "Two generals, there is something else that needs to be explained. This Li Yi has obtained the Wuxian Golden Light." Chapter 148 Selecting People. He Guangzi smiled and said, "No need for the test. I will teach them all and see how much they can understand." Lu Yancheng asked curiously, "Why did you change your nature? Don't you usually keep the secret of your special moves very tight?" He Guangzi said, "It's very simple, because I have already thoroughly understood a stronger one. Now this old version, it's okay to teach it out, and I can also see if there are any successors who can take it." Soon someone notified the top 10 strong men in the second round. Li Yi and others received the news. Although they were surprised, no one said much. The most urgent task is to complete the last task of the second round first. That is, the selection of team members. Of course, the selection of people cannot be done here. Although the top of the big peak is large, it can't accommodate 120 divine mechas. It is necessary to return to the main base first to confirm whether the results of the last two rounds are correct. For example, whether the rankings of the two who arrived almost side by side are controversial, and whether those who frequently fire divine energy cannons have gone too far and damaged the foundation of the big peak, etc. After this process, the Mecha Masters will be allowed to disembark and select their team members face to face. In the main base, in front of a large Mecha fighting stage, 120 Mecha Masters in various uniforms stood scattered in it, waiting quietly. Half an hour later, after all the chores were completed, a middle-aged heavenly powerful man in military uniform with a two-door star-shaped badge on his shoulder came over and said with a light cough, "I am Lin Guotao, the commander of the Vanguard Regiment of the Border Star Garrison Corps, and also the organizer of this competition. According to the confirmation of all the Mecha Masters, the final top 10 of the second round of the speed competition have been announced and are now being reported. The first place is Ning Fiyu, captain of the first team of the Hensh ship standing team. Second, Lei Guanggao, captain of the first team of the Kunlun ship standing team. Third, Li Yi, the middle level Mecha Master of the Yaoqi ship. Fourth, Wen Qi, the instructor of the Changbei ship's special class. Fifth, Lin Xiu, the upper-level Mecha Master of the Shura ship. Sixth, Zhao Yingying, captain of the first team of the Dijiang ship standing team. Seventh, Wang Juxin, captain of the third team of the five-colored ship standing team. Eighth, Long Jinjin, the instructor of the Taishan ship's special class. Ninth, the Kunpeng ship's superior Mecha Master, Zhao Duixun. 10th, the captain of the third team of the Fushan ship's standing team, Yan. Now congratulate the top 10 masters in the second round again, and then step out. Upon hearing this, the top 10 masters looked around and walked out. There is no doubt that Li Yi, who stood in front of this superior mecha master as a middle-level mecha master, became the focus of the whole audience. He was not the bottom of the top 10, but the third. This shows that this guy is definitely not weak, and it is impossible that he rushed into the top 10 by luck. When everyone saw Li Yi's young and handsome face, they were even more surprised. Even if the evolvers can maintain the normal state of youth, the appearance and temperament brought by different ages are naturally different. At this time, Li Yu also saw Ning Xiaoyu, the Yuan Mecha pilot, and Lin Xiaoyu, the evil ghost Mecha pilot, who he had always paid attention to. Among them, Ning Xiaoyu's height is normal, about 1.7 meters, which is relatively short in the state of the general height of evolvers. However, her appearance is not bad. Under the uniform, one can still see the graceful figure and the exposed white and translucent skin. From a distance, there is a sense of otherworldly simplicity. Looking at the face again, it is quiet and gentle, with eyes slightly restrained under the thin and dense eyelashes, with a quiet look without sadness or joy. The other Lin Xiaoyu has a monkey-like arm and a bee waist, a handsome face, and his eyes look very calm at first glance, but in fact they are round and move around at will, as if they are hiding their cunning, but not hiding it very obviously, deliberately doing so. Because Li Yu was deeply impressed by the skills, tactics and characteristics of these two people before, he looked at them a few more times. He did not hide it, but just observed openly. The two noticed Li Yu's gaze and responded. Among them, Ning Xiaoyu nodded slightly, with a little kindness in his eyes. Lin Xiaoyu squeezed his eyebrows twice, quite funny, without much sense of distance. This first contact left a good impression. He also observed the others one by one. Each of them had a good appearance, fascinating eyes, and outstanding temperament. Obviously, these 10 people who could become upper-level evolvers and break out from so many powerful people were really not comparable to ordinary powerful people. It can be imagined that these 10 people will have a greater chance of breaking into the heavenly position in the future and truly become inhuman strong people. Lin Wendong looked around at everyone, nodded slightly, and said, "Let's not waste time on the selection stage. I will project everyone's performance in this speed competition on the light screen. Captains can spend 5 minutes to quickly read and confirm their own candidates. Don't complain about the short time. In an emergency battle, as a commander in the future, you may have to observe the characteristics and abilities of your teammates within a few minutes and make proper arrangements. So, this time is also a test for you. Who can pick the one who best matches their ability this time may determine the real result of the third round." The 10 people looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Li Yu's default candidates are Liang Zhishan, Teng Zhili, Hu Yidan, Lin Huai, Zhang Pengting, and Lin Xiaohu. Liang Zhishan recommended Su Weilu and Tan Haoda are both to be determined. There is also Yu Longhu, the human snake mecha pilot who is currently ranked 12th. He has no target candidate for the last one, so he can quickly confirm and select one. According to the previous strength configuration, it would be best to find a strong man of the same level as Yu Longhu. By the way, in this speed race, Li Yu's target candidates have different rankings. Liang Zhishan 35, Su Weilu 42, Tan Haoda 58, Hu Yidan 65, Zhang Pengting 67, Teng Zhili 69, Lin Huai 89, Lin Xiaohu 91. In Li Yu's opinion, except for Lin Xiaohu's ranking, which is not very satisfactory and slightly lower than his strength, the rankings of others are corresponding to their strengths, and the fluctuations are indeed not large. For example, Liang Zhishan ranked 36th last time. And this time he was able to get one in with so many masters. His overall strength is quite good. Although he calls himself a slacker, he is indeed one of the few young masters below the Yaoqi ship heavenly rank. Su Weilu and Tan Haoda's overall rankings are similar to the last time, so there is nothing to say. Hu Yidan performed well this time, and actually rose from barely entering the 120th place to the 65th place in one fell swoop. But it's no wonder, she only suffered in the positional battle last time. In terms of real strength, Li Yu estimated that she could reach the top 80. In addition, when racing for the top, her flexible positioning did improve her ranking a lot, which shows that her reaction speed and combat awareness are relatively advanced. Teng Zhili's performance was slightly worse than Liang Zhishan's estimate, but this time there were many masters, and she was able to keep the target of the top 70, which was also acceptable. The reason why Li Yi had to give priority to familiar people when selecting people this time was because in addition to the large gap in hard strength between the top 20, there was a gap between the dozens of people behind, but it was not big. Therefore, compared with the strength attribute, he values the trust attribute more. Moreover, he has reserved a position for the top 20 masters, which should be enough according to the selection order. After all, the selection is in turns, and it is destined that one teammate cannot take all the masters, and there must be a gradient of strength within the team. After a brief look, Li Yi has confirmed his 3 candidates and is waiting to be selected. Division Commander Lin Guotao said, "The 5 minutes are over, and the selection will begin. The first one will be Ning Fiao, the pilot of UI in Mecha." At this moment, Ning Fiao has obviously already taken a fancy to the target and said in a low voice, "Yu Longhu." Hearing this, Li Yi shrugged his shoulders. It seems that everyone can see that Yu Longhu is obviously in the top 10 and is paying attention to him. Fortunately, Li Yi had anticipated this situation and was not in a hurry. Without the best, the worst ones will do. Anyway, the weight of exploration in the third round is greater than that of combat, and the diversity of abilities is obviously more important. Then, Qin Zishuang, who ranked 11th, was selected by Lin Guotao. Li Yi was unmoved. "I have decided to pick one with better perception ability, and more focused on exploration attributes. The one ranked 16th is a Zhenguang Mecha of the Alien God sequence, from the Xianling ship, named Zhang Chaoquan. According to Li Yi's previous observations, it should have a good ability to recognize light information. It just complements Li Yi's current strengths in oscillation frequency, trace recognition, and the latest microscopic analysis ability. These 3 are the exploration skills that Li Yi has mastered by combining his own perfect level tracking and perfect level prediction abilities, and then combining them with a speculation of information system analysis data, and using memory fragments. Among them, oscillation frequency and trace recognition are abilities that have been mastered long ago, and they have played a lot of roles when exploring the Xianxu ruins. As for the microscopic analysis ability, the current scale can see subtle information of 0.1 mm scale under long-range detection, which was mastered after exchanging the information before. It is still at the entry level, and has just become a system, and is not proficient enough. However, even with these 3, I believe that he will definitely play a powerful role in subsequent exploration tasks. At this moment, it was Li Yi's turn to select the next person. He said, "Zhang Chaoquan." Immediately, the eyes of the rest of the crowd turned to the person in the field, who was obviously much fatter than the people around him. This person was of medium height, and his waistline was obviously much larger than the people around him, which was very conspicuous. When he heard Li Yi's selection, his eyes lit up, and he seemed to be quite satisfied with being chosen by Li Yi. But a friend around him teased Zhang Chaoquan, "Old Zhang, you are out of luck. Although Li Yi is strong, he is obviously young and has not had much experience in exploring and searching for ruins. When the time comes, the team will not join if it is not to get lost. Stop being sarcastic, you know nothing," Zhang Chaoquan said in a low voice. This Li Yi is obviously the one with the greatest potential among all the people present. When the time comes, he will definitely be able to easily become a Xianwei strong man, and he must not be an ordinary person. Even if I lose this time, I can take the opportunity to build a good relationship with a future top Xianwei. As for you, just wait to be picked by the guy who ranks lower." As he said, he slicked his short hair in a showy manner, shook his sleeves, and walked behind Li Yi with a high spirit. Li Yi picked Zhang Chaoquan, who was only ranked 16th, which was beyond many people's expectations. Because in the eyes of others, he would at least pick the top 13th or 14th, but he ended up picking the 16th. Which really wasted the good ranking of the 3rd place. There were some discussions around, discussing who is the best choice, but Li Yi was unmoved. In the next selection, he picked the candidates he had already reserved. Later, Liang Zishan, Tang Jili and others also came one after another. As for Su Weilu and Tan Haode, I don't know whether Liang Zishan had communicated with them in advance or not, and they were not surprised that Li Yi would choose them, so they walked directly behind Li Yi. Everyone was very efficient, and there was no refusal to choose. Basically, whoever was chosen would automatically walk over. In this regard, Li Yi was not surprised. Everyone has some familiar people. If they are sure to get the top 10, they will naturally greet them in advance to avoid being picked. and those who don't have acquaintances in the top 10, whether they are strong or weak, have a high probability of being left behind. If they go from the top of the ranking to no one picking them, and become the last 20 left, it will be embarrassing, and most of them will have to find a corner to hide in on the spot. This is human nature. Along the way, they have been selecting each other. Those who are left behind will have a great sense of inferiority and self-doubt even if they have not suffered any losses. After the selection was completed, everyone dispersed one after another, some to build relationships in advance, develop strategies, or familiarize themselves with their abilities and develop group tactics, and so on. However, the top 10 people still had to report to the command room after disbanding. It is said that the Cheyenne what you strongmen will give them. The top 10 Mecha masters in the second round, a surprise. Therefore, after Liu told Liang Zishan to greet those people for him, he and the 10 people followed the guidance AI all the way to the first division. Halfway through, Lin Xiu came over and greeted Liu with a smile. We were in the next division in the first round. We should have paid attention to each other at that time, right? Liu nodded and said, your evil ghost mecha has rare characteristics and fierce attacks, which amaze me. Lin Xiu smiled and narrowed his eyes. Not bad, not bad. I said I felt your gaze at that time. Sure enough, you really have a good eye. His words not only praised Li Yi, but also frankly expressed his confidence in his own strength. There was no sense of distance between the words, which made people not hate him. Li Yi smiled and said, your mecha tonnage is so outstanding and your various fierce and sophisticated skills and tactics are so impressive that it's hard not to make a deep impression on others. Lin Xiu was very satisfied with the flattery of Li Yi, one of the top 3 strong men. Whether it was a commercial flattery or not, it always sounded very comfortable. On the other side, Lin Guotao, who ranked second, also came over and said with a smile, 2 masters, let me introduce myself. I am Lin Guotao from the Kunpeng ship. Although we are competitors in this competition, we may not cooperate to kill the enemy in the future. We should communicate more when we have the opportunity, Lin Xiu said. Of course, of course. Liu also responded politely. Liu also remembered Lin Guotao. In the second round of the race, he was ranked 6th at the time. He was attacked by the 10th ranked person, but he was not injured. He successfully shot down the 10th ranked person in the counterattack, and then in the final sprint, he burst out with all his strength and surpassed the second at the time. And Liu also burst out again behind him, from about to fall behind to 4th to 3rd again. As a result, the second at the time became the 4th in the end. As they were talking, everyone entered the first division one after another. Originally, most of the people in the first division did not have local permissions and could not enter. But since it was the 2 most powerful people on the border star who spoke, the temporary authority was naturally very simple. Then, everyone entered a huge command tower in the sub-district that occupied an area of at least 10 football fields. There was a spiral staircase inside. Everyone climbed up the stairs and soon reached the top floor. As soon as they entered the interior, everyone was shocked by the thousands of light screens in front of them. Almost every light screen presented the observation scenes around various planets around the border star with ultra-high-definition lossless image quality. Countless star points were presented on it, and it seemed that it could also be zoomed in and out clearly with the control of the staff below. The central area was a relatively detailed observation image around the border star. There were numbers on the top and bottom of each light screen. People with sharp eyes could immediately see that the number of the light screen in the corner had reached more than 10,000. This means that there are tens of thousands of huge monitors monitoring the areas inside and outside the border star. At this time, Lin Wendong knocked on the doorframe and smiled. General He, these top 10 guys are all here. Can you say something? Chapter 149, Special Skills. At this time, everyone turned their attention to the figure that did not look very tall under the light curtain. Just looking at the background, it seemed that he was just like an ordinary middle-aged man. With a shriveled and slightly hunched back and a thin body, it seemed that he would fall to the ground at any time if the wind blew. But then, as the middle-aged man turned around, 2 bright eyes like flash bombs fell on everyone like spikes. At the same time, everyone's scalp tightened slightly, as if something was about to explode in front of them, which was very dangerous. He Guangzi smiled slightly and said, I am the 2nd General of the Garrison Corps of our headquarters. I am very happy to meet you young talents. I have seen your active performance before. His voice was deep, which formed a great contrast with his shriveled body. Moreover, facing him, everyone felt an extremely strong sense of oppression, like invisible thunder and lightning, stimulating everyone all the time. Li Yu also felt very strongly. His skin was like a sweater that had been rubbed hundreds of millions of times. Even though he was a mid-level evolver who broke the limit twice, his skin felt unusually uncomfortable. However, Li Yu soon thought of a way to stimulate the microelectric characteristic slightly, reverse the tingling electricity and transfer it to the body's blood vessels, and then cooperate with the growth characteristics to stimulate muscle growth. This is not the kind of strong growth, or temporary growth. Instead, as he has recently become familiar with the various divine characteristics, he has gradually achieved weak growth and micro growth with fine operations. Although this kind of growth is subtle, it is strong and powerful enough to have long-term effects. It is not the same as the temporary reinforcement usually carried out to fight the enemy. Moreover, although this characteristic from He Guangzi is also very small, it is strong enough and of high quality. Li Yu's guidance can actually clearly feel that the growth rate of his body muscles is dozens of times stronger than the effect of his usual self-stimulation. It is really incredible. He thought to himself, this is the so-called heavenly characteristic. I heard before that when the characteristic is upgraded to the heavenly level, the effect of the characteristic will be several times or even dozens of times that of ordinary characteristics. It seems that what I heard is true. In this case, it is no wonder that the strong men above the heavenly level, such as Zhang Shengfeng, can break the 100-meter level divine mecha with just their physical bodies. That kind of enhanced physique naturally requires a very strong divinity to achieve it. If they can control the S-level divine mecha, I am afraid that is the reason why the strong men above the heavenly level are invincible and can suppress the star field. As the thought flashed, Li Yu turned his head and looked at the people next to him. These people obviously also have their own means to resist this wave of weight of witnessing. Among them, Ning Fiao directly stimulated the pure white divine energy and circulated it in his body, isolating the electrical stimulation in a gentle way. Lin Guotao is similar to Li Yi, using the characteristics of microelectricity to control and divert it. Moreover, Lin Guotao himself is a mecha master of the Thunder God sequence, and is very familiar with the characteristics of lightning, so he can handle it with ease. Lin Xiu straightened his back and ignored the pain. It seems that there is another way to bear the pain, or there is another way to relieve it that everyone can't see. Only a few people seem to be in a slightly worse state, and they seem to be unable to bear it. He Guangzi looked around at everyone and nodded slightly. Not bad, my move of witnessing Thunderbolt is stimulated by 2 heavenly characteristics, and the power is not bad. Even if I didn't use my full strength, you can perform so well, and you are indeed worthy of the top 10 performance of this young generation. Lin Guotao immediately asked with interest, may I ask General He, if the move of witnessing Thunderbolt just now is used at full strength against us, what will be the result? What will be the result? He Guangzi didn't seem to expect someone to ask this question. After thinking for a moment, he glanced at everyone and then smiled, except for a few people, the others will die? Everyone looked at each other. Is this a joke or serious? At this time, Lin Wendong nodded and said, with General He's strength, if he fully stimulates the moves formed by the characteristics of the heavenly rank, let alone you mortals, even a 30-meter class divine mecha can break through the defense, so you don't have to be so surprised. You must know, General He, your strength is very close to the heavenly rank. Well, since everyone heard this, they had nothing to say. Although most of them have no idea about the strength of the top heavenly rank. But they have a general idea of the strength above the heavenly rank. Like Zhang Shengfeng, a new model, a new legend born in the past few decades, the stories about this person are basically circulated within the deep space fleet. For example, he has been gifted since childhood, fighting against a top alien strongman for 3 days and 3 nights, and breaking the defense of a 100-meter class mecha with one punch with pure physical strength, etc. This kind of story is basically known to everyone. Li Yu also vaguely heard Lin Wendong's subtext, this thing he himself can't do, and among the heavenly rank, only a few people have such a terrifying dominant combat power. At this time, He Guangzi smiled slightly. Breaking through a 30-meter class mecha is certainly not something that can be done purely by the physical body. The characteristics of the heavenly rank are the key, combined with my years of research and hard training, as well as a mysterious item obtained from the ancient divine ruins, I was able to create this physical body's trick of breaking through the defense of a divine mecha. You don't have to expect too much from other heavenly ranks what they can do. The gift I give you today is the unique skill that I have developed through years of research and hard training. It's just that my unique skill cannot be understood by people who are not gifted and extremely smart, so I will teach you a little trick first. If you can learn it within 2 years, it means you are qualified to master my defense-breaking skill. By then, when you have mastered it within 2 years, contact me, and I will naturally teach you the subsequent skills. At this time, Wang Juxin couldn't help asking, General He, is this skill a skill of divine control? Are there any characteristic restrictions, the skill of divine control? It's not wrong to say it. He Guangzi said, you should know that divinity has strong adaptability. In addition to various incredible characteristics, there are also special tricks, that is the divine energy cannon. Under the urging of the divine Mecha, the divinity is stimulated and converted into high-dimensional divine energy. The divine energy cannon fired by this also has extremely powerful lethality, but, can you convert the divine energy without controlling the divine Mecha? And the first skill I will teach you is to convert divinity into divine energy. This is a universal skill. It does not require any characteristics. Any sequence can do it. Now, watch carefully. As he said this, He Guangzi stretched out his palm, 5 fingers pointing to the sky, and the palm facing the 10 people. Suddenly, accompanied by a series of very slight crackling sounds, a purple-blue light suddenly appeared in He Guangzi's palm, gathering in the palm to form a highly condensed ball of light. Seeing this, everyone's face changed. Is this a divine energy cannon made with bare hands? Everyone felt the terrifying power that emerged from it, and actually felt a sense of fear of facing the divine Mecha in the flesh. After all, even a 30-meter class divine Mecha is a very terrifying combat weapon. It can withstand the temperature of the surface of a star, travel in countless extremely harsh environments, and can push down a technological country that is not armed with divine weapons. Even the upper evolutionists can only withstand 20 to 30 times the standard gravity at most. This kind of physique is certainly considered a Superman among humans, with steel bones, tearing steel with hands, infinite physical strength, and falling from hundreds of meters without any damage. However, it can only be regarded as a stronger human. It is not yet inhuman. Compared with the divine Mecha, the gap is even greater. But at this moment, the divine energy cannon rubbed by He Guangzi's hand is so powerful. Doesn't it mean that human power has the power of the divine Mecha? When they thought of this, everyone was both excited and frightened. He Guangzi maintained the posture of the divine energy cannon in his palm, constantly gathering, and slowly dispersed to convert a divine energy. After a while, the purple-blue light ball in his palm slowly faded. This is the first technique. Do you understand it? As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. This is only the first skill? Isn't this the stunt itself? So difficult? Moreover, where are the details of the demonstration? Li Yu also frowned slightly, recalling everything he had just seen. With his innate ability, he could record all the details in his mind without loss, and refer to them repeatedly to figure them out. However, just now, even with his excellent eyesight, he didn't understand the specific principle and process. He remembered that there was no extra movement in He Guangzi's muscles. He only saw the 5 fingers move slightly, and the crackling sound continued to sound. The invisible and intangible divinity began to be stimulated out of the body, and then transformed into colored and invisible divine energy, forming a corresponding light wave. That wave was all the skills of divine control, and it was extremely subtle and mysterious. At present, he can only be regarded as proficient and close to mastery in the skill of divine control, which is still a big gap compared to fighting. The skill of divine control is also really vast and profound, and the things that need to be mastered are obviously more magnificent and more difficult than fighting. Even if there are memory fragments constantly absorbed, I am afraid that it will not be possible to achieve perfection in a short time. Therefore, even if one has a terrifying vision and observation ability, if one encounters certain knowledge blind spots, one cannot quickly grasp the essence of them. He Guangzi smiled slightly. Don't worry, I will demonstrate this first little trick 3 times, and each time I will appropriately slow down the operation speed, of course, because this kind of skill, once slow, cannot be successfully transformed into divine energy cannon, so, I will also give you a hint, that is fast. It must be fast enough. As soon as the voice fell, He Guangzi's fingers began to move slightly again. Everyone noticed this action, and immediately widened their eyes, staring at He Guangzi's movements, fearing that they would miss any details. Li Yu stimulated the microelectric characteristics, stimulated the divinity around the eyes, and further strengthened his eyesight. Although he can remember and check what he sees without loss. But the memory is also formed based on his subjective perspective, limited by his eyesight and observation point. If the original eyesight cannot see it, it will definitely be able to see more comprehensive information if it is strengthened. Even, the changes in He Guangzi's hands may be more subtle, and the enhanced eyesight just now may not be able to see it clearly. 5 minutes later. The remaining 2 demonstrations also ended. Everyone was stunned. What about the slowdown? The slowdown was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Moreover, it was indeed a little slower each time, but it was really just a little bit. What kind of gift package is this? Seeing everyone's expressions, He Guangzi smiled slightly and said, "Gifted, extremely smart. Next, let's see who can really show this outstanding talent. The 3 demonstrations are over. You should think about it carefully. You have a time limit of 2 years. You can try to practice on your own. Even if you don't understand my demonstration process, you can imitate it more and you will have a chance to succeed. Then now, you can leave here and prepare for your 3rd round of exploration." Everyone looked at each other and could only leave for the time being. Li Yu didn't think much, but focused on the content he had memorized before and began to figure it out. I believe that if you figure it out deeply enough, you can also stimulate related memory fragments. By then, there should be a chance to master this trick. It was a pity that he was unable to see the secret on the spot, which made He Guangzi tremble. If it was a fighting skill, or even a divine fighting skill, he could rely on his understanding of fighting skills to infer the control principle of divinity and use it easily. Unfortunately, this was a purely general divine control technique. After everyone left, Lu Yunshen, who was sitting under the monitor like a passerby, stood up and said, "This genius doesn't seem to have much to show. I thought he could understand the trick on the spot and then make a small divine energy cannon." He Guangzi smiled and said, "Do you think the unique skills I spent so many years to figure out are so easy to master? Among those 10 people, 3 can master this first skill within 3 years, which is pretty good." Lu Yansheng asked curiously, "Is it really that difficult?" He Guangzi said, "It's not a difficult question. I said at the beginning that this requires real talent and intelligence to master it. Without this talent, you can't master it in your lifetime." Lu Yansheng was speechless and said, "You are trying to brag about yourself in different ways." He Guangzi smiled slightly and didn't answer. A hint of reserve appeared in his eyes. 3 days later, the 3-round competition officially began. In the past few days, in addition to the various daily subjects, Li Yu also slightly adjusted the focus of his daily knowledge. Before, the various types of knowledge he studied in his spare time from training were mainly the analysis and decryption of the information mode of the divine Mecha information system, the text decryption materials of various small civilizations, the advanced knowledge of human genetics, etc. Human genetics was added recently because he felt that if he lacked knowledge of genetic knowledge, it would be easy to just know the facts without knowing the reasons. The rest was done as usual, trying to reach perfection as soon as possible. Perfect skills helped him more than he could imagine. Not only did he reach the peak in his own field, but he could also expand to other fields, allowing him to instantly understand many mysteries or master many branch skills. The so-called one master, 100 masters is this feeling. Moreover, the special non-destructive information recording paper found in the Gordman's notes, with so many difficult professional terms, also requires perfect skills to decipher. These days, Li Yu has increased his efforts. I believe that within half a month, with 1 or 2 small opportunities, he should be able to break through to the perfect level. When the corresponding time for study is freed up, he can also focus on the skills of hand-rubbing divine energy cannons taught by He Guangzi. According to He Guangzi, this is only the first skill, and it is so powerful. Li Yu is looking forward to what kind of surprises He Guangzi will bring in the future. As for now, perhaps the guessing is not enough, and the hand-rubbing memory currently stimulated is extremely simple. This skill is not only an entry-level skill, but it is also far from even touching the threshold. The 3rd round of the competition is in the surrounding star field. Each team needs to take a small starship, select a target planet, and then go to explore it. It will last for 2 months and is also the most important challenge. This not only determines the subsequent ranking, but also determines whether these exploration teams can truly discover the heritage relics. From then on, they will obtain a large amount of knowledge and secrets of divine technology and surpass the aliens in one fell swoop. although the possibility is very small, and most teams may not gain anything and can only run for 2 months. But with a sufficient exploration information accumulated before, it is not impossible to achieve a major breakthrough that has never been achieved by predecessors. After all, the manpower and material resources of the border star are mainly used to deal with aliens. Although they often organize people to go out for exploration, their comprehensive strength is naturally not as good as the 120 most elite upper-level mecha masters at present. Although there are many heavenly masters stationed in the border star, the main members are still primary and middle-level mecha masters, and related arms that control artificial technology equipment. At this moment, Li Yu's team has sent the corresponding divine mecha into the starship and is ready to set off. Except for the fat man Zhang Chaoquan, everyone is not familiar with him and needs to run in. Su Weilu and Tan Haode have already been familiar with each other under the introduction of Liang Zishan. Among them, Su Weilu is a mature woman with an intellectual temperament, and Tan Haode's face is 70% similar to Tan Oren, but he is a little more mature. His speaking style is the opposite of Tan Oren, quite dull and rarely speaks. At this moment, Li Yu asked Liang Zishan about the subsequent disposal of the mysterious flying car. Liang Zishan said, the captain said he already knew about it. He said he had contacted the heavenly rank experts on the border star and just completed the operation last night. I just received the news. Wow, it is said that it is a big fish. How big a fish? Li Yu touched his chin. Liang Zishan came closer and said mysteriously, it is actually a branch base of the cult. We have seized a number of A-level and B-level divine nuclei, 3 thought steel pillars, 2 statues of true saints, and other important materials. The total value is hundreds of thousands of military merits and hundreds of billions of star coins. Li Yu was also a little surprised. Is it so outrageous? They hid so many materials about 60 kilometers away from the main base. He suddenly thought, if he had sneaked in directly at that time, wouldn't he have made a lot of money? Liang Zishan smiled and said, I know what you are thinking. I have thought about it too. Unfortunately, there is a heavenly rank expert there. If you had really gone there, you would have been a dead end. Li Yu laughed and said, I was just thinking about it. The information is so opaque and I would not take such a big risk for nothing. As for instructor, if you had thought about it, you would have really acted. Liang Zishan, you are right. If you hadn't asked me to check the license plate information, I would have really wanted to drive the divine mecha to chase after him. After all, your tracking skills are so superb, you will definitely not lose him. Li Yu said, there is another key question. Was the heavenly rank expert left behind? Or did he run away? He was seriously injured and ran away in a divine mecha. Li Yu asked, which direction did he escape to? We must not run into this guy as soon as we go out. Chapter 150 Strategy. Liang Zishan said, it should be the range of the 12th to the 28th star. We should try to avoid this direction, and it should be fine. Li Yu said, how high is the divine mecha he is driving, and how strong is it? How seriously injured is he? Liang Zishan said, A level 167 meters, Ice God sequence, holding a B-level Zanpakuto sword, and his fighting skills are very fierce, but he is obviously a wild person, and has not been trained by our formal system. Of course, it may also be a disguise. As for the degree of serious injury, there is a huge defense hole in the chest of the mecha, and a large gap in the shoulder and femur. Many parts were picked up by our strong men. It is estimated that even if he fully stimulates the divine repair, it will take 10 days. Li Yu nodded, so, there will still be danger in the future? But if it is only 167 meters, as long as he has not hidden his strength, the 10 of us will not be afraid of him if we join forces, so it's okay. Liang Zishan nodded, everyone is strong. As long as we are not alone, everything will be fine. Li Yu said, also, did this heavenly rank expert show up at that time? Or did he happen to be driving a divine mecha when he broke in? Liang Zishan shook his head and said, yes, he didn't leak it. Although he didn't drive a divine mecha at that time, he was very sensitive to the situation. The moment our experts broke in, he immediately entered the divine mecha, started it, and broke through. We already had 2 heavenly rank experts at that time, but the other party was determined to break through even though his mecha was damaged, and we couldn't stop him. After forcibly getting rid of it, he quickly started the thrusters and flew into outer space. At that time, we naturally had cruisers to intercept, but after all, the other party was a heavenly rank expert, and a casual shot of the divine energy cannon could destroy such a large cruiser. Therefore, We could only watch the other party leave. Li Yu thought for something, and said, from what you said, if we follow the captain's route, the news should not have leaked, which is good news. However, have they traced back to where these supplies came from? Are there any coerced personnel in the supervisory department? Liang Zishan was overwhelmed by Li Yu's question and said, I haven't received too detailed information yet. The captain just gave me a briefing. Okay, let's put this matter aside for now. Be careful not to be left alone in the future. Inside the ship, Li Yu held a small meeting temporarily. I won't say any more nonsense. Let's confirm a few key points first. I believe you have all read the relevant information and clues about the previous exploration of surrounding planets in the past 3 days. What we need to confirm now is where the first goal is to go after the starship flies away from the border star and how to plan the route. Now we have about 5 minutes to leave the outer gravitational circle of the border star. During this time, we need to confirm where to go. Everyone, please express your opinions quickly. Although Li Yu already has a plan in mind, the team is not fully familiar with it at the moment. It is necessary to increase familiarity through more exchanges and the process of running in opinions. Therefore, he did not give direct orders as before, but used it as a topic and extended it a little. In this way, in addition to increasing everyone's familiarity, a consensus can also be formed in the process. As Li Yu spoke, someone immediately said, I think it is more appropriate to go to Planet 33. According to the information provided by the border star, I think there has been a regional ban on speaking on Planet 33, which is quite suspicious. The person who spoke was Lin Huai, the daughter of Lin Xian, the captain of the Sun Chaser. Lin Huai has a sexy appearance and charming eyes. At this moment, she spoke quite seriously. As she spoke, she also displayed a light screen, which listed a series of very secret missing miners. Lin Huai continued, Planet 33 is a typical mining planet, producing a variety of ore types. It is a rare resource planet around the border star and is controlled by the Zhang family. Therefore, the local garrison troops on the border star rarely enter here to explore. In addition, the continuous disappearance of these miners may mean that there is a regional ban on speaking. Moreover, as we all know, regional bans are generally highly correlated with the remains of ancient divine civilizations. In summary, I think we should explore Planet 33 first. After listening, everyone nodded slightly. Zhang Pengting, who knew Lin Huai well, could see that Lin Huai was trying her best to prove herself. Although the exploration of Xianshu ruins was very successful last time, Lin Huai did not get much credit. Moreover, she was also accused of making inappropriate decisions. This time, she was chosen as a team member by Li Yi, a junior. The huge gap in her heart made her angry and she wanted to do something ruthless. Li Yu said, what Instructor Lin said does make sense. Does anyone else have any additional comments? Zhang Pengting said, I agree with Lin Huai's opinion, but I think Planet 33 should be put second. The first choice should be Planet 5. There have been more exploration records in other areas of Planet 5, but the records are not very clear around a special place named Binglongchuan, because Binglongchuan is too dangerous. It has swallowed up several C-class divine mechas, making it impossible to continue exploring. So, that is a blank area in the record. According to my recent research, Binglongchuan is shaped like a huge ice dragon, running for thousands of miles, frozen all year round, and forming a huge contrast with the surrounding scorching environment. And based on the previously confirmed crustal structure of Planet 5 and the corresponding temperature changes, it is not surprising that Planet 5 is in an environment with a temperature of over 100 degrees as a whole. But there is such an extremely special ice dragon river, then it is conceivable that there must be some extremely powerful divine items that are continuously transforming the environment of Binglongchuan, and Planet 5 is relatively close to the boundary star, and we can arrive there soon. In this way, even if we want to explore Planet 33, we don't have to take a long detour or travel back and forth, and we can save more time. As soon as this was said, everyone nodded in agreement. It did make sense. After all, although 2 months was a long time, it was obviously very short compared to their goal. It could even be said that it was far from enough. Su Weilu also spoke up at this time. I think these places may not have been explored by heavenly rank experts. Although there are no records, it is more likely that they are just special landforms formed by different planets, and each has its own reasons. What we should consider more is how to go through the resource planets and find the development points of the planets that may hide key resources when we cannot explore the heritage relics, and use the corresponding resource levels to win. As long as we earn enough resources, and other teams waste a lot of time by focusing on places that are unlikely to succeed, then we will naturally win. Moreover, if the resources are abundant to a certain extent, our points may be distributed and the whole group may be able to take the top 10. Of course, it may not be possible for the whole group to be in the top 10. But it is mostly possible for some of the people with high contributions to squeeze into the top 10. When everyone heard this was right. It seems that it is the right idea to assume that all groups cannot find the relics at the beginning. Moreover, if this is the key strategy, it may not be impossible to let some people in the group enter the top 10 in one fell swoop, so that the team members can succeed in counterattacking. Zhang Qiuquan coughed lightly at this time and said, I think it is a kind of subjective arrogance to assume from the beginning that the possibility of finding the ruins is very small. The arrogance lies in thinking that manpower is infinite and the tens of thousands of planets on the border star have been explored cleanly long ago. In fact, I think all the planets with rich records can be abandoned for the time being, and the focus should be placed on those planets with very few records but very large numbers. As Su Weilu said, the heavenly rank powerhouses must have visited the secret places mentioned by Zhang and Lin, but they just didn't find them. This is inevitable. Because on the border star, in order to resist the enemies that may attack at any time, the heavenly rank powerhouses will not go out for no reason, let alone explore the surrounding planets aimlessly. They have limited time and are unable to split themselves, so they can only focus on those areas with rich records but obvious problems. Only in this way can the heavenly rank powerhouses be used correctly. Therefore, the richer the records, the less need to go there, because since there are dangers there that even heavenly rank powerhouses cannot overcome, or it is considered that the possibility is extremely low, I think there is no need for us to waste time. If we want to go, we must record very few planets. As for whether to take into account the acquisition of resources, I think it depends on Captain Li. If he thinks we have the spare capacity to complete it, then let's do it. If he thinks we shouldn't be distracted, then focus on one thing and don't be delayed by unnecessary things. Zhang Qiuquan's words were so powerful that everyone looked at him with new eyes. I didn't expect that the fat man looked like a reckless man, but he was so analytical. Thinking about it carefully, it does make sense. He combined the words of the above-mentioned people and made corresponding partial affirmations and partial denials. He didn't offend anyone and threw the question to Li Yi. Although it was not obvious in words, his statement that he was mainly for Li Yi was indeed very direct. In summary, he really supported Li Yi and passed the words on. Li Yi also secretly praised in his heart that Zhang Qiuquan was bold and careful, and he was a man of the scene. Since the topic now turned to Li Yi, he was not polite and said without hesitation, "You all have your reasons, the future is uncertain, and no one is sure what the direction will be, but the only certain thing is indeed the exploration records of the predecessors. Our decisions, no matter what, must be based on their information and then make corresponding actions, acting according to the guess. You may be lucky enough to really hit the ruins, but there is a high probability that you will gain nothing. Believing in luck is equal to believing in the unknown." Zhang Qiuquan is right. If we have enough time, we can explore those planets with sparse records one by one, but unfortunately, we only have 2 months. Even if we operate at the most efficient speed, at most, we can only explore 10 planets. Moreover, there will inevitably be omissions. Ignoring suspicious places will cause too much uncertainty. Therefore, purely exploring planets with few records is not the best strategy. Reject. Zhang Qiuquan did not have any dissatisfaction, and immediately said, "Captain Li is right. I didn't think it through." Li Yi did not interrupt and continued, "Su Weilu's idea is understandable, but if we focus on resource exploration, it may not be easy. First, it is unknown whether the resources explored are of high enough value. It is even likely to be worth only tens of billions or hundreds of billions of star coins. I don't think these values are worth our high investment and full efforts. Second, high-value things are basically highly related to the ruins. If the purpose is to explore various mining sites, then who here is a prospecting expert? Can he lead us to find high-value mining sites?" As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Su Weilu. Su Weilu immediately looked embarrassed and said, "I have done some research, but I am still far from being a prospecting expert." Li Yi said, "Then, are you sure you can lead us to find a high-value mining site?" Su Weilu immediately shook her head. "I can't do it. The idea I proposed is just that I think this strategy is more feasible, but whether we can take down a high-value mining site can only be determined by collective efforts." Li Yi nodded and continued, Although Instructor Zhang's idea is correct, there is a problem with the judgment process, as Su Weilu and Zhang Chaoquan said. A Cheyenne Wei strongman must have taken care of Bing Glongchuan, and there is absolutely no doubt about this. As he said, he clicked on the light curtain to switch the page, pointed out different lines and paragraphs, and said, here, and there, the records in various places are obviously supplemented by the Cheyenne Wei strongman. After checking the original records, hearing this, Lin Guotao was slightly surprised. These comments are unsigned. How do you know they were left by a heavenly rank powerhouse? Although they do look like sentences added afterwards, they could also have been left by other exploration teams. Li Yu said, you can take a close look at the description of the Binglong River, running 1,000 miles long, and frozen for tens of thousands of miles. Many previous records mention words like running 1,000 miles long, indicating the length of the Binglong River, but never mentioned the specific depth. Only this line of comment specifically added 10,000 miles of frozen land. But it's clearly only 1,000 miles away, so where does the 10,000 miles of frozen land come from? It means 10,000 miles is the depth, the freezing depth of 5,000 kilometers. Then think about it, except for heavenly rank powerhouses who can detect the specific freezing depth, can the information collection system of a normal upper-level mecha master have this detection strength? Several people nodded. Liang Zhishan said, I am also very close to the limit of the upper evolutionary, and I have generated 25 divine mechas. If the relevant records of Bing Glongchuan are true, then I can only use the information detection system to explore the frozen depth of 500 to 1,000 kilometers. Others also have their own estimates, but no one can do this now. In this regard, the fact that the Cheyenne Wei strongman has explored Bing Glongchuan is basically a stone hammer. Zhang Pengting smiled bitterly and said, since this Cheyenne Wei strongman has explored it personally, why doesn't he say that it is difficult to explore this Bing Glongchuan even with Cheyenne Wei strength? Li Yu said, from this annotation, it can be seen that this Cheyenne Wei strongman is probably ashamed to leave his name, so he wrote it very concisely. But in fact, if we spend time tracing the source of the information and the specific dispatch records, as long as we have enough authority, we will definitely be able to find out which Cheyenne Wei strongman explored it. Everyone also agreed with Li Yi's statement. Seeing that everyone had accepted his words, Li Yu continued, I admire Instructor Lin's thinking and focus this time. In fact, my initial target was also Planet 33. When Lin Guotao heard Li Yi's clear and logical refutation of everyone's theories one by one, she was a little nervous. Now it was her turn, and she couldn't help but pick out some loopholes in her own ideas. But when she heard Li Yi say this, she was shocked and looked up at Li Yi. The initial target? Li Yu nodded, yes, I also think this mining planet is very suspicious, and there is indeed a regional ban on speaking. However, the report submitted by the Zhang family is a bit vague, and it is obvious that they want to cover up the truth of the incident itself. Therefore, I also found some information to verify it. The conclusion is very clear, that is, there is indeed a regional ban on speaking. Lin Guotao asked quickly, seeing that you are so sure, have you found any solid evidence? Of course. Li Yu smiled, tapped the light screen page with his finger, operated it, and put several reports in front of everyone. These 6 reports are detailed reports on mining disasters submitted by the Zhang family in recent decades. We can see that similar reports occur every 5 to 7 years. The reasons for the reports vary, including the appearance of underground monsters, landslides, earthquakes, storms. There are all kinds of reasons, and there are no repetitions. The number of deaths each time is exactly in the range of 10 to 20 people. Then, this is the specific death list. I spent a lot of time investigating the dead, and found that these people are not ordinary absentees. As soon as this was said, everyone was surprised. Is it an evolver? Yes, Li Yu nodded. Lin Guotao was even more surprised. I'm not surprised that you can get the death list. But how did you match the specific identity information in the vast sea of people? I remember the information on the list is very simple, right? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.